floors be open. J'ai l'honneur de déposer.
I have the honor to table, pursuant to Standing Order 38, the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, the case report of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner in the matter of an investigation into allegations of wrongdoing.
Been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. It being 11:05, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Affaires amendement des députés. Debate at second reading on Bill C-325, an act to amend the Canadian Bill of Rights, right of housing, in the name of Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, seconded by Ms. Boutin-Sweet, moves that Bill C-325, an act to amend the Canadian Bill of Rights, right to housing, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm incredibly proud to stand in this House to speak on my private member's bill, Bill C-325, the right to housing. I believe that having a home is a human right, that in a country as wealthy as Canada, no one should be without a safe place to live. It didn't take me long to grasp the magnitude of the housing crisis in my riding of North Island, Powell River. Housing cases continue to come into our office and they are growing. I've heard horrifying stories. For example, a single woman living in a van because she had been diagnosed with a significant health issue, which meant she had to choose between medication and a special diet over her home. A couple with a teenage boy with special needs living in a tent in their parents' backyard. A retired man of 70 couch surfing between several friends. A local business owner who hired a new employee and had to wait 8 months for them to start because they could simply not find housing. People calling the police and breaking the law until they are arrested because they are cold and have nowhere else to sleep. Bidding wars on rentals with people using over 65% of their income to pay the rent. Seniors waiting in acute care ready to go to a home, but there are no homes available. There is no doubt that the stories of North Island Powell River are the same as too many across Canada. Housing is a priority that must be advocated for loudly and boldly. I want to thank our NDP housing critic and MP for Hochelaga for working so hard. She's traveled across the country, and I know she understands the realities of people struggling every day for affordable, decent housing, whether in a large urban centre, rural areas, or Indigenous communities. She is there fighting. I am proud to be by her side to put this important piece of legislation forward. I'm not the first member in this House to bring this bill forward on the right to housing. There is a reason that the reiteration of this bill has survived all of these parliaments, through many members who believe that this is a right. I gather it rings true because it embraces the fundamental ingredient of our survival in finding shelter and our right to dignity. It is my hope that together we can pass this bill. It would be timely and key for the coming years while we start to reinvest in housing. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we are at a crossroads. We've lived through almost 30 years of inaction and budget cuts. In the last budgetary cycle, Liberals promised an abundance of cash. Months later, we still don't truly know how this money will be spent. I want to be very clear in this House. Whether it is in downtown Toronto, small cities, rural and remote communities, or Indigenous villages, there is no more time to be had. We are in a national housing crisis, people are desperate, and time has run out. C-325 aims to be the cornerstone for that long-term plan. This will ensure the foundation of a national housing strategy which can be built solidly and will stand the test of time. We can no longer just say housing is a right. It is time for it to be legislation. My bill will do this. It amends the Canadian Bill of Rights to introduce housing as a human right. In 1976, Canada enshrined the fundamental right to housing when the government of the day ratified the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. However, this right has never been formally incorporated into Canadian law. This bill will make that happen. While working on this bill, a few of my constituents were concerned with this approach, thinking I wanted to give free houses to people. Although this would support so many people in moving towards their personal goals and safety, this is not what this bill does. Adding housing to the Bill of Rights means redefining the lens that housing is viewed through. It is about fundamental approach to reviewing regional differences, working with all levels of government and the market to address the reasons why we are facing such a housing crisis. And then building a national housing strategy grounded in the right to housing that will address it head on. It's about creating a long-term solution. It is my hope that as a country, we never come to this place again. We must think differently about how we approach housing. What we need is a new lens, and C325 offers that. Building a building here and there is not going to address the severity and systematic causes to our housing crisis. It is also important for me to say this. This housing crisis is again and again portrayed as a big city issue. This is simply not the reality. In a recent report from one of my communities with a population of 35,000, we have 47 unsheltered homeless, people literally sleeping outdoors, and 32 being reported sheltered homeless, sleeping in a shelter. This does not even address the concerns of overcrowded homes and the people who are couch surfing. This has led to the local municipality working hard to have accessible bathrooms. This is a serious result of having people without a home in your community. Mr. Speaker, I referenced dignity earlier in my speech. Human rights are that, moral principles. When our fellow citizens don't have a safe place to sleep, a place to go to the bathroom, these are incredibly dehumanizing experiences. A home is more than a physical space. Housing is intrinsic to the sense of security for families and stability needed to prevent marginalization. All of us look to home as an anchor in our community life, a retreat and a refuge. What happens to people when they don't have this is debilitating. The ramifications have been studied repeatedly, and the stress on our communities and society can attest to this. In Canada, it is estimated that more than 235,000 people are without a home during the year. Based on a joint study by the Canadian Observatory of Homelessness and the Canadians Alliance to End Homelessness in 2014, the gradual withdrawal of federal investment in social housing is one of the primary causes of this problem. Our society and governments are letting people down. Devoid of a comprehensive safety net, cracks are appearing at an alarming rate. Affordability is central, but cracks are appearing because of the results of not having a stable home. Mental health, addiction issues, illness due to stress, family breakdowns, and so much more. Mr. Speaker, I believe that all of us in this House have sat with constituents and heard heartbreaking stories. We are on the front lines of hearing where the human reality of legislation lives. I recently sat with a couple who shared their story of homelessness. It is a story that I hear all too often. One partner falls ill, they can no longer work, and the family loses their home because they cannot afford their mortgage. To add more weight to their reality, this couple has a son with a significant disability, one that leads to a child who expresses themselves through loud yelling when frustration grows. Finding a home that is not an apartment building where the noise upsets the neighbors is their priority. This is just one story, and it exemplifies the need for a different approach, a more holistic model to viewing housing. Imagine a housing plan that respects human rights. With the government consultations, the right to housing was a recurrent theme in many comments shared at the expert roundtable. Stakeholders clearly spelled out the need for the legally recognized right to housing. They insisted that a national housing strategy should examine whether our laws, policies, and practices are sufficient to prevent homelessness, forced evictions, and discrimination in accessing adequate housing. They agreed on a rights-based approach to housing and how the right to housing must be recognized and realized through laws and policies. It's inspiring to see Canadians like Leilani Farha, a UN Special Rapporteur on Adequate Housing and Executive Director of Canada Without Poverty take a leadership role internationally. She said this: crafting a human rights-based policy would include eliminating discrimination in housing programs, setting measurable goals and timelines to reduce poverty, and giving people the means to hold governments to account if their rights are violated. This accountability is so badly needed. Many First Nations community are living in appalling conditions, and homelessness continues to rise across this country. For First Nations people living on reserve, the National Household Survey shows that almost 40% of these homes need major repairs, and close to 35% are not suitable for the family size. In some Inuit communities, the proportion of housing not suited to family size exceeds 50%. I did several roundtables on housing in my riding. What I heard was clear. Municipalities are doing everything they can with their very limited resources. Community-based organizations are working together to do what they can to support the people who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. People are desperate and ready to live anywhere to have a stable home. I also saw how exhausted they were, doing what they could and needing help. They need help now, today, if not sooner. Hope is in short supply, Mr. Speaker. The broad range of people experiencing the housing crisis is only growing. It is alarming to talk to couples both working good jobs who cannot find a home they can afford to rent, let alone buy. There is a deep sense of betrayal because they have done everything right, worked hard to get where they are, and now they are hopeless. I've spoken with parents who have lost their children to care because they were evicted due to renovations and could not find appropriate housing. They can get their children back once they have a home to go to, but they simply cannot find one. Seniors renting out extra rooms in their homes. One I spoke to even renting out her living room because there is no other way she can afford to live. These are just a few of the many stories that are happening in all of our ridings. I want to say a special thanks to the Right to Housing Coalition for their hard work and continued work advocating for these rights. Housing is and always will be a top priority for New Democrats. We want the federal government to recognize the historically vital role of government in housing. The Government of Canada has a responsibility to take appropriate steps to ensure the realization of this fundamental right by meeting the security, affordability, health, and safety needs of all Canadians. The government has a duty to ensure that all its citizens have access to suitable housing so that they can participate fully in society as it is their right. We seek action where the federal government returns meaningfully to the table on housing policy, committing to housing as a basic human right. We want the framework of any solution to be based in the legislated right to housing. Mr. Speaker, it is my hope that today the members will speak in support of Bill C-325. It is time to give hope to those who desperately need and deserve it. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you. It's always a good day to be in the House and talking about housing, and in particular to be talking about what this government has done on historic levels in terms of its investment, not just in the last year's budget, but in the previous years as well. As the House knows, we not only doubled the money upon taking office in 2015 and 2016, but also in last year's budget have now put on the table a 10-year program, the longest proposal ever put on record in the House of Commons, with the most money ever invested. Not only $11.2 billion over the next 10 years, but $10.9 billion in below-market loans and below-interest mortgage rates, as well as almost $5 billion in Aboriginal housing. My question to the member opposite is she talks about the right to housing, a legal process that will find people talking to lawyers instead of landlords. My question to the party opposite is if housing is as critical an issue as they suggest it is, and is the fundamental need for a national housing strategy so important to this country and for those seeking better housing, safe housing, and affordable housing, my question to the member opposite is very simple. Why did they vote against that budget?
For North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, all I can say to the member opposite through you is how sad I am to hear that it sounds like they won't be supporting the essential human right to housing. And that he can talk about the campaign promises, he can talk about money that is going to be out there someday. But right now, people are homeless, they are looking for homes, they are struggling in profound ways that we cannot imagine. The right to housing is a human right, and it is shameful that this government does not support that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for bringing awareness to this really important issue. As a person that was on the board of a homeless shelter in my riding, and ever so aware of the needs that we have, I'm concerned that a law is good, but without the money to back it, it's not really going to be very effective. As she's pointed out, the need is immediate. And in my own riding, I know that we're $40 million short to even maintain the existing affordable housing we have, which is woefully inadequate, and we have shelters as well. So I wondered if she could explain what the circumstances are in her own riding, so we might get an idea of what the amount of money the government would need to put in to fix this.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. You know, the reality in my riding is there's a community in my riding named Powell River where there is no shelter. So during the times when shelters are desperately needed, they actually have to put people on a ferry and send them to a community an hour and a half away, hoping that there will be space available in their shelter. Community I represent in Port Hardy, 4,000 people having a significant housing crisis where they can't find homes for people, and recently had a building burned down, an apartment building, and now are desperately looking for affordable housing for those people. The reality is a right to housing will look at having a framework of a national housing strategy. They have to work hand in hand. And we heard very clearly from all the consultations that this government did that the right to housing is the fundamental framework if we want to move forward for long-term solutions that will create a difference in the future. This is the only way forward, and I am very disappointed to hear that we will not be moving in that direction.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Honorable député d'Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased that my colleague has presented this bill. Not so long ago, she sent a written question to the government asking why Canada had never officially integrated the International Covenant on Housing. The response of the government was, among other things, the government currently fulfills its obligation to ensure right to adequate housing as stipulated under international law. I would ask my colleague if she agrees with that answer.
Honourable member for North Island, Powell River, in 45 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her very important question. And I disagree. You know, when we listen to people who've been working in housing, when we make international commitments, as a government, I would hope that they would not be afraid to take the next step and make that legislation. It's easy to say something. It is much harder to bring it into legislation, create a framework that really looks at the issue and provides long-term solutions. I ask this government to be less afraid, to take that step and make sure that no one in this country ever is without a home again, because we have a right to housing in our Bill of Rights.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
As I said, that the ability to talk about housing is the reason I sought election to federal office. The ability to form a policy that would, for once and all, put it behind us, the days where there was no national housing strategy, is the reason I sought elected office. And I couldn't be prouder of the budget that was presented in this House by our government in the last budget, because it delivers that. It not only delivers the resources and the time frame to deal with this issue comprehensively, we have been working tirelessly over the last several months to make sure that we consult with provinces, municipalities, people with lived experience, frontline shelter workers, everybody, to make sure that we put this in place. The trouble with this notion, this slogan, in this campaign around the right to housing is that it frames it in a legal context where you end up with the slogan being realized, but with no housing necessarily being built. And the worst part about this is the right to housing doesn't guarantee those needing it with the right sort of housing necessarily. There are empty houses in this country that we could move people to based on the argument being presented by the opposition. The trouble is the commute would be useless for you. You'd end up living in a deserted village on the East Coast trying to get to work on the West Coast. You could be living in the South when you had school to go to in the North. The issue here is to build a national housing strategy that is comprehensive, that works right across the full spectrum of housing needs, and that's the central goal of this government as we pursue 10-year agreements with the provinces and territories, long-term agreements with Aboriginal partners both on and off reserve in urban settings and in rural communities. We build a housing policy that works as well for the people living on the street in the South as it does for people living in crowded environments in the North. There's a rural program, there's an urban program, and there are northern programs, and there are Indigenous programs led by Indigenous leaders in the housing sector. This is the goal of this government. But this notion that you can solve this problem by making a legal argument to the courts is going to leave people in the courthouse, not in their own housing. And the act of housing is not simply building housing, it's moving people with care into the appropriate spots so they are safe and secure in their tenure. And if you read the UN reports on housing, it is not simply about embracing a set of rights. It's about creating those policies which deliver those securities and those opportunities to people as a fundamental tenet of being a citizen of the country. And I would argue further on the legal front that if you want to look to the Charter and look to the rule of law around housing, that if you stop looking at it as a commodity that must be provided, instead as a service that must be partnered with and delivered, what you end up with is looking at the Charter from the perspective of dignity, of the right to health, of the right to security and safety. And if you achieve those goals, the best way to achieve them is with a national housing strategy, and that's why our government has embraced it as such. And so our party is in the process, our government is in the process of finalizing those negotiations with provinces and territories to deliver on the $11.2 billion spelled out for new housing in the federal budget. We have additionally announced $10.9 billion in below-market mortgage guarantees and loans, which is a foundation of the co-op program as it existed in the early 80s, a program started by the Liberal government. And as well, we've put more than $5 billion down for Indigenous services and housing, as we know that in many communities you've got to deliver both the infrastructure and the housing simultaneously to make it safe and secure for people that live there. But we're not done with that. There are additional measures that are being taken, which were introduced in our very first budget, where we doubled the effective housing budget in this country from $2.1 to about $4.8 billion. We have also in the last budget guaranteed that the operating agreements that were due to expire under the previous government will no longer be allowed to expire. They'll be renewed and replaced with new ones that give permanence and security to people living in public housing to this very day. My question for the party opposite, as they pursue this slogan and they pursue this right which is not going to deliver housing to people in real time with real needs in a real way, as they pursue this as the focus of their housing policy, as they talk about the challenges facing people, why they constantly get in the way of programs that are delivering real housing to real people. The budget in the last year was filibustered by the party opposite. Those are real dollars that, if executed, could have delivered shelter to people, but instead they chose to politic instead of produce housing. The other problem I have with the way this bill is being presented is that the party opposite thinks that by talking to a lawyer, you're going to get a house all of a sudden. And the reality is that building out a comprehensive housing program, which deals with everything from the most vulnerable on the streets to those that need supportive housing, to those that need social housing, to those that need affordable housing, to those that need low-income homeownership opportunities, for those that need to make sure their investment and their mortgages are carefully cared for. All of those programs are currently underway and in negotiation and consultation with all of our partners across the country delivering it. Why this party is so focused on talking about rights instead of responsibilities is beyond me. Our government has taken responsibility. Our government is taking action. Our government is delivering housing. Our government is putting this country in a position where no longer will we be able to say the federal government is absent on this file, but rather we've taken a leadership position on this file. And if you talk to Indigenous leaders, and if you talk to municipal leaders, and if you talk to provincial governments, but more importantly, if you talk to the people who provide housing, who are on the front lines of the housing crisis across this country, if you talk to people with lived experience, they know which government is acting, they know which government is respecting their rights, they know which government has now seen housing as a tool of health care to deliver the full rights of citizenship to every citizen, because this government not only has acted, it continues to act and will not rest until the national housing strategy is established, the full funding is there, and we are set on a 10-year course to once again be proudly building housing and supplying housing for all that need it in appropriate ways, in appropriate settings, with appropriate supports. That's what this government's doing. I'm still surprised the government, the party opposite, is opposing this. I am still shocked that they cannot and will not support these investments, support this process, and instead sit on the sidelines critiquing it and pushing people towards the courts instead of towards real solutions in real time for real people. That's what our government's done. We're proud to get that done, and we're proud to work with those people, all of them across the entire sector, to deliver on a national housing strategy, and I look forward to their questions.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank the member from Spadina, Fort York, for that fantastic campaign speech, and I would also like to thank the member from North Island, Powell River, for the actual passion she has on this. That being said, I personally cannot support this bill, which would be the right to housing under the framework of the Canadian Bill of Rights. Unfortunately, I'm concerned that this bill does not actually combat the real barriers, and those are actually the barriers that our member from Spadina, Fort York, did focus on. That housing is in the face. It fails to deliver the necessary measures that are needed to help Canadians who are hurting the most. First, I'd like to say in a word in regard to the style of the bill and how it does not properly take the current state of the Canadian Bill of Rights into account. And to be honest, that is one of the key issues that we looked at as a caucus when we were discussing this. What is the Bill of Rights? What was put forward by the Honourable Prime Minister John Diefenbaker in the time that he wrote this in 1960? And what is the significance of this amendment? While I appreciate the difficulty that the sponsor of this bill must have faced in forging new ground by seeking its amendment, I have a few issues with the language specifically to Bill C-325. Primarily, the framework that is set out of the Bill of Rights is a prohibitive one. So if we were to look at what the Bill of Rights had said back in 1960, put forward by Diefenbaker, it is not things like housing that would be included in this. The Prime Minister understood the framework and the purpose of the Bill of Rights and was to expand individual freedom and protect them against the long reach of the government. Here we're talking about a long reach. This now becomes a very short reach of the government if we were to start enshrining it into the Bill of Rights. The point of the Bill of Rights was to ensure that Canada would continually be a society of free men and free institutions. All of the rights currently present in the bill preserve rights of the individual by ensuring that the government cannot interfere with the practice of those rights. They include freedom of religion, speech, assembly, and association, among others. So that's why I think it's a very key point that when we're looking at this bill, that we see the writing of the bill of Bill C-325 and how it does not actually fit into the Bill of Rights that was put back in 1960. The reason is that the right to housing as outlined in Bill C-325 does not work within this framework and is potentially massive program and government intervention as a right. This activist role of the government is the opposite framework that the Bill of Rights possesses and would do damage to each rich history of the legislation, which it truly stood the test of time. We've had this legislation for over 50 years, and it continues to be vibrant. It continues to have a part in today's debates. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with Bill C-325 on more than just stylistic ground. The content of this bill naively assumes that Canadians' housing needs can be resolved with a single stroke, and that is something that we have heard from the member as well as the member of the government. It seems to forward the idea that as housing is a right and the federal government steps in, the housing concerns of Canadians will magically disappear. Unfortunately, the reality is much more complex than that. First, the bill completely ignores the shared jurisdiction of housing with the provinces and territories. Amongst almost all federal funding that goes towards housing and homelessness initiatives is funneled through the provinces and delivered through the municipalities and individual housing cooperatives who provide housing to those in need. As it stands, the plan put forward by the NTP colleague would simply give an unreasonable mandate to the federal government in an area that is shared jurisdiction amongst our fellow governments. It is also worth noting that it's a simple act of Parliament that the Bill of Rights is only to create rights that fall within federal jurisdiction. We are talking about shared jurisdiction between the provinces, territories, and municipalities. And this Bill of Rights that has been put forward by the Prime Minister Diefenbaker is specifically to federal legislation, and this bill rolls over all levels of government. The question then becomes, what is the point of this bill? Is it a simple token of sentiment? Is it an attempt to seize power unilaterally from the provinces? I do believe, after listening to the member who have put this forward, hers is about passion, and I do not want to say that her work that she is doing is not admired, but at the same time, we have to see what is the role of the federal government here, and how can we go forward with this. We need to look at the logistics. All of the issues that I've raised so far need to be taken into account. However, the issue at the core of this bill that does not make housing more affordable for average hardworking Canadians is a key issue that we're going to carry on to. Allow me to be clear on this. As a Conservative member and representing the Conservative Party today, we firmly agree that Canadians deserve a reasonable opportunity to own their own home and have access to safe and affordable housing. Unfortunately, we currently have a government who seems bent on making home ownership increasingly difficult for aspiring Canadians. Housing is one area where the truly damaging policies of this government can clearly be seen. By raising taxes, the Liberals have cut abilities for Canadians to save up for their down payment and mortgages. By hiking CPP payroll taxes, hardworking Canadian middle classers earn, the Liberals pretend to help or force to give to the government hard-earned money. And we see this more and more as we continue to talk about some of the proposed tax legislation that's being put forward. It's no surprise that Liberals feel that they know how to spend Canadians' money better than Canadians. But the damaging effects of government's entitlement mindset are clear when we see how regular people are crippled in their ability to make large financial decisions, such as moving towards permanent home ownership. The debt that this government is racking up is only looking to get worse, and Joe and Jane taxpayers are feeling the pain. When Budget 2017 was unveiled, it was apparent that the Liberals have no plan to make life more affordable for the regular Canadians. Although the Liberal often boasts about the purported investments in housing, it has largely turned out to be a game of smoke and mirrors. One of the foremost examples of the government's failure to deliver is the recent Parliamentary Budget Officer's report that clearly demonstrated how, despite big talk and flowery language, the government's money has not made much of an impact on Canadian families. Communities are not getting the funding that this government promised. The PBO's report even says that they don't expect the federal government will spend all the money on housing and infrastructure investments that has been promised. More directly related to housing, the government has further burdened young Canadians who are working hard and aspiring to home ownership by tightening rules of obtaining a mortgage. What's more troubling about this move by the government is that it was done without engaging any stakeholders, including young Canadians. It will push home ownership more out of reach for Canadians and won't help affordability at all. To summarize, the government has tightened real rules requiring Canadians to move more to mortgage while simultaneously pickpocketing Canadian families through tax hikes, debt deficit, and great eliminations, not to mention slamming a carbon tax on living necessities for every middle-class family in this country. Mr. Speaker, this government is speaking out on both sides of its mouth. It seems to be striving to set Canadians up to fail in the housing market. In light of this, I can understand my colleagues' desire to step in and more clearly define the government's role in the housing through C-325, but adding it to the Bill of Rights where it does not belong and will not be effective and will wait to fix a broad issue. Instead, the federal government needs to be taking practical approaches that will empower Canadians to own their own homes. The Conservatives have a strong track record by making progress in this area. By 2014, the Conservative Party brought the low-income cutoff poverty rates to a historic low of 8.8%, making huge strides in reducing poverty through fair-minded policies. Conservatives also expanded saving mechanisms such as the tax-free savings account, reduced taxes, and invested in responsible policies to bring home ownership within the realm of a possibility for every Canadian. The Conservatives invested over $19 billion through CMHC to improve the state of housing in Canada and began initiatives such as the investment in affordable housing and Housing First to empower Canadians and fight homelessness at a fundamental level. Last week, when I was doing a housing symposium in Ottawa, Vanier, that is one thing I heard about time and time again. It was specifically on the Housing First and what an excellent approach this is. Does it need additional things put to it? Absolutely. But it is a great first step of what the former Conservative government did in 2008, and we need to continue to build on those. The symbolism of this member's bill is understandable and somewhat misguided. However, if the federal government is serious about making home ownership for regular Canadians reality, it needs to seriously reevaluate its policies. Canadians deserve more action rather than more talking to make home ownership a reality. I know that a government member is likely to stand up in this House and brag about how much the money they're throwing in Budget 2017. But high taxes, reduced saving capabilities, strict rules on the market, and expensive household items will not help Canadians and will continue to lock them out of this market. Broad-based relief for people when they're trying to own a home or seeking affordable rental housing is essential. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'd like to compliment the sponsor of this bill for her attempt to make amendments to this well-crafted bill that has never seen such additions. I thank you very much for having the opportunity to speak today, and as we move forward, I continue to look forward to the debate. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is truly an honour for me as NDP critic for housing to support Bill C-325 from my colleague for North Island Powell River, which we are debating today. It is too rare that we have the opportunity to truly discuss a bill that speaks of housing, and I would like to thank my colleague for having chosen to debate this bill today and to allow us to speak of the right to housing in this House. When I was named a critic for my party, of my party for housing, I launched the campaign A Roof, a Right, which led me to travel Canada because I firmly believe that housing is a fundamental right and should be treated as such. Under Canadian law, unlike other jurisdictions throughout the world, for an international treaty to have force of law, it must be incorporated into our national legislation. Just ratifying an international treaty is not enough to ensure that its content is incorporated into Canadian law. Of course, Canadian is working at the international level, but that's about it.
Rights recognized under treaties can only be used by Canadian courts if a Canadian law repeats some of the content. This bill aims to rectify the current situation by including the right to housing in Canadian legislation. In 1976, Canada ratified the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which says that states signing the treaty need to ensure that people have a sufficient standard of living, including access to food, housing, and adequate clothing. So, it formally recognizes the right to housing, but it also talks about eliminating the obstacles to housing. More than 40 years later, unfortunately, no federal law has officially recognized the right to housing in Canada. And the housing situation in various regions of the country shows that the federal government has not taken concrete action in order to eliminate barriers to housing and to allow for this right to be fully exercised. In fact, that's why Canada has many times been criticized by HoC at the UN for its shortcomings when it comes to housing. In observations adopted on March 4th, 2016, the committee said the following about the housing situation in Canada. They said, the committee is concerned about the persistence of a housing crisis in the state party. It is particularly concerned at A, the absence of a national housing strategy, B, the insufficient funding for housing, C, the inadequate housing subsidy within the social assistance benefit, D, the shortage of social housing units, and E, the increased evictions related to rental arrears. The committee also recommended that Canada improve and more effectively apply a national housing strategy based on human rights. Finally, it formulated a series of recommendations pursuant to its general observations about the right to sufficient housing and about forced evictions. My colleague for North Island Powell River last week received a response to question Q1086, where she had asked the government why Canada had never officially integrated the international conventions concerning the right to housing. The government's response was very surprising, and here's what they said. Canada is currently meeting its obligation of ensuring the right to adequate housing as required under international law. The UNICESCR recognizes the right to housing as being intrinsic to an appropriate level of life. Canada is actually providing this through a wide series of federal, provincial, municipal, and territorial laws, programs, and policies, as well as administrative measures. Considering the UN ECOSOC Committee's observations, which I mentioned earlier, I have a hard time understanding how the government can claim that it is meeting its international obligations. If it wants to claim that it is meeting them, then the government has the responsibility to integrate the right to housing into Canadian human rights legislation and to put in place the necessary measures to ensure that the fundamental right to housing is fully realized. If we look at the housing situation in Canada, it's easy to see that since the ratification of the ICESCR, different governments have not taken the necessary measures to eliminate barriers to this fundamental right. For several years, we've heard about the housing crisis in Canada. Rents are going up. There aren't enough rental units available. The federal government has not provided sufficient commitment financially, and far too many families pay more than 30% of their income simply on housing. There are also problems related to homelessness, and these are just a few examples of the consequences of this crisis. The CMHC considers that a housing unit is affordable if it doesn't cost more than 30% of the tenant's income. And there is a serious need for housing. During the 2011 National Household Survey, 1/4 of households said that they paid more than 30% of their total income on housing costs. 1/3 of Canadian households were tenants, and 40% of those, so nearly half, spent more than 30% of their income on rent. 1 out of 5 people spent more than 50% of their income, and 1 out of 10 people spent more than 80%. Consequently, households that have a critical need of housing all too often have to choose between basic needs and rent. In a rich country like ours, it's unacceptable that someone would have to choose between buying groceries and paying the rent. We also need to realize that for these people, the right to a standard of living for himself and his family, including adequate food, clothing, and housing, and to the continuous improvement of living conditions, which is the quote from the ICESCR, well, unfortunately, that obligation is not being met. Government needs to make public the details about its national housing strategy this fall. If it wants to seriously show that it has a long-term sustainable strategy, then the measures announced should allow for the full realization of the right to housing. Bill C-325 is a good first step to ensure that Canada will respect its international commitments by enshrining the right to housing in Canadian legislation. Says that Section 1 of the Canadian Declaration of Rights would be modified by adding the right to housing. And it would say that an individual has a right to adequate housing at a reasonable price without unreasonable barriers. Because the Canadian Bill of Rights has precedence over all federal laws, it would thus provide recourse for someone who believed that that right had been violated. Let's imagine, for example, an Indigenous family living in a small 2-bedroom apartment, and yet they're a 10-person family. I think in that situation we would say that the right to adequate housing has not being met, and they would have the opportunity to seek recourse. And since the Supreme Court also decided last year in the Daniels decision that Indigenous persons living off reserve were also, quote, Indians, under the definition of Section 9124 of the Constitution Act 1867, it is also the responsibility of the federal government to ensure that their rights to housing are met. This is why, a few years ago, with my colleague for Abitibi, James Nunavik Ayo, and with the Canadian Housing and Renewal Association, I asked that a targeted strategy be put in place to deal with the Indigenous housing crisis. When 10% of Canadian tenants have to set aside more than 80% of their income simply to pay for their housing, it's easy to imagine that some of these people might be able to seek recourse and ask for housing at a reasonable price. When it comes to homelessness, we estimate that there are 235,000 people who experience homelessness in the course of a single year. A person like this might be able to have recourse and to call upon the federal government to put the necessary measures in place to ensure that they have a roof over their head. The Liberal government told all Canadians of its good intentions when it comes to housing. Now it's time to move from words to action. If they want to show that they're serious about these promises, why not start by recognizing the right of every individual to housing? I would call on my colleagues on both sides of the House to vote for this bill and to finally and once and for all recognize that having a roof over your head is a right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you will indulge me for a moment, I'd like to take this opportunity to wish my wife, Kristen, a happy 13th anniversary. We are, thank you. You know, we're all surrounded by people that support us, and she is definitely my rock. And without her, frankly, I wouldn't be here today. Now to the issue at hand, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'd also like to thank the honourable member for North Island Powell River for raising this important issue. Her career prior to entering the House was dedicated to helping some of society's most vulnerable people. And Bill C-325 shows that she has carried this commitment forward in this House. As chair of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the Status of People with Disabilities, this is a critical issue, one which my committee has discussed and studied at length over the past years, and something that we're currently studying as it relates specifically to seniors. Housing is such an important issue. Our government believes that Canadians deserve to have safe, affordable, and accessible housing. This belief has guided our international commitments. It has been the underlying principle behind many of our government's actions, and it's the force behind the National Housing Strategy, which will be released later this fall. Housing is so important, and it's important that we do it right. While I support the principles and goals behind C-325, I will unfortunately not be supporting the legislation when it comes to a vote. My main concern for this legislation is how it casts housing as a right by enshrining that right into the Canadian Bill of Rights. This has the potential to shift focus and resources away from the work already being done on housing towards legal challenges. And I don't believe this is the most effective way to deliver housing for Canadians or to solve the housing or affordability issues. Our government has already been taking action and working to include a diversity of viewpoints in creating a national housing strategy. An effective strategy will require buy-in at all levels, which is why we've been consulting housing experts, municipal and community groups, and other housing stakeholders, as well as nation-to-nation conversations with our Indigenous partners. We are confident that with their support, we'll be able to achieve a housing strategy that addresses the needs for all Canadians. This widespread consultation will demonstrate that this strategy represents cross-Canada viewpoints, and it isn't a made-in-Ottawa solution. Our government wants to create a national housing strategy that reflects the different needs of people in Tofino and Toronto, in Vancouver and Valcartier, in Calgary and in Cambridge. The strategy must recognize urban and suburban living, and it must appreciate rural and northern living. It must consider those living on reserves and Canadians in all four corners of Canada. The National Housing Strategy will, similar to C-325, work to benefit those who do not have adequate, accessible, or affordable housing in Canada, but move the needle further, and in ways it doesn't put our government at legal risk. Before my time as an MP, I worked in the nonprofit sector with organizations like the YMCA, the Boys and Girls Club of Canada, and many of the issues that I dealt with every day were either connected or rooted to housing issues. Adequate housing is a solution to so many ancillary problems. I'm concerned that this bill takes too narrow an approach to the idea of housing. As a signatory to the UN International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, Canada has long been guided by the notion that adequate housing is more than simply four walls and a roof. Adequate housing has access to safe drinking water and proper sanitation. Adequate housing is not cut off from early learning and childcare, healthcare, schools, or social infrastructure. All governments and all levels of government must engage with and recognize that housing must be considered holistically. That holistic approach has consistently guided our government's actions. This is why Budget 2017 didn't just allocate funding for urgent on-reserve housing needs, it also invested in clean drinking water, repairs and renovations for on-reserve childcare centres and community health centres. This holistic approach also guides community-based initiatives, like the Homelessness Partnering Strategy, in which we work with partners at the local level to reduce the strain on shelters and health and justice services, while continuing to address the needs of the most vulnerable. This understanding has also continued in our most recent budget, which included substantial investments in housing, alongside investments in clean energy, green infrastructure, and world-class public transportation systems. Through these actions, we will meet not just the letter of our international commitments, but also the spirit. A well-rounded and informed view of housing will also guide our upcoming national housing strategy. Thanks to the extensive consultations, as I mentioned earlier, we heard from stakeholders and partners about the pressing need to build, renew, and repair Canada's stock of affordable housing. We will act to meet these needs through initiatives like National Housing Fund that prioritizes support for vulnerable citizens, through a co-investment fund that provides opportunities for our partners in the provinces, territories, and the social and private sectors to pool resources and undertake large-scale community renewal projects, through improving housing conditions in the North and for Indigenous people on and off reserve, through an expanded and reformed homelessness partnering strategy, through surplus federal lands and buildings being made available to housing providers at low or no cost, and through strengthening our capacity to gather, analyze, and act on housing data. Mr. Speaker, like the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River, I want to see this House and this government commit to doing the right thing for all Canadians when it comes to housing. I want to see a housing policy that listens and responds to the concerns of our partners and our stakeholders across Canada. I believe that our upcoming national housing strategy will allow us to do these things and so much more. I am sure I speak for everyone in this House when I say that the Honourable Member's passion and willingness to work towards solutions on housing is welcome. And I hope that even if we cannot support this private member's bill, she will work with us as we move forward in implementing a national housing strategy that meets the needs of all Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Victoria. I just want to point out to the Honourable Member that we may be cutting a little bit short at the end, so he may have to clip off maybe a minute or two at the end.
Perhaps you could give me a warning signal, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'm so delighted to be here today to speak in strong support of the private member's bill from my colleague from North Island Powell River, which the effect of which would be to make the right to housing part of the Canadian law through the Bill of Rights. And I just want to say at the outset, her passion for this topic came through loud and clear during her remarks. And it's so easy to get lost in the statistics over the housing crisis that Canadians face, but she put faces behind those statistics so we all understand just what a crisis we're dealing with in this country. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is our belief that all Canadians have the right to housing as a place of refuge, a sense of security for themselves and their families. So we ask that the Bill of Rights be amended to include the internationally recognized right to housing, which should be at the heart of any national housing strategy that the government is anticipating. Now, we've heard about this strategy, and we hope fervently on this side of the House that it is not simply platitudes, like a piled upon platitudes, but that we see real action in the short term. Because in their 2017 budget, the Liberals promised over $11 billion, but over 11 years, 90% of that funding allocated after the next election, should they be re-elected. So, Mr. Speaker, I live in a community with a housing crisis, with an emergency. So words don't do enough. Money doesn't seem to be anywhere to be found in my community, and we have to get serious about this issue. I have very little time, so let me start with the specifics of Victoria, British Columbia. Every day we have people come into our constituency office concerned about this crisis. It's ranked our city among the most expensive places to buy housing in Canada. If you live in Victoria, the high cost of purchasing a home remains a barrier to so many people. The reality for those looking for an affordable place to rent as well is that the problem is daunting. So in addition to the homelessness crisis in our community, many of our working poor are barely able to make ends meet. That's confirmed by a recent research study conducted by the United Way. Renter households face far greater housing affordability challenges and hardships. They have lower incomes and they pay a larger proportion of their income on housing than homeowners do. Victoria has one of the lowest vacancy rates for rental properties across this country. The CMHC listed the vacancy rate for rentals in Victoria at a shocking 0.6% last fall. Now, how people can afford housing, how people can afford rents is a serious mystery to many of us. It's simply an affordability challenge. Paired with the extremely low vacancy rate I spoke of, securing suitable accommodations is virtually impossible for so many people in our community. Even if you can find a place to rent, the rents are so high, and the job, often people working at minimum wages, are simply unable to afford a place to live, should they even be able to find it. So, to better understand the situation, Mr. Speaker, consider the CMHC and its discussion of what it terms core housing needs. That's the expression. When it budgets and spends more than 30% of its income on housing, a family is said to have a core housing need. So as the cost of rent remains high, far too many Victorians find themselves in core housing need. Mr. Speaker, of Victoria's renters, almost half spent more than 30% of their income on shelter in 2011, and a quarter spent more than 50% of their income on housing. Our constituency office, as I said, is deluged with people struggling with this reality. My office is currently working with Beth, for example, one of many seniors who can no longer afford her rent after she separated from her partner. We work with young families who have no contingency money left after each month, given how much they pay for housing. They find themselves in dire financial straits when having to cover, for example, an unforeseen emergency, a dental appointment for the child, the sudden cost of vehicle maintenance, or even a child needing new shoes, puts people in a state of housing crisis. We feel the stress of our constituents on a daily basis. And of course, this also has a disproportionate impact on our Indigenous population. According to our local newspaper, the Times Colonist, earlier this year, quote, Indigenous people in Victoria make up 20% of shelter users experiencing chronic homelessness, despite making up just 4.1% of the population, close quote. Across Canada, almost 1 in 2 senior-led households that face rent affordability challenges and affordable housing options for seniors are, of course, very, very limited. Senior women who live alone are much more likely to live in poverty than senior men. And that we find very much a fact of life in our community as well. And it's having an enormous impact, the housing crisis, on our business sector, of course, because people can't afford to live where the jobs are. And that's what we hear every day from the Chamber of Commerce and other local business groups struggling to attract and retain talented people because prospective employees simply can't afford to find affordable, suitable places to live in the Victoria office. And so without adequate staff, business owners are afraid about people of losing their livelihoods. This past spring, CTV did a story about students in Victoria who, faced with the exorbitant cost of accommodations, have actually had to drop out of university, and some live in their vehicles in order to try to stay at university. So I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, that the housing crisis affects people from young to old, Indigenous, non-Indigenous, people who rent, people who are living on fixed wage, often a minimum wage, and even people, young families who are trying to find a foot into the housing market themselves to purchase. It's simply become unaffordable. And Mr. Speaker, this is shocking in a country like Canada. I haven't spoken adequately in the time available about those living in homelessness, but we have an estimated 1,500 homeless people living in the Greater Victoria area today, according to the City of Victoria's recent statistics. These circumstances are simply unacceptable in a country as wealthy as ours. Mr. Speaker, as Canadians hear about the housing hardship in my riding and elsewhere in Canada, does it sound like the federal government is ensuring their right to adequate housing? I don't think so. These seniors I spoke of, the young families, local business owners, Indigenous people, students, and the homeless are in crisis now. They cannot wait for the Liberals to finally do something serious and immediate about this crisis. They must have the government live up to its obligations. This bill would allow that to occur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order paper, or order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, reprise du débat en deuxième lecture du...
Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-58, an act to amend the Access to Information and Privacy Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Le député de Louis.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Toujours.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'm always very happy to have an opportunity to speak in this House, and especially on this bill. I'm the Minister of the Shadow Cabinet responsible for Treasury Board, and so it's the first time that I have an opportunity to speak to an issue that comes from the Treasury Board. The President of the Treasury Board tabled this bill last June. Some observations were made, and it's with honor and pride, therefore, today, Mr. Speaker, that I take on this responsibility, this essential and important responsibility, in the opposition as a vigilant, positive contributor to the debate. So I'm very happy to speak to this bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill is an important one because it amends the Access to Information Act. Mr. Speaker, the Act was tabled many years ago, and we have been under it since 1983. We aren't opposed to passing or going over bills with a fine-tooth comb, looking to improve them and looking at the various versions over the past, 35 years since it was initially debated and adopted in the House. A number of things have changed. There's been evolution, so going over the Act from 1983 is not something we're opposed to. But, Mr. Speaker, we need to be consistent in our approach because we need to draw a very fine and delicate line between access to information that is essential to democracy, and I'm a former journalist, so I'll fight for that, but also responsibilities in the executive branch to hold information the type of information that's essential for democracy, but which must remain around the cabinet table. And this is the same situation for us as parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, because we hold caucus meetings on Wednesday mornings. We speak frankly in an effective way about the issues that affect us, and we may have differing opinions, but that's what democracy is all about. Now, why did this government bring forth the bill? Well, to follow up on the political commitment it made. Oh, really? Well, let's look back at that. Let's see what commitment the Liberal Party made 2 years ago during the election campaign. Let's look at what their objective was on page 25, where it said, or 28 rather, it says we will improve access to government information. Everyone agrees with that, Mr. Speaker. No one can disagree with that. No one is opposed to having better access to information. Now, what were the specific objectives in the Liberal Party platform? We will ensure that the Act applies to the Prime Minister, a cabinet, public organizations, and the courts. And therein lies the problem, Mr. Speaker, because the primary objective was not met, and its application for cabinet and the Prime Minister is not contained in the bill either. So we've got another broken promise from the Liberal Party. And I'll come back to that a little later, but unfortunately we see that the commitment made during the campaign, the reasons people voted for the Liberals, is such, or ended up in something that isn't even being taken into account by this government. And in our view, Mr. Speaker, that feeds and leads into and stimulates, in fact, public cynicism. And we condemn this situation. The government isn't respecting its promises, and everyone involved in politics pays the price for that. Now, Bill C-58.
Imposing a system of proactive publication, which is not so bad. And look what the government now tabled in this bill. Now, the Access of Information Act will require Minister's Office and the Prime Minister to proactively publish the following information. Mandate letters. Everybody knows that we have a mandate letter, and everybody has seen the mandate letter, so nothing new there. Documentation on the training for the new ministers, title and reference numbers of briefing notes, development notes for question period, backgrounders for appearances before parliamentary committees, travel and hospitality expenditures, and contracts of more than $10,000. Period. And this is the main issue, Mr. Speaker. This is the main problem. We're talking about proactive table of document. That's great, fine. Everybody cannot disagree with that. But on the other hand, and you will see later, that that's the end of the day, and that's the end of the mandate for the Prime Minister and the Minister. Également, Monsieur le Président,
Now, government organizations will also be required to proactively disclose the following information. Expenditures for not vacation but travel, costs associated with travel, information documents for Director Generals, numbers concerning briefing notes, documents that are relevant when they are prepared for appearance before a committee, contracts over $10,000, grants and contributions over $25,000. So, Mr. Speaker, what we can see with this new piece of legislation, the big change, is that they've decided that henceforth the information will be proactively disclosed. Now, that's not a problem, but it stops there. There's nothing more, and that's why we have very serious reservations about this bill, which defies the electoral commitment that the Liberal Party made. And when promises aren't kept, Mr. Speaker, people are disappointed. That causes disappointment. Once expectations are raised, people want to see action, and people said, look, this is an important commitment made by the Liberal Party. The Liberal Party, if it's in power, and when it is, we expect them to carry out this action. But what we see in this case is that they didn't get what they wanted, voting for the Liberals, because the Liberals did not proceed with it.
Stakeholder, an important stakeholder in Canada, about this important issue. First of all, Kathy Gibbs, Executive Director of the Evidence for Democracy Group, quote, by ruling out the possibility to obtain information from Minister's Office and Prime Minister's Office, the government is breaking its campaign promise to establish a government open by default. Moreover, the possibility to refuse inter-access to information requests on undefined basis jeopardize the transparency and the openness of the government, unquote. Alors, c'est là le problème, Monsieur le Président.
So there's the problem. The Liberal government committed to more openness, but by putting an end to disclosure, well, the problem starts there, Mr. Speaker.
Porter ombrage à cette...
Now, I don't want to criticize this approach, but the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that documents that are disclosed and that will be proactively disclosed are documents that are generally available to everyone. A mandate letter, for example, they were disclosed, and that was a good thing, but it was a good idea to do that, to make the mandate letters public the day that they were sworn in. So that's not the problem, but when they say that the documents for question period binders, etc., that's factual information, figures, basic data, and when a technical briefing is held on the details of a bill, for example, there's excellent collaboration with the minister's offices and the departmental officials who are there to serve all Canadians. And they give us specific information. Following that, once we've all got the same basic data, then we can develop our arguments, and some people will be in favor of these ideas and others opposed.
Executive Director of the Evidence Democracy Group, cet élément-là n'est pas au rendez-vous.
But that aspect has not been complied with here.
Another important stakeholder, Duff Conacher, co-founder of the Democracy Watch Group, quote, this bill is a step backwards by allowing government officials to refuse information requests if they believe they are frivolous or made in bad faith. Public servants should not have this authority because they will likely use it as a new loophole to deny to the public the information they are allowed to know, unquote. Là encore, Monsieur le Président.
So there again, Mr. Speaker, the same point. We clearly identify the problem by being proactive. It's all fine and well, but when they say, well, no, these are documents that are part of the executive branch, we won't be disclosing them. So there's no means of appealing that decision. And that's the problem, Mr. Speaker. And that's why they can boast about these lovely principles. But what we see in this bill, this government bill, is not consistent with reality. Now, there are people in Quebec who have also expressed their disappointment. They had been seduced by the promises made by the Liberal Party in the last election campaign, and now they're seeing reality as it's caught up to them. Stéphane Giroux from the Professional Journalists Association of Quebec said, and I quote, "What's most interesting for us is to have access to cabinet documents. But it was too good to be true. More disappointment." So they've created a great deal of disappointment, Mr. Speaker. And now there's another very pertinent example that I saved for last, and as someone who knows the situation, we have the former commissioner, Mr. Robert Marleau, Commissioner of Information, and he said for departments or for ministers, there is no one to oversee what they choose to disclose, and I think that runs counter to the very principle of the Act. The commissioner is out of the loop. If you were to ask for briefing information and receive them, but expunged, there would be some appeals. You cannot even appeal before a court. It's one step forward, but two steps back. And now that wasn't a big bad conservative who said that, nor a bad NDP member or someone from another opposition party. No, it was someone who was in charge of access to information for a long time, He's the former Commissioner of Access to Information, Mr. Robert Marleau. So he says, as I stated, that the idea of being proactive in and of itself is a good one. However, if the information isn't provided, there is no means of appeal. And that is a problem identified by Robert Marleau. Now, there are some other observers who have criticized this bill as well, Mr. Speaker. People who have a direct interest. They're not people who have a direct interest, but observers, like the reporter for the Globe and Mail, Sean McCarthy. And what Mr. McCarthy says in his article published on September 18th, so just a short time ago, he says,
to move to amend the ETA law to make government open by default, but C-58 would give government department the right to ignore information requests that they deem to be furious or vexatious. That exemption is being imposed without warning of justification and is a power that should not be held by a government department that could benefit by wide interpretation in its own interest. It should be removed from the bill. Ça, Monsieur le Président, encore une fois.
So, Mr. Speaker, there again, we have someone who wants to see things change. And he believed, in fact, that the Liberal government was going to make this change. But here again, he's disappointed, and his name can be added on to the list of those who are disappointed. Stephen Meyer wrote in iPolitics, quote,
a ministerial document may be a step backyard because the decision about what to release and what to react will not be reviewable by the Information Commissioner, unquote. Un peu le même point, Monsieur le Président.
The same point, Mr. Speaker, which had been raised by the former commissioner. There will no be appeal mechanism. That is a step back. And this...
great openness, but it does not offer what the Prime Minister promises, that government documents would be open by default. Et aussi, Monsieur le Président, dans le monde...
And, Mr. Speaker, in the business world, a firm emitted an opinion regarding Bill C-58, which is a warning. What would happen if a revision request is made, but it's considered to not have valid grounds? Despite that, we hope that the court would authorize a third party to table the request in order to be able to express its own concerns and interests. Parliament should avoid useless litigation regarding third parties.
En termes un peu plus faciles à comprendre.
In easier to understand terms, from Fasquet Martineau, is that the bill, as written, means that we're going to be building a factory for litigation. And Canada really does not need another process that is going to clog our legal system, which this government is making worse by dragging its heels on appointing new Supreme Court judges. In Quebec, the Minister of Justice has been impatient for months now to appoint 14 judges to the federal court. Barely half have been appointed. As long as this is not done, it will be dozens, hundreds, even thousands of Canadians who will be waiting for a fair trial, and they will not get it because the government is dragging its heels. We do not need another blockage in our court system. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that may have some good intentions. We don't contest an act that has existed since 1983, but we need to update it correctly, and this is not the case. And on a political level, we need to at least respect the electoral commitment made by the Liberals. This bill is, once more, weighing against the track record of this government, because it's just one more on a long list of broken promises. Do I need to remind you, Mr. Speaker, that barely 2 years ago, the Liberals said they would increase the taxes. They would not increase taxes for anyone. And with the revision of taxes on small and medium businesses, well, they are forcing additional taxes on them. 73% of taxation is higher. 50% more than what big businesses have to pay. This government, who was elected barely 2 years ago, said that we will just make $10 billion deficits, but it increased to over 80% of what was agreed upon. The Liberal government said that we are going to come back to balanced books by 2019, which is an election year. What a coincidence. And this government is not respecting its commitment because it is unable to know when Canada will come back to balanced budgets. This has never been seen before. A government, a minister of finance, and a prime minister who, in a time of crisis, say that we don't know when we're going to be able to balance the books again. These deficits are a sad memory of events such as wars, the sad memory of the father of the current prime minister had invented deficits in a time of prosperity. And this current government is distinguishing itself in Canadian history as being a government that has no idea of when they're going to be coming back to balanced budget. Broken promise, broken promise, broken promise. That's Bill C-58. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Hamilton West and Castor Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. There's no question that our government has made a commitment to openness and transparency and better access to information, and that's exactly what this bill is all about. And in fact, in the member's speech, he talked about more openness and transparency for the Prime Minister's office and Ministers' offices, and I want to assure the member that this bill does apply to the Prime Minister's office, Ministers' offices, as well as administrative institutions that support the work of Parliament. So I'd like to ask the member, there's things in this bill including the elimination of the Access to Information Act fee, so now there's just a $5 fee that this bill presents, as well as empowering the Commissioner to order the government to release certain information, a mandatory 5-year review, and each of those three things were actually included in a private member's bill by the now Prime Minister, previous to him serving as Prime Minister in C-13, and also supports ensuring that the access to information is done, putting supports in so that it's timely, so that we're getting timely responses. So I'd like to ask the member opposite if he would support those things that are in the bill that are actually helping Canadians gain the access to information that they so want.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Of my colleague that I had the privilege to work with in the Finance Committee in my good old days. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, I do recognize the fact that the Liberal Party was involved in the campaign saying that we will abolish the $5 tax, $5 payment to have information. Fine, they have done that. Okay, I recognize that. Check. But on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, if you want to get some information and the Prime Minister refused to, or the Minister refused to, there is no call for that. And that's not me who's saying that. That's Mr. Marleau, who has been Commissioner in 2008, 7, and 2008, who recognized that this bill, yes, that's some openness. We do recognize that. But on the other hand, you open the door, but you lock it just after opening it. And so this is why, Mr. Speaker, we disagree with that. This is a demonstration that good ambition, good will, good idea, but when it's time to use it correctly and use it day to day, if the Prime Minister or the Minister refuse to give information on some issue, there is no call after that. You can't get back to an appel, like we used to say in French. So this is why, Mr. Speaker, this is a step forward, a step in front, or 2 steps forward. I don't know how to say that in English. Un pas en avant et 2 pas en arrière.
1 step forward and 2 steps back.
Good indent in English. So we just have to fix it. And if the government is well intent to that, it should address this issue with seriousness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague in the House for his very good speech. What would have been encouraging is if his party in power had actually moved on the very kinds of amendments that he is now calling for. Canadians have waited for more than 3 decades to finally have a strong Access to Information Act, so we have a better reputation internationally. But I have a question to put to the member. He's a bright member here, and I always appreciate his comments. And so I think he might agree with me here. We all recall in this place another promise, and that would be this is the last election of first past the post. And so the government then decided they didn't want to deliver on that promise. And so what did they do? Well, they simply switched ministers and changed the mandate letter. So through you, Mr. Speaker, does the member think that the next action we're going to see, because they failed to deliver on the vast majority of recommendations by the Commissioner or the committee or most legal experts, that they can now just amend the mandate letters to the ministers and remove the higher bar for openness and transparency in government.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Welcome the question of my honourable colleague from Edmonton. First of all, I just want to be clear. Yes, it's quite normal to review a bill that has been tabled 35 years ago, fine. But there is a thin line to define exactly where there is openness and also the reality of the power. You must run the country. And it's very delicate to exactly draw the line between what you want to be published and what you want to keep it for you, to be sure to have strong debate and important debate among the government, the executive branch. Secondly, the member talked about the electoral reform. Well, good old days, yeah. A year ago, I was in your riding, I think so, in Edmonton. We had the consultation there. I was part of the committee. And another broken promises. As I said earlier, the promises broken is so long, the list is so long that I forgot to talk about it. Because I could talk about broken promises until tomorrow afternoon, and I will not have finished it. So yes, this is another broken promises. But Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, every political party, when you broke promises, for sure, I never broke any promises myself, sure. But I know some other party sometime broke promises. There is a political price to pay for that. And I hope that in 2 years from now, and I know that in 2 years from now, Canadians will pay, the Liberal Party will pay a huge price for this and all the others broken promises.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Really appreciated hearing from my colleague and also his comments on the tax changes that are coming forward. And we know that this rushed, overreaching action on the part of the government is going to hurt our economy. It's going to hurt middle-class Canadians. And farmers, small businessmen, accountants, these are the people that have been communicating with the government and with us on this issue. And the response from the government has been to try to say that we've been misinforming them and that we are causing this issue to be overblown. In the same case here, we know that Canadians are concerned. We have comments here that you quoted from democracy groups, from professional journalists, and from even an information commissioner previously. Are these also people that the government is going to simply dismiss as being somehow responsible to us in our arguments to them in why this is not a good bill, C-58?
Before we go to the honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent, I just want to remind the honourable member, I noticed we're slipping, I just want to remind the honourable members to speak through the chair and not directly to each other. Just makes life a lot easier for all of us in the long run. L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Yeah, we'll be very pleased to look at that this question. I'm very pleased to the question of my colleague. And yes, Mr. Speaker, I think that every 338 members of this House have a lot of contact with our people. And when we go to our riding, when we talk to our people, when we talk to our small business owner, they are very concerned with the attitude of the government, with the appetite of the government, who would like to get more taxes to pay for the bad judgment when it's time to spend money. When you do deficit after deficit after deficit, you have to pay for that. And now what the government is trying to do is to pick up $250 million in the pocket of the small business owner. This is all wrong. J'étais, Monsieur le Président, à Alma la semaine.
Mr. Speaker, I was in Alma last week, and business owners told us clearly that the attitude of the government was imperiling their own businesses, imperiling their projects to expand, imperiling their ability to create more jobs and more wealth in their communities, because the government wants to tax them further. This could undermine the salary increases of every worker.
Business class opportunity, no. Every business owner have employees. And when you want to give good wages for your employee, you don't have to pay more taxes. And with this government, what the government is doing is to impose new taxes, and it will hurt small business owner, but more than that, it will hurt all Canadians who work in those businesses.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for Louis Saint-Laurent, the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, for his new position as critic for the Treasury Board. I would like to say that, first of all, in 2006, the Conservative election platform was that a Conservative government would apply the recommendations of the Commissioner on reforming the Access to Information Act. 2006. The Information Commissioner said in 2013 that there were signs of significant deterioration of the federal access to information system. And what did the government, the Conservative government, do? Nothing. Nothing. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, it is our government that acted. We are proud to be the first government to make significant changes to the Access to Information Act since it was implemented over 30 years ago. I would ask the member to admit that this is a step forward. Why not cooperate with this very important initiative, as he already mentioned? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent in 45 seconds or less, please. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague from Vancouver Quadra for the quality of her French, and to indicate that if my riding has the name of a former Prime Minister, her riding was represented by a former Prime Minister, the very Honourable John Turner. Mr. Speaker, the former president of the Treasury Board, I don't have the name of their riding because at the federal level riding names are this long, explained that there are proactive ways of divulging documents, and that was initiated under our government. Did we go as far as some wanted? We recognize that we made steps forward. Were there other steps forward that could have been made? For some, maybe. When we were managing the government and the country, one had to be discerning, and we are very proud of having led Canada for 9 years for 3 consecutive mandates. When it comes to the 2006 commitment, we implemented our 5 commitments. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Dorval, Lachine, La Salle.
I am pleased to offer a few words about Bill C-58 and its proposed amendments to Canada's Access to Information Act. In fact, I would like to begin with some specific comments about what would be the Information Commissioner's expanded role under these legislative amendments. Parmi les nombreux changements que
Among the many changes we have made in our proposed reform of the Access to Information Act, one that we believe is important and that the Information Commissioner has herself requested is for strengthened oversight of the right to access.
We have made in our proposed reform of the Access to Information Act, one that we believe is important and that the Information Commissioner herself has requested, is for strengthened oversight of the right of access. À l'heure actuelle, la commissaire à l'information.
Currently, the Information Commissioner has no power to order a federal government institution to release records that have been requested under the Access to Information Act.
The Information Commissioner has no power to order a government institution to release records that have been requested under the Access to Information Act. If a requester, for example, is dissatisfied with the redaction of records in response to a request, they have the option to send a complaint to the Information Commissioner. This complaint is then investigated, and the Commissioner can make a recommendation to the government institution to release the records. Si l'institution n'accepte pas cette
If the institution does not accept that recommendation, the Commissioner currently has the option to challenge the decision in court with the agreement of the requester.
Not accept that recommendation, the Commissioner has the option to challenge the decision in court. Under Bill C-58, the person would continue to have the right to complain to the Information Commissioner if they do not agree with how the government institution responded to their requests. Ce droit sera communiqué clairement.
This right would be clearly communicated to the requester as required by the Act.
En ce qui concerne la conclusion de...
But when it comes to the conclusion of the Commissioner's investigation of such complaints, the Commissioner would now have the power to issue an order to release the record if she deems it was improperly withheld.
Would have to release the record in accordance with an order from the Information Commissioner or go to court if it disagreed with the Commissioner's order and convince the court, based on evidence it provides, that it has applied the Act correctly. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, this is a first at the federal level.
le commissaire à l'information n'a jamais eu auparavant la capacité d'ordonner au gouvernement de communiquer des...
Never before has the Information Commissioner had the ability to order the government to release the records.
The government to release records. Si la personne responsable...
If the head of the institution disagrees with the order, believing, for example, that the record should be withheld for security reasons, Bill C-58 proposes to give the head of the institution 30 business days to ask the court to review the matter.
If the head of the institution disagrees with the order, believing, for example, that the record should be withheld for security reasons, Bill C-58 proposes to give the head of the institution 30 business days to ask the court to review the matter. In short, the new reforms to the Access to Information Act would provide the Information Commissioner with order-making power. This would transform the Commissioner's role from an ombudsperson to a powerful authority with legislative power to compel government to release records. Ces nouveaux pouvoirs
These new powers include the authority to make orders about such things as fees, access in the official language requested, format of release, and decisions by government institutions to decline to act on overbroad or bad faith requests.
These new powers include the authority to make orders about such things as fees, access in the official language requested, format of release, and decisions by government institutions to decline to act on overbroad or bad faith requests. Afin de permettre à la...
To enable the Information Commissioner to carry out this new authority, we will also be providing the Commissioner with additional resources.
Mr. Speaker, the improvements we are proposing will reinforce the Act's original purpose and respond to the recommendations of the Information Commissioner to strengthen her oversight of the right to access. The changes to the Commissioner's role from ombudsperson to an authority with legislated order-making power will increase the Commissioner's effectiveness. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, this is a sea change in the way access to information works at the federal level, and we are taking the important step of strengthening government transparency and accountability.
Mr. Speaker, this is a sea change in the way access to information works at the federal level, and we are taking the important step to strengthen government transparency and accountability. Nous sommes résolus.
We are committed to modernizing the Act and making continual progress toward a more open and transparent government.
We are committed to modernizing the Act and making continual progress towards a more open and transparent government. To that end, the legislative package we have introduced proposes a new part of the Act that sets out proactive publication requirements for all areas of government. This will entrench into law the obligation for the government to proactively publish a broad range of information to a predictable schedule. It will apply across departments and agencies, as well as new areas like the Prime Minister's and Ministers' offices, senators and members of Parliament, institutions that support Parliament, administrative institutions that support the superior courts, and over 1,100 judges of the superior courts. Making more government information publicly available and on a predictable schedule will promote accountability. Tout comme le commissaire à l'information.
Like the Information Commissioner, we are aiming for increased openness and transparency across government.
Commissioner, we are aiming for increased openness and transparency across government. En même temps, nous reconnaissons.
At the same time, we recognize that proactive publication does not eliminate our responsibility to strengthen the request-based aspect of the system.
For that reason, we are also investing in tools to make processing information requests more efficient. We will support training across government for consistent application of access to information rules, and we will provide written explanations for exemptions and exclusions. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, we have also heard the Information Commissioner's concerns. regarding overbroad or bad faith requests, those where the intent is clearly to obstruct or bog down the system.
Under very specific circumstances and subject to oversight by the Information Commissioner, government institutions will be able to decline to act on bad faith requests. Doing so will help government better direct its resources to responding to requests that reflect the original intentions of the Act, making government more transparent, responsive and accountable to citizens. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this is a significant reform to the AETI system as we continue to build trust between those who are looking for information and their government that can provide it. The amendments will also add a new requirement for a legislative review of the Act every 5 years so that the legislation stays up to date.
The first review will begin no later than 1 year after the bill receives royal assent. Nous exigerons.
We will also be requiring, through policy, that departments regularly review what information is being sought and use this analysis to expand the kinds of information that could be made more easily available. This, in turn, will inform the 5-year reviews so that we are constantly improving.
Mr. Speaker, after 34 years, the time has come for the ATI laws and program to be revitalized. The reforms we are proposing affect the whole of government, including areas never before touched by the legislation. Et elle confère à la commissaire à
And they provide greater powers to the Information Commissioner to oversee the access to information regime and the ability to order the release of records.
Greater powers to the Information Commissioner to oversee the access to information regime and the ability to order the release of records. Mr. Speaker, I call upon all members to examine, debate, and support the goals of this legislation and continue to work together to strengthen access to information and make government more open, transparent, and accountable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Des commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Député de Sherwood Parks.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, it's great to see you in the chair today, and I thank the member for her speech. But I have to just say that we believe, that it is unacceptable for the government to think that they can assess the motivations of those making access to information requests and make an evaluation about the quality of their motivations as the basis for whether or not that request is honored. It is a fundamental principle in a free democratic society that people have the right to request information. Of course, there are limitations on that if there's issues of national security and so forth. But the principle that it's not the content of information, but rather the motivation of the individual asking for that information that somehow should be assessed by government. We would argue that that's quite out of step with the way access to information is supposed to work in a free and democratic society. Can't the member agree that this is an impossible and dangerous road for the government to go down, assessing whether or not someone has the right kind of heart or disposition when they're applying for information? And shouldn't the government instead focus its energy on providing information that people ask for, as long as there's not some compelling public interest in not providing that information?
Member for Dorval, Lachine-LaSalle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After a decade of neglect, secrecy, and obstruction, the party opposite now purports to be a champion of access to information. We know the previous government operated as a one-man show, which placed countless roadblocks in the way Canadians sought to know how their government made decisions. Our government is fixing that issue for future governments. Mr. Speaker, this legislation gives order-making power to the Information Commissioner. This legislation codifies proactive disclosure for all parliamentarians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Before we go to the questions, I just want to remind the honourable members, I know they've been gone for a while and kind of forget the rules, but ask the question and wait for the answer, as opposed to coaching the person giving the answer along or coaching the person giving the question along. It's just, I didn't write the rules, I'm just enforcing them. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last election, the Liberal platform promised to extend the Access to Information Act to the Prime Minister's office and to ministers' offices. I'm wondering if the member across the way could explain to us why this bill does not seek to extend access to information to cabinet ministers' offices.
Honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
Mr. Speaker, with these proposed changes, we are stepping up on our commitment to make government more open and transparent. Bill C-58 is the first major overhaul of the Access to Information Act in 34 years. It proposes to enhance the accountability and transparency of federal institutions and promote an open and democratic society. We have already committed to the principle of openness by default, and the changes we are proposing to the Access of Information Act are another step on that bold path. In brief, here's what we are proposing. We are amending the Act to entrench in law the requirement that government organizations proactively publish a broad range of information in a timely manner and without any having to make an access to information request. We are giving the Information Commissioner new powers to order the release of government records. We are putting in place a range of measures to improve the administration of the request-based system, an outdated system that has not significantly changed since the Act came into effect in 1983. And we are making mandatory a review of the Act every 5 years so that it never again becomes outdated. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vimy.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation will ensure that the Access to Information Act never gets out of date, as it is today. It allows this Act to be reviewed. It's mandatory that the Act will be reviewed every 5 years. Can the honourable member explain to the House how this will increase openness and transparency? Thank you.
The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
I thank my colleague for her question. Our amendments would increase a new section of the Act, Part 2, requiring more than 240 government institutions to proactively publish key information that is known to be of interest to Canadians and that Canadians have a right to know. Under the provisions of Part 2, we would extend the Access to Information Act for the first time ever to the Prime Minister's and Ministers' offices, senators and members of Parliament, as well as to institutions that support Parliament and the federal courts. Proactive publication would include information like travel and hospitality expenses, contracts over $10,000, service contracts for senators and members of Parliament, mandate letters, briefing packages for new ministers, question period binders, and binders for appearances before parliamentary committees. And that is just the beginning. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to draw attention to one quote from the Speaker. She said that this legislation now covers areas not previously touched by the legislation and that it will never again be out of date. However, Mr. Speaker, the member has not answered the question, the big elephant in the room, and that is the breaking of an election promise again, where they indicated that there would be transparency and access to the ministers, to the cabinet ministers and to the prime minister's information, and continues to go around it. We have another elephant in the room. It's getting very crowded here. What is the reasoning behind choosing to kick that can down the road and not fulfill their election promise?
The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proactive publication not only increases the availability of government information, it also increases transparency and allows citizens to more easily hold their government to account for its use of public funds. Mr. Speaker, the current access to information system is under strain. The number of requests is rising at a rate of roughly 13% every year. The sheer amount of government information has risen exponentially. We have heard fair criticism from Canadians about delays and inconsistencies in the current request-based system. So we are making investments that would improve the way requests are proposed, including updating the electronic processing tools government institutions use to respond to requests for information, and proposing amendments to the Act that would allow government institutions to work together to process requests more efficiently and quickly. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to take the third or maybe fourth crack with this member of asking the same question. It was a campaign commitment that the Act would be extended to include matters that are ministerial and part of the PMO. It was in the mandate letter. And in fact, even just last week, September 15th, last week, a federal court judge ordered the central bureaucracy that serves the Prime Minister and his cabinet to partially release pages of information that was central to the Senate spending scandal in 2013. The judge ruled that they were wrongly classified as ministerial advice and improperly withheld. Everything that we've seen from NGOs and the Information Commissioner says that this legislation does not close that loophole. So for the fourth time, I ask this member, point us to the part of the Act that tells us that it's being extended to include cabinet confidences and ministerial information. Otherwise, we can just have to say again that the Liberals have broken their campaign promise.
The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party has led the charge on openness and transparency. We were the first party to proactively disclose expenses. Now in government, we have unmuzzled scientists, made data open by default, and are now making substantial reforms to the Access to Information Act. Mr. Speaker, the Information Commissioners and stakeholders have long advocated for order-making powers. This legislation will ensure that the Access to Information Act never gets out of date like it is today. It calls for a mandatory review of the Act every 5 years. The Access to Information Act, a regime right now, is over 30 years old and has never been substantially changed until now. Our government is doing something other governments failed to do. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to rise today to be part of the discussion on Bill C-58, because as many of the members of the opposition have pointed out with some degree of consistency and clarity, this is perhaps the best example of the legacy of broken promises by this government. And in fact, this specific broken promise, Mr. Speaker, is in effect 31 broken promises. Because you will see in the midst of my speech, I will address how this isn't just a simple broken promise. It affects the entire open government concept paraded by the Liberals in the last election, and actually goes to the heart of the sincerity of the Prime Minister on this subject, Mr. Speaker, as many of his new members of Parliament who were not here in this last session when the Prime Minister was leader of the third party, you'll learn, if you stay and listen to my speech, that this was a centerpiece of his time as MP for Papineau, Mr. Speaker, but he seems to forget his passions from opposition, Mr. Speaker. I do have to say that my friend, the member from Kings Hants, the President of the Treasury Board, interestingly in his remarks on this bill last week, spoke a lot about his time in the Cabinet and how proud he was to be in the Cabinet of Paul Martin, Mr. Speaker. What was absent is he's now not in the cabinet of Paul Martin. He's in the cabinet of the current Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, but he didn't seem to work that into his remarks, possibly because he was handed the biggest broken promise of the new session, Mr. Speaker, and that's never fun as a minister to have a Prime Minister make you come to the Commons and try and sell a dead fish, Mr. Speaker, and that's essentially what this bill is. I'll remind the members of this Parliament who did run on the Liberal platform of their promise, Mr. Speaker. We all remember the various hashtags used by this government in the last election: hope and hard work, real change. Well, real change was the title of their policy platform, Mr. Speaker. And what was contained in that platform, Mr. Speaker? I'll quote, "We will ensure that access to information applies to the Prime Minister's office and ministers' offices, as well as to administrative institutions supporting Parliament or the courts," end quote, Mr. Speaker. That was real change.
in the section of their platform that talked about open and accountable government, Mr. Speaker. Page before that in that document, they also talked about real independence and listening to government watchdogs like the Information Commissioner, Mr. Speaker. And many Information Commissioners had provided commentary that the Liberals suggested they were going to act on, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure there's many countless former watchdogs quite disappointed that the Liberals ran on this commitment but have fallen far short, Mr. Speaker. Because I said, if you look at that promise from their campaign to earn the trust of Canadians, they said the Prime Minister's office would be governed by access to information, as well as all ministers' offices. So if you look, it's not just the Prime Minister's office, there's actually 31 different offices that they pledged to bring under the umbrella of access to information. That's 31 broken promises contained in Bill C-58, Mr. Speaker. So, of the litany of broken promises, this is probably the most ambitious of the government, because you get 31 broken promises in one, Mr. Speaker. I would love to have seen emails with respect to the Prime Minister's trip to the private island, Mr. Speaker, along with now the Minister of Veterans Affairs and various members of Canada 2020/Liberal Party of Canada that I have a hard time distinguishing them, Mr. Speaker. We do know dribs and drabs from that trip because senior officials in the Privy Council office had a hard time making sure the Prime Minister could remain in touch. This is a secluded billionaire's island, Mr. Speaker, so the Government of Canada had a hard time keeping up with the vacation ambitions of the Prime Minister. I would love, had he kept his promise, to read a little bit about what his senior officials thought and how they were pushing the government to accommodate this very unusual request. Similarly, the investigations that the Prime Minister of Canada is certainly the subject of, or currently the subject of, with both the Ethics Commissioner and Lobbyist Commissioner, in itself, Mr. Speaker, unparalleled to have a Prime Minister subject to one, let alone two investigations in his first 2 years. I guess that's real change, Mr. Speaker. Certainly a big change from Mr. Harper. There were no investigations over 9 years of those officers of Parliament. Now we have two. I would have loved to see emails from Jerry and Katie talking about how to handle this with respect to the Prime Minister's fundraising dinners with Chinese billionaires, the same ones building a statue of his father in Canada before his government builds a statue and monument to the Afghanistan mission. The Trudeau Foundation is going to make sure Pierre Trudeau has a monument before the 40,000 Canadians who served in Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker. I would love to see a little bit of the commentary on that, Mr. Speaker. What we've heard in the government members, and I think we're at the beginning stages of debate, so we'll hear these talking points quite regularly now, Mr. Speaker, is instead of keeping their promise and providing that 31 offices would now be subject to the Access to Information Act, they're going to produce proactive disclosure, Mr. Speaker. This is their key defense to their broken promise. So they're going to release some schedules and agendas and some draft question period documents and say, hey, this should satisfy you. No, it doesn't, Mr. Speaker. Because as you'll see if you stay with me for a few moments, this is far more than a broken promise in the Real Change campaign document to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And why is that? I'm going to refer to remarks made by the Liberal MP for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, good guy, I might add, a friend, who said in the last Parliament, I quote, "It's almost seemed that the Conservatives wanted to have a little more proactivity involved in the sense of what we are doing here with the Liberal Party of Canada, when in fact we're the ones who've brought forward far greater measures on proactive disclosure than this House has ever seen." end quote. He goes on in that speech, a really good speech he gave, Mr. Speaker. I recommend that member and some of his colleagues refer to it. The same speech he said this, quote, "A country's access to information system is the heart of open government," end quote, Mr. Speaker. Wonderful words by my friend from Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, the longest-serving member in this House from Newfoundland and Labrador. Why such eloquent prose, Mr. Speaker? What was that member speaking about in the last Parliament? He was speaking about a private member's bill on reforming access to information, Mr. Speaker. Who brought forward that bill? The MP for Papineau, Mr. Speaker. Now the Prime Minister of Canada, whose own private member's bill in the last Parliament championed open government and reform of access to information, Mr. Speaker. No wonder my friend from Newfoundland and Labrador, when he spoke, was so eloquent in his praise and prose. It was his leader's bill, his leader's raison d'etre as the MP for Papineau, Mr. Speaker. And so that bill, C-613, which I always found interesting, all government officials are generally in the 613 area code, so I always thought Bill C-613 was kind of ironic. It was the Open Government Bill, area code 613, Mr. Speaker. But the actual name of the bill was an Act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act and the Access to Information Act, in brackets, transparency, Mr. Speaker. So we know that for private members to have a bill tabled and debated in this House, it will be the most important issue to that member. We've seen some great bills brought forward by passionate members of Parliament. My friend from Caribou, Prince George, Mr. Speaker, who brought forward a national framework for post-traumatic stress disorder for our first responders. His passion in this Parliament we've debated. So in the last Parliament, when the Prime Minister was leader of the third party, what was his passion, Mr. Speaker? Access to information reform and open government. Someone in the PMO should remind him of that, Mr. Speaker. They should send him an email. Now, we won't be able to see those emails because he's carving that out of these reforms, Mr. Speaker, but someone should remind the member from Papineau. He still is the member from Papineau. He's also the Prime Minister, and I respect that role, but I'm here to remind him what he brought to Parliament in the last session, Mr. Speaker, when he would regularly grill the Conservative government of the day. I remember, Mr. Speaker, I was in Cabinet. So, from the Prime Minister's bill on reforming and improving access to information, what did it start with? Section 2, the purpose was to, I quote, "Purpose of this Act is to extend the present laws of Canada to provide a right of access of information to records under the control of all government institutions in accordance with principles that the government information must be made openly available to the public and accessible." Mr. Speaker, that was the thrust of the Prime Minister's private members' legislation. In fact, it went on to talk about when it should be held back, Mr. Speaker, and I'll refer to Section 2B of that, 2(1)B of that bill. Necessary exceptions to the right of access should be rare, limited, and specific. Mr. Speaker, with this bill, this farce of a bill, how does it measure up against the Prime Minister's Bill C-613? It fails, Mr. Speaker, dramatically, terribly. So the hope and hard work the Prime Minister championed in opposition is long forgotten. His hopes and his promises on open government, Mr. Speaker, which made it all the way to the Liberal platform, were dropped once he formed government, Mr. Speaker. And I hope Canadians see this for what it is, because yet again, the photo ops and the hashtags don't match the conduct of this government. Mr. Speaker, I'll leave the Prime Minister's office with one last quote. You know, they weren't here with the member from Papineau in the last Parliament. No, the Prime Minister's office was not here, Mr. Speaker. My friend from Winnipeg is heckling me, but he remembers early on, we Canadian taxpayers paid to move the Prime Minister's officials to Ottawa. Remember that? So I know they weren't here. We paid for them to come after you won. I would like those officials, Mr. Speaker, through you, to also look at Section 2.4, where it says, in the event of any uncertainty as to whether an exception applies to a record requested under this Act, the principle set out in paragraph 2.1a applies, and the record shall be made available. And Section 2.1a is that all government information must be openly available, Mr. Speaker. So this was the Prime Minister's raison d'etre in the last Parliament. And he's now brought a bill through his President of the Treasury Board to this House that would get an F if it was graded alongside what he suggested, not just in the election campaign, but as a private member of this House. So, as I said, not only is this broken promise 31 broken promises, because every minister of that front bench, he said, would have to disclose and have their offices open to disclosure under the Access to Information Act. That was a broken promise. A couple rows of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And then he said the purpose was to always lean in favor of disclosure. Holding back documents should be rare and specific. Whereas in this bill, Mr. Speaker, there's also a section that says if in the opinion of someone it's a frivolous request, they don't have to disclose it either. So that's an exception that you can drive a truck through, Mr. Speaker, in terms of, what they might consider frivolous. So the lofty language and goals of the Prime Minister in the last Parliament certainly didn't make their way into Bill C-58, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent did a great job in outlining our opposition concerns with this bill. But I want officials in that Prime Minister's office to remind the Prime Minister of not only his commitments in the election, but his commitment to this Parliament. His only private member's bill was on access to information and reform of Parliament. And whether it's Bill C-58 or his commitments to never use omnibus bills, I've lost track of how many omnibus bills we've had, how many times the House Leader has brought forward a time allocation. The rhetoric of the Liberals in opposition, Mr. Speaker, when held up alongside their actual record in government, is hypocrisy of the highest order. And this bill is probably the best example. In the time I have remaining, because I always don't like being the voice of doom, Mr. Speaker, but this government, just every bill they bring forward, just gives me hours worth of material. But I do, as a parliamentarian, want to use some time to thank Madame Suzanne Legault, who served Canada with great distinction and capability as our Information Commissioner for many years, Mr. Speaker. And many of her recommendations and the work she did actually at the vanguard of global open government access to information was the basis of the Prime Minister's bill and the Prime Minister's old thinking in this area. Once he got sworn in, he forgot all that. So I'm sure Madame Legault, like many other people, are disappointed. But here's what she said when I happened to be at committee with her in the previous Parliament in December of 2014. She said, I quote, "Over the years, I've also made recommendations to the President of the Treasury Board on various ways to advance accountability and transparency. I'm very pleased that most of these recommendations over the years have been implemented by the government." That was the Information Commissioner's testimony before committee in the last Parliament. So you heard the last Liberal speaker say Stephen Harper was not in favor of open government. It was a one-man show, I think was her language. That simply was not true, Mr. Speaker. That was a narrative the Prime Minister liked to bring forward, and it led to his bill and his showboating on this subject. But it's actually not the testimony of our Officer of Parliament. That was her quote, that generally governments under her tenure had responded. Generally, the President of the Treasury Board had responded to modernizations, Mr. Speaker. So I hope the Liberals remove out of their talking points aspersions they're casting at Mr. Harper, because it's simply not true. And I'd refer them to the testimony of Madame Legault and her great record, Mr. Speaker. I gave her some difficult questions that day, and she handled it with capability and aplomb and ran her department very effectively. This bill is giving more resources to the department, And I think that's needed because her lapse in the last Parliament, I think she lapsed $30,000. So literally, I've never seen a department run so efficiently. It's impossible for a government to meet all their estimates right on. There's always going to be a lapse or a request for more funds. So they ran a very capable program at a time that under her watch, there was a 30% increase in access to information requests, Mr. Speaker. 30%. So that department used technology and a number of other means to modernize. Another thing I see lacking in this bill, and this is something I spoke about in the last Parliament, is Access to Information Act comes from 1983, when the Prime Minister's father was the Prime Minister. And the cost for an access to request was $5 in 1983. It has not changed, Mr. Speaker, and I think it should, because the testimony given by Madame Legault suggested that it's a $1,300 internal cost by each request. So $5, we want to have open and accessible government, but $1,300 is the internal cost. And with them going up by 30%, we need to change that, Mr. Speaker. In fact, 21,000 requests of all departments of the government are commercial in nature. I used to see this as a corporate lawyer. Companies looking at regulatory issues would just access because there was no barrier to just firing in thousands of requests. So with 55,000 requests on average per year and 30,000 of those commercial requests, that's $71 million cost for law firms, accountancy firms, businesses requesting information. So I've always been an advocate of a zero cost for a member of the public. One of our great people interested in democracy here watching. Zero cost, but a more like a $25 or $50 cost for a corporation other than a media outlet, so that we could actually stop some of the frivolous requests being made clogging the system. Full access for John or Jane, public member, but more of a threshold to show that we've changed a bit since 1983. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd refer the Prime Minister and members of his government to his bill from the last Parliament and hope we can amend C-58 to capture some of the promises that have clearly been broken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to remind any of the viewers and readers of this debate that when they're watching or reading the grandstanding and righteous indignation of Conservative members, that it is the Conservative Party that put forward a promise in the 2006 election to reform the Access to Information Act, and the Conservative Party did nothing to reform the Act. In fact, with their culture of secrecy, exploited the weaknesses in the Act fully. And so thank goodness that we actually have a Prime Minister who's committed to access to information, Mr. Speaker, because we are reforming the Act, including giving order-making powers to the Commissioner that the member from Durham has been so congratulatory for. I have a question for him around his colleagues' comments around frivolous and vexatious, and that essentially we should not be addressing that in this reform, even though the Commissioner recommended it, the committee recommended it, 8 provinces and 3 territorial governments have some variation, and that in absence of frivolous and vexatious exclusions, the system can get completely bogged down with individuals, for example, atyping their ex-spouse's daily activities and emails. So would the member agree that by removing some of those types of applications for freedom of information, that the system can actually respond much better to the real requests of ordinary Canadians that they make of the government for access to information? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Vancouver Quadra. I hope that she doesn't feel that a passionate and fiery and well-researched speech is somehow grandstanding, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest that grandstanding was a third-party leader introducing a private member's bill that he had no intention of following once he had the power. I'd refer her to the comments I made from Madame Legault in the last government when she could have criticized the Harper government, Mr. Speaker, and she said, I quote, "I'm very pleased that most of these recommendations over the years have been implemented by the government." Now, certainly Madame Legault wanted to see far more open government. She wanted a zero cost for access. She wanted everything to be accountable, the Prime Minister and his 30 ministers. So she would obviously be disappointed, as would most of the Liberals that voted for them if they voted on this promise. The final thing I'll say is she asked about frivolous and vexatious. I provided an easy way to thin out the vexatious or frivolous requests by changing the fee structure, which hasn't changed since 1983, Mr. Speaker. It's been a $5 fee for everything. Maybe we make public and media free, zero charge, and my colleague's right, opposition members of Parliament, of course, but we actually take commercial enterprises that might be preparing to do a merger or are preparing due diligence documents for a deal. Those would be lawyers and accountants making hundreds of dollars billing per hour, and the Government of Canada is charging them $5 for something that costs at least $1,300 to do. I think that approach would be far superior from what we see. The broad language that's in this bill right now further erodes the grandstanding promises made by this Prime Minister in the last Parliament and in the election.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I share the Conservative member's disappointment that the campaign commitment by the Liberal government to close the loophole to access for information to the Prime Minister's office and ministerial offices was not closed, even though that was in the Liberal mandate letters and in the campaign promise. So C-58 agreed, fails on that. However, we've got a little bit more prehistory. So 2006, the Harper Conservatives campaigned on a promise that they would update access to information legislation. They didn't. New Democrats introduced private members' bills based on the recommendations in this exact area by successive information commissioners. My colleague Pat Martin brought private members' bills forward in 2006, 2008, 2011, 2014. Conservatives voted against every one of them. So my question to the member is why the change of heart now?
Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the MP from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, for her question. Certainly, when we're all giving our addresses and our speeches and our questions and comments here, we all focus on elements of our own past. So, Mr. Speaker, I've quoted the Information Commissioner and how she responded with respect to how the government responded to her recommendations. And as I said, she said, I'm very pleased that most of my recommendations over the years have been implemented by the government. Now, I know that member was not in the previous Parliament, I believe, and she can refer to Madame Legault's comments there. Did the Conservative government do as much as would have been in Bill C-613? No. Or in Pat Martin's bill, Mr. Speaker? No. I remember debating Pat Martin on one of his versions of the bill and suggesting that if he brought the same disclosure he aspired to in government to his legal defense fund, we might remember that from the last Parliament, where he actually had unions contribute in a roundabout way that I feel, Mr. Speaker, went around the rules for fundraising to pay some of the bills of a libel action he had. So I remember that debate, and to his credit, Pat Martin did bring it regularly. What I'm highlighting today is the acute hypocrisy of the Prime Minister, because not only did we all see it in the Real Change document, as the member, we've all referred to their promise, he brought a private member's bill forward in the last Parliament as the MP for Papineau. So as we all suggest to bring members' motion or bills or motions forward on areas we care the most about, this is what the Prime Minister said he cared the most about, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, if you compare Bill C-58 to what he brought forward in Bill C-613 in the last Parliament, you can't even recognize it, Mr. Speaker. And certainly at an absolute minimum, the 31 broken promises with respect to the Prime Minister's office and all of the cabinet offices, I think we all would agree is the most egregious of the broken promise, Mr. Speaker. So I'm highlighting, based on my experience here in Parliament, where I think this falls short the most.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I greatly appreciated my colleague's excellent speech. And I want to ask him about a point of broader principle, perhaps. The government's justification for many of the bills they bring forward often comes down to we're modernizing, we're updating. This hasn't changed in a while, so we're going to modernize or update it. But in the process, very often their so-called modernization moves in the opposite direction from what they promised. We saw this in the spring with their desire to make unilateral changes to the House of Commons. They said they were going to update and modernize the House of Commons, but actually they were trying to make the House less democratic. Usually when you think of updating or modernizing, you think of improvements to democracy and transparency, but they're moving in the opposite direction in this legislation as well as in the spring. So I wonder if my colleague can comment on just the disingenuousness of some of that language and how maybe it's not enough to just say you're modernizing, you have to explain how you're modernizing and what the real impact of those changes will be.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his intervention. I agree. Normally, modernizing is bringing forward in a way that you could see would be improved, either recommended by officers of Parliament, like Madame Legault and others, or recommended by aspirational politicians of the past, like the MP for Papineau, when he was in opposition and wanted to see far more from government. Now he's not fulfilling that, Mr. Speaker. I would also direct my friend to an interesting comment. I quoted at length my friend from Bonavista Grand Falls, Windsor. He was the Democratic reform critic in the last Parliament when the Liberals were in third party. He also suggested in a question period to the then my friend from Muskoka, who was minister at the time, he suggested that salaries and full contract details for members of the Prime Minister's office should be disclosed, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like the member from Newfoundland to go to the PMO and suggest that to the senior officials, that full details on salaries, contracts, disclosures, and the email correspondence should all be accessible under access to information, Mr. Speaker, because certainly that's what the Prime Minister sought with his modernization through Bill C-613. It's also what the member from Newfoundland asked the Conservative government to do with respect to open government, Mr. Speaker. So I hope the modernization my friend asked about, the aspirations of the Liberals in opposition, slowly start meeting the reality of the Liberals in government, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, if there was one question I was hoping to ask the member across the way, it would have been something of the nature of why it is that the Harper government, over a decade, chose to do absolutely nothing in terms of modernizing the very act that we're debating today. You know, I find it interesting, whether you're a Conservative or a New Democrat, government brings in legislation which is going to ensure more accountability, more transparency. We will have a better society as a direct result of this legislation, and both opposition parties once again unite in opposition in terms of moving forward. Now, the New Democrats surprise me on it. The Conservatives don't. Because one of the things that I have learned by the Conservative Party in the last couple of years, and I was a bit surprised, even with the new leadership, I thought maybe there would be a change. And that is that they don't listen to what Canadians want. They are so out of touch with reality when it comes to Canadians and what it is that Canadians want to see in good government. And it's demonstrated once again today. We have a member that stands up, spends his full time criticizing a very progressive, positive piece of legislation that makes a significant difference. You got to wonder why. And the member across the way was a leadership candidate. I would have expected some recognition that the legislation that we are debating today is in fact moving us forward. But no admission to that coming from the loyal opposition or from the New Democrats. And let me give you some advice. I was in opposition for over 2 decades. I can tell you, when government does something good, well, and I'm hoping to be likewise on the government benches. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, when government does something good, it's okay to say that they've done something good. you can always try to improve the legislation by all means. That's why we have committees, standing committees. But the principle of the legislation is solid. It's positive. You should be supporting it. You don't have to be, looking at the dark side on every aspect of life. This is a wonderful piece of legislation that will advance transparency and accountability. There's lots of good things in here you should talk about. But now, when I was in opposition, the member across the way was in government, and I recall when the leader of the Liberal Party...
Order. I just want to remind the honourable members of the House rules are when one person's speaking, we're very respectful to that person. We don't coach him on or give him some ideas or try to give him some ideas. I'll ask the honourable the parliamentary secretary to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to do a bit of a flashback because my colleague from across the way was also doing some flashbacks. When our current Prime Minister became leader of the Liberal Party, and we were in the third-party status at the time, I recall actually, I'm sure all of us recall quite well in terms of a motion that the member from Papineau, the leader of the Liberal Party, was proposing back then. Back then, he was proposing that we have proactive disclosure, that every member be subjected to proactive disclosure. I remember the leader of the Liberal Party standing up and asking for unanimous consent to do that. And what was the response? Well, the 30-plus members of Parliament said, yes, we want proactive disclosure. The government of the day said no. The New Democrats said no. Now, we didn't leave it at that, Mr. Speaker. We asked again, and the record will clearly show that that is in fact the case. Proactive disclosure, all we were really asking is that members of Parliament, for example, would share with their constituents how much money they're spending on hospitality or flights. Very basic, Mr. Speaker, I would argue. But we continued to say no, or hear no, from the government and the New Democrats. So the leader of the Liberal Party then said that he is going to expect all of his members of Parliament to follow on proactive disclosure, and we even allocated the resources that were necessary to ensure that Liberal members of Parliament did just that.
Point of order, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hate interrupting my friend in full rhetorical flight, but he's referring to the Liberal leader's bill, C-613 in the last Parliament, and suggests that it was about proactive disclosure. He's been saying this in the House, Mr. Speaker, where the bill, which I quoted in my speech, does not take that approach, Mr. Speaker. So the
realm of debate, I'll refer back to the parliamentary secretary. Thank you.
The member knows quite well that it's not a valid point of order, and by trying to attempt to change the topic isn't going to stop me from telling the truth as to actually what had taken place. And I know the member across the way might be a little sore, because we remember that it was the leader of the Liberal Party back then that mandated all of the Liberal MPs to take part and participate in proactive disclosure. We even as a party dedicated the resources to ensure that that would be the case. Well, a couple months later, the Conservatives saw the light. And they agreed, okay, well, maybe the Liberals are now doing it. Maybe we should be doing it too. So they succumbed to the public pressure, or common sense, as we would like to say. And then, Mr. Speaker, we had the Conservatives agree that they would buy into proactive disclosure. And we were grateful at the time. Our New Democratic friends across the way, on the other hand, they needed a little bit more persuasion. Months went by, close to a year. Now, don't quote me, it might have been closer to 8, 9 months, I'm not 100% sure, but a number of months went by, and we introduced I believe it was an opposition motion. And in the opposition motion, we actually had the government of the day supporting it. And so you had the Conservatives and the Liberals on side, and the NDP didn't want to be the odd ones out, so they came and they supported it. And we're grateful. Today, we actually have proactive disclosure for members of Parliament. We saw that as a positive thing, Mr. Speaker. And now today, individuals, the constituents in which we represent, can click in through the internet and find out where or how much individual MPs are spending on proactive disclosure. Again, we see that as a positive thing. Now, bring it forward to today and see what it is that we're actually talking about. The debate within the legislation and the types of issues that are being raised in the legislation. It's an expansion of proactive disclosure. So now if you ask yourself, you know, the leader of the Liberal Party back then suggested that we have proactive disclosure for MPs, and then it took a while, but eventually opposition parties and the government of the day agreed, and we were able to implement it. And now we have a Prime Minister, through the Minister, saying, why not expand proactive disclosure? So there's a number of organizations, parliamentary groups, that are going to have to participate in proactive disclosure. The Library of Parliament, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the Parliamentary Protective Service, the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, the Office of the Senate Ethics Officers, the Administration of the House of Commons, including the Board of Internal Economy and the Office of the Speaker of the House of Commons, the Administration of the Senate, including the Standing Committee on Internal Economy and the Office of the Speaker of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, these are legislative proactive disclosure for institutions that support Parliament. This is an area in which we are moving into. You know, when you think of the benefits of proactive disclosure, there is the natural benefit, the one that's most visual of them all, and that is to say that, look, you can now click into the internet and you can gain and garner information that wasn't there before. That is a direct benefit. An indirect benefit, or one of many indirect benefits, I would argue, is that you no longer have to put in the request, the ATIPs. I would suggest to you that hundreds, if not thousands, of ATIPs will become redundant, will not be necessary because of this legislation. I see that as a strong positive, Mr. Speaker, because prior to us having proactive disclosure, when it came for members of Parliament, we had to ATIP the information. And then if you didn't like the information that you received, well, then you would appeal it. And it would take weeks, in some cases months, before you might get the answer. Well, now what we're seeing is a more all-encompassing approach to dealing with proactive disclosure. Why would the opposition not see that as a benefit, or at the very least acknowledge it as a benefit? Because that is something that this legislation is doing. You know, I started off by talking about, you know, how important it is that we have and recognize the need for change. You know, we talked a lot about real change in the last election. And this is, once again, yet another piece of legislation that implements real change. I highlighted one aspect, and I hope to do a little bit more yet, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell you that this is the type of legislation that was meant when we talked about that real change. You know, we have, for example, the Commissioner, who is now going to have the order-making power for information. So what does that mean? Well, before or today, the Commissioner is receiving an appeal or is looking into a matter and might make the suggestion, well, that information should be made available. And that's the way it's been for decades. For the first time, we now have legislation that is going to enable the Commissioner to order that information actually be released. Now, there's all sorts of things that might have to be taken into consideration, and I'll get back to that in a moment, but that is an example of the type of real change in a very micro way on one piece of legislation that we've put forward, Mr. Speaker. Something that I would think that opposition members would see as a very strong positive and question why it is that they wouldn't want to support that. For decades, we've had, I think it's 34 years, Mr. Speaker, I could be off a little bit about that, but I know it's well over 30 years, we've had ATIP legislation. Do you know this is the first time where we've seen any real substantial change to the legislation? Within 2 years of being in government, we have a cabinet and a caucus on this side of the House that is prepared to have this legislation debated, ultimately go to committee and pass, because we recognize that there is a need to modernize. And we're not scared to modernize legislation, Mr. Speaker. Where the opportunity for us is there, we are interested in doing that. This is something in which our Prime Minister talked about in the last election. He said, Mr. Speaker, that we did want to modernize. Now, to modernize doesn't necessarily mean to say that it's absolutely 100% perfect. That's one of the reasons why we have standing committees. But I give full credit where full credit is due, and I compliment the minister responsible for the hard work done thus far in presenting the legislation, and for my caucus colleagues in recognizing how important this legislation is. And that's the reason why you're going to get the minister has the support to advance it even further, Mr. Speaker. But when we talk about that decades of sitting in our books with no substantial change, no modernization, within this legislation we are mandating it, where it's every 4 or 5 years where it will be up for legislative review. So that means that, yes, and I've heard some concerns across the way, and there could be a lot of validity to it. I'm not going to discredit the ideas that were said in some of the comments from my colleagues from across the way. But I also recognize that there is two things that one should take into consideration. One is that this government has demonstrated time and time again that if a member has done the research and has done the work and comes up with a good idea at the committee stage, that the committee does have the ability to advance changes to the legislation. I think it's a very important part to be highlighted. When I sat in opposition, it was very rare. In fact, I don't think there ever was any opposition members that actually got an amendment passed. The same cannot be said about this government, Mr. Speaker. We recognize where there are, in fact, good ideas that can actually make and improve the legislation. But that is one aspect that I would suggest that members across the way might want to give into consideration. The other consideration is, of course, take a look at the fact that every 4 or 5 years that this legislation will, in fact, come up for a legislative review. When you take a look at that fact, you realize that what we have, Mr. Speaker, is a government that is committed to the ongoing needs of modernizing this piece of legislation. And why is this piece of legislation so important to this government? I would argue, Mr. Speaker, the primary reason is because this government believes in accountability. We believe in transparency. And this is something that is not new, in particular to the Prime Minister, because virtually within days, if not weeks, of becoming the leader of the Liberal Party, that the Prime Minister has been advocating for more accountability on the types of issues that we are debating with respect to this particular piece of legislation. And I hear the criticisms from across the way, and I can assure members that when you take a look at the election platform, that what you will find within this legislation, I believe, is a genuine attempt to deliver on something that is important to all of the candidates, because these are the type of things that we did talk at the door with, Mr. Speaker. We wanted to assure that there would be more accountability. But it does not mean that we are going to stop here, that there is always opportunities going forward, Mr. Speaker. You know, one of the things, and I've made reference to this in the past, and I'll reinforce it because personally I like it, when I hear our Prime Minister talk about the importance of representing our constituents in our communities here in Ottawa, whether it's inside this chamber, whether it's inside standing committees, whether it's inside our respective caucuses. I know we in these benches, in the Liberal benches, take that quite seriously. And at the end of the day, ideas and thoughts that are in fact generated and talked about do somehow, in some form, make their way so that others are aware of what's happening in communities across the country, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to highlight one of the greatest strengths, and I quickly made reference to it, Mr. Speaker, the order-making power for the Information Commissioner, because I do believe that that is a significant aspect to the legislation. It gives Information Commissioner the power to issue orders in relation to complaints under Section 30 of the ATIA, with the exception of some of the clauses, Mr. Speaker. But order-making power will not apply to self-initiated complaints under the Section 30(3). It provides the Commissioner with the discretion to make orders in relation to disclosure of records after the Commissioner has investigated a complaint and determined it was well-founded. It provides that orders issued by the Commissioner will not take effect for 30 days. You know, we hear a lot in regards to the debates, and members across the way have been asking questions in regards to, well, what about the Prime Minister's office and the influence within the Prime Minister's office? I think that it's important that we look in terms of what it is that the legislation is doing within the Prime Minister's office, the requirements with respect to proactive disclosure, mandate letters, and revised mandate letters for the ministers. I really thought that that was a fantastic initiative of our current Prime Minister. You know, when he first made announcement of the Cabinet, Mr. Speaker, and providing the mandate letters, I think it gave a clear sense in terms of all Canadians as to what it is that we are expecting of the Government of Canada's Cabinet. I see that as a very strong positive. Briefing packages for incoming ministers, titles and tracking numbers of briefing notes for ministers, question period binders as prepared by the departments, travel and hospitality expenses for ministers and exempt staff. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm really happy with that. That is something that I can recall during the proactive disclosure debate when I was in third party. How it is that not only should we be having proactive disclosure for individual members, but it should be continued and passed on for Cabinet, suggesting that of the Harper government. I'm seeing that I'm running out of time. There's so much more to talk about, Mr. Speaker. I always appreciate the privilege of being able to stand and rise and share a few thoughts. Thank you.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
My colleague from Winnipeg, but I'm sure he's so enthusiastic today. I'm sure there is no link about his enthusiasm today and the last poll. So, Mr. Speaker, the members said many times that we did absolutely nothing when we were in office. First of all, it's not true. And more than that, Mr. Speaker, let me read a quote by Madame Suzanne Legault, who was Information Commissioner of Canada, and she said that on December the 4th, 2014, quote, "Over the years, I have many recommendations to the President of Treasury Board on various ways to advance accountability and transparency. I am very pleased that most of these recommendations over the years has been implemented by the government," unquote. So, Mr. Speaker, why this honourable member, with his 20 years of experience, cannot say the truth in the House?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, when it comes to polls, I let the professionals, our dogs, deal with it. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, you know, I think of what's really important to recognize is that we've had this legislation for over 30 years. And this is the first substantial changes. Yes, there have been some modifications over the years, some tinkering, but this is the first time in which we have actually seen substantial changes to the legislation. And the good news is that within these changes, we are seeing yet another aspect where we will have the legislation come before the House for review on a much, much more regular basis. 30-plus years, and given modernization, all one needs to factor in, for example, would be the Internet. When this legislation first came into being, the Internet wasn't around. At least no one could actually use the Internet. Maybe in some space field it might have been. But, Mr. Speaker, times have changed, and far too much time has gone by. The need for this, the changes that we're debating today are long, long overdue.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as usual, when the member from Winnipeg North gets up to speak, many things are said, some more relevant to the subject matter than others. I want to try and address some of his more relevant comments, which in my view were the ones around proactive disclosure. Just to note that even those are a bit of a non sequitur, because of course there's no law prohibiting the government from proactively disclosing any information that it wants, Mr. Speaker. So the point of access to information laws are about citizens who want to get information that the government doesn't want to release. I was on the Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics Committee when we did a comprehensive review of the access to information laws. We made a number of recommendations. It was a unanimous report by the committee, and the lion's share of those recommendations are not in here. And so I think it's a little misleading of the government, frankly, Mr. Speaker, to be touting the benefits of the proactive disclosure provisions within this legislation, to distract from the fact that on the real substance of the matter, when it comes to access to information, which is citizens getting information the government doesn't want to share, there's actually very little in this legislation. So I invite the member to stop trying to make the debate about proactive disclosure and address the recommendations of the committee. He mentioned one, order-making power. That's in there, Mr. Speaker. It's in the legislation. That's a good thing. The committee recommended that. However, we also talked a lot in the committee proceedings about the need to get rid of exclusions from the access to information laws, because when certain types of information like cabinet confidences are subject to exclusions, not exemptions, that means that the Information Commissioner can't review whether or not that information was rightly not passed on to citizens who want it. And an exemption would allow the Information Commissioner to confidentially review the material and then make a decision as to whether or not the government appropriately withheld that information or not. And so it's great to have order-making power, but it doesn't go very far if there's a loophole, like the exclusions loophole, that's going to remain that you can drive a truck through. In this case, a truck full of government documents that they can say has been made advice to a cabinet minister just by driving it by their apartment. And so that's a terrible loophole. They haven't done anything to address it. It undermines granting the Information Commissioner order-making power. And I wish we could talk about some of those concrete things that actually have to do with access to information rather than proactive disclosure, which the government is invited to do at any time it wants and doesn't require legislative amendments to do it, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I would have to disagree with my colleague from across the way in regards to proactive disclosure. Some would ultimately argue that if you have proactive disclosure and it's legislated, and that's in essence virtually what it took for the NDP to comply with proactive disclosure, even dealing with members of Parliament. What ends up happening is a lot of information is made available, which prevents many members of the public from having to actually put in requests for access of information, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, at the one end, the member talks about, well, proactive disclosure, do we really need it? Absolutely, we really need it. Because if you take a look at the last government or even governments before that, there's always a great deal of requests for information that under proactive disclosure, that request would not have had to have been advanced, Mr. Speaker. So it deals, and it is very important for us to recognize that. In regards to the Commissioner and the ability to order, Again, that is a positive thing. The member wants to focus the attention on, well, there's a loophole here, there's a loophole there. Yes, there are cautionary measures put within the legislation, which is absolutely imperative that we have those cautionary measures. But the principle of allowing the commissioner now to order the release of information, something in which the commissioner cannot do today, nor has that person had the authority to do it for the last 30 years. We see that as, again, as a very strong positive, and that's why, we open or challenge opposition parties to recognize the value of the legislation, support it, and if you have some ideas and you want to share those ideas at the committee stage, great, wonderful. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his very eloquent comments. He made a case for why this is something that our government's doing that is consistent with our platform, consistent with our mandate, and just good public policy, and invited members to help us with it. The contrast that he pointed to was the 10 years when the Conservative government had put it in their platform and did nothing to amend or change the Access to Information Act, even though it was their explicit promise. And by contrast, our government in its very first year had an interim directive from the minister which took away the fees that were preventing people from making requests, and it made the case to the departments that information would be freely available by default, and other measures. That was in year one. In year two, we're doing these amendments to the Access to Information Act and drawing on some key pieces that came out from the Commissioner's advice and from the committee. On top of that, there will be a committee ability to study this, so we can continue to draw those good ideas. And as the member pointed out, in the previous government, there was virtually never amendments at committee, and in our government, there are amendments often allowed at committee. And I would say lastly that by 2018-2019, there will be a full review of the entire Act. So what I would ask the member, why is this update to our access to information regime important, not just to the public to have access, not just to the business community, but actually to opposition members of parliament and all members of parliament to have a real, timely, effective access to information regime?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, brings up some wonderful thoughts. And I concur with what it is in the underlying theme of the messaging that she is giving on this very important piece of legislation. We need to recognize that even the House, the Chamber, the many aspects of media relations and many of the stories that we hear about, part of the democracy is ensuring that we actually have access to information that is critical in terms of helping overall good governance. And I would suggest to you that this legislation further enhances that, Mr. Speaker. I have been the benefactor of many access of information requests over the years, whether it's here in Ottawa or in the provincial legislature in Manitoba. We need to recognize that this is a very important component when it comes to accountability and transparency and good governance. And that is why I and many others within this chamber are fairly excited about the legislation, because we have not seen any changes, substantial changes to the legislation for over 30 years. So it is a modernization, and I look forward to it ultimately going to standing committee. And at the end of the day, we will have a more accountable, transparent system because of this particular piece of legislation. And that is why I would encourage all members to get behind it and vote for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statement by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Negotiations on NAFTA are in camera, but the impacts will affect everyone across Quebec. People in forestry, our farmers, people working in manufacturing, the aeronautic industry, culture, and textiles. In fact, almost everyone will be affected by the consequences of the negotiations on the future of the free trade deal. In my riding, for example, we have a wonderful company, Rayonese. Rayonese set up shop in Saint-Jérôme in 1954 and employs some 200 people. Those are our people, Mr. Speaker. In 2016, they represented $9 million, and 98% of their production is exported to the United States. If the negotiations were to result in an elimination of the preferential tariff for our textile companies, companies like Rayonese could, in the medium term, have to transfer their production to other plants in the U.S. or elsewhere in the world, in fact. The Bloc Québécois will never accept.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we celebrate World Pharmacist Day. This celebration has a particular significance in Canada this year as we celebrate 400 years of pharmacy in Canada, with the anniversary of Canada's first pharmacist, Louis Hébert, sadly in Quebec in 1617. This year's theme for World Pharmacist Day is From Research to Healthcare, and today we celebrate the work of pharmacists and pharmaceutical scientists who recognize that taking care of patients means both developing and providing the medicines and education to tackle today's health challenges. Les pharmaciens sont des acteurs.
Pharmacists are important players in the delivery of healthcare services. They're a vital source of information and assistance in our neighborhoods. They provide vaccines. They're involved in managing and preventing chronic illness. And in several jurisdictions, they prescribe medication for minor ailments.
Of Canada's pharmacists. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday was the anniversary of the passing of a very special Edmontonian who served Canadians both in this House and on the battlefield during World War II, the Honourable Marcel Lambert. Mr. Lambert served overseas with the Royal Canadian Armour Corps during the Second World War, where he was captured during the Dieppe raid in 1942, spending the next 3 years in a German POW camp. In 1957, he was elected as Member of Parliament for my riding of Edmonton West, a position his constituents allowed him to hold for the next 27 years. In his time in office, he served as Minister of Veterans Affairs, as Canada's 25th Speaker of the House, and like myself on the Estimates Committee. I hope I have the support of this House in thanking this true patriot for his service to Canada, both here at home and abroad. Marcel, Edmonton, and Edmonton West will always have a special place for you in our hearts. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to highlight National Forest Week and to remind everyone of the natural beauty of our forests, as well as the environmental, social, and economic benefits it provides. I'd invite all members to consult the 27th annual report of the State of Forests in Canada, which will be tabled later this week. The report sheds light on the commitment to economic growth and protection of the environment as part of the Canada 150 celebrations in Canada, which with its large forests. Thanks to world-class investments in science and innovation, the Government of Canada is seeking to enhance the competitive nature of the forestry industry and to diversify markets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow my constituent Petra Schultz will arrive in Ottawa hoping to deliver a message to the Minister of Health and to Parliament. She speaks for a network of Canadian mothers and families whose loved ones have died from opioid use or who could have hope of recovery. I encourage all to view their heartbreaking messages of children lost to opioids at mumstoptheharm.com. They remind us that every victim is somebody's son, daughter, brother, or sister, somebody's someone. These mothers echo the NDP's ask. After more than 2,000 overdose deaths in our country this past year, why isn't this government declaring a national public health emergency? We must heed their call for expedited action on the opioid crisis, grant interim exemptions on all outstanding applications for supervised consumption services, initiate a national anti-stigma campaign, and launch a national advisory council modeled on Alberta's council. So many lives depend on it.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, with a heavy heart, I rise to recognize Joseph Hallett, a passionate and committed advocate for the marine life and history of New Brunswick. Taken too early from his family, friends, and community this summer, a resident of Campobello Island, Joe Hallett died while rescuing an entangled North Atlantic right whale in the Gulf of St. Lawrence on July 10th. It is with great sadness that I remember Joe's tragic loss of life. I wish to extend my sincere sympathies to Joe's wife Darlene, his family, the marine community, the organizations that Joe represented, and of course, the residents of his beloved island of Campobello. Joe spent 15 years, most often in the most dangerous role of line cutter, working with his community to protect the marine life of New Brunswick, what could rightly be called one of our most natural, important resources. Mr. Speaker, Joe will be missed by many, remembered well, locally, nationally, and internationally. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to bring to the attention of this House the ongoing human rights abuses against the 50 million Sindhi people of Pakistan. Many other ethnic and religious minority groups, including Christians, Hindus, and Sufis, also call the Sindh province, including the cities of Karachi and Hyderabad, home. Over 1,200 cases of missing persons in Sindh have been reported since 2010. According to reports from the U.S. State Department, extrajudicial killings, torture, and targeted violence against ethnic and religious minority groups are common practices in the region, and the Pakistani government has done little to prevent this violence. Since February, over 150 political and human rights activists as well as journalists have gone missing in Sindh. Violence against women is rampant, with young girls frequently kidnapped and subjected to arranged marriages, including forced conversions to Islam. The state-sponsored rise of violence and extremism is a denial of the Sindh people's basic human rights. Canada has a duty to stand up now for the protection of the Sindhi people, not just through flowery words of support for the victims, but through actions that provide practical assistance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Niwa kuma kontik tanse, numayayatane, awapam tikuk. The Honourable Thelma Shalifu, Pun, a Métis from Alberta and first Indigenous woman in the Canadian Senate, died on St. Albert on Friday. She was 88 years old. It was a very touching private moment as we watched our dear mother, grandmother, and matriarch go back to her heavenly home, her eldest son, Robert Cloutier, is reported to have said. Shalifu was active in helping to get facilities and programs like friendship centers up and running for Indigenous Canadians. She was also interested in housing, education, suicide, incarceration, domestic abuse, cross-cultural training in government departments, and alcoholism. She was important in getting the Cree language taught in northern schools. Recently, she helped start the Michif Cultural Institute, a museum and resource center in St. Albert aimed at preserving and promoting regional Métis culture. She was a trailblazer, a hero. Kaya Pakisi, Aka mi yimo, Mase Aka Kitwam, Kukum Thelma Shalifu Pun.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, last Saturday I and quite a number of colleagues and friends, including the Prime Minister, attended Arnold Chan's funeral. Arnold's last gift to us was a brilliant rendition of themes and variations on Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. That's exactly how I saw Arnold's brief time among us. A brilliant shooting star, illuminating, guiding, and fascinating. Arnold's intellectual brilliance was instantly obvious when you first met him. He was a walking, talking version of O'Brien and Bost. Not only did he know the arcane world of practice and procedure, he knew enough that reliance on the rules and procedure quickly leads to stalemate and frustration. Some people are very bright, some very wise. Arnold was both wise and bright, and therefore cherished by us all. Arnold was also determined. Scarborough celebrates Canada Day with a parade. While physically taxing, urging Arnold to give up the parade was a waste of breath. He made it. We have the picture to prove it. I believe it's my last picture with Arnold. I'll miss his smarts, his wisdom, his determination, and most of all, his sly sense of humor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, September 12th was the Casius Awards, which acknowledges cheesemakers in Quebec. It's a wonderful opportunity to showcase the Quebec industry and to shed light on its creators. I wanted to salute all of these passionate cheesemakers, including Jean Morin, owner of the Sainte Isabelle de Warway cheese factory in my riding, who won 3 of the 4 major prizes. It's an exceptional product. His cheeses include Le Louis d'Or, the Religieuse, and the Pionnier, and each year they win prizes in this competition. These are exceptional cheeses produced, and he is also a visionary man and an entrepreneur. He ensured the survival of the community through his work, and I want to congratulate him for everything that he's done for the community.
The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Monsieur le Président, aujourd'hui... Mr. Speaker, today, September 25th, is Franco-Ontarian Day. I'd like to thank the community groups, the Francophone community groups in Glengarry, Prescott Russell, and the region's Francophones, who number more than 65,000. I'd also like to acknowledge the work accomplished by the Association Canadienne Française de l'Ontario, the Assemblée de la Francophonie de l'Ontario, the Conseil scolaire francophone, the Cité collégiale, and the group that I marched with this morning in celebration, and the many other groups that contribute to the vitality of the Franco-Ontarian community. Happy Franco-Ontarian Day.
I would also like to take this opportunity to mention that September is National Chicken Month. This is a month where we recognize the hard work of the 2,800 chicken farmers across our country. Our chicken farmers provide Canadians from coast to coast to coast with safe, fresh, and high-quality chickens. Thank you for your hard work.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Speaker, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. This summer, I hosted a community dodgeball tournament to help connect the youth of my riding with the local fire department and local professionals. Youth had the opportunity to ask questions, seek mentorship, and play a few games of dodgeball. Mr. Speaker, sports often creates a comfortable environment for young people to feel comfortable to ask questions they may not otherwise ask. It is our responsibility as leaders in our community to create positive environments for young people to seek guidance, have productive conversations, and learn from our first responders who are often otherwise meet in stressful situations. And in case you were wondering, Mr. Speaker, the fire department came out victorious over the young professionals with a thrilling 2-1 victory. They ain't firefighters for nothing. Next year, I invite all members to come to my annual dodgeball game. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Speaker, last week, Jewish people gathered with loved ones to celebrate their blessings during Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. To all Canadians of Jewish heritage and descent, a belated Shana Tova. This is a time not just for celebration, but also for reflection as Yom Kippur approaches. As I join in that reflection myself, I'm troubled by the raft of aggressive acts of anti-Semitism that took place over the summer months. BC, Manitoba, Quebec, and Ontario were home to hateful verbal attacks, graffiti on playgrounds and bike paths, social media threats, and anti-Semitic literature campaigns. Mr. Speaker, anti-Semitism exists, it's on the rise, and I ask all Canadians to be vigilant to combat it. Tonight, all parliamentarians are invited to celebrate the high holidays and share in this reflection with the Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Centre for Holocaust Studies on Parliament Hill. Together, we can and must stand in solidarity against the rise of anti-Semitism.
Honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, today Rick Mercer announced he will be moving on from the Rick Mercer Report after 15 hilarious seasons. And most members in this House would recognize Rick as well from his rants on This Hour's 22 Minutes, 2 of the most successful shows in Canadian TV history. But like most Canadian icons, Rick Mercer has small-town roots. Townies like the member for St. John South Mount Pearl and I would recognize Rick from his school days when he rose to local fame as half of Corey and Wade's Playhouse. If you think slander, libel, and 3 months in juvie is a bad way to start a career, well, think again. Or my favorite role of his as a psychologist cab dispatcher in the film Secret Nation. But, like all good things from Newfoundland, Rick Mercer now belongs to Canada. Rick, my brother still lives in your old house. You left your PWC commemorative school president gavel in the basement. You should now have plenty of time to thank your life partner, Gerald Lutz, reclaim said gavel, and perform at the LSPU Hall in our hometown. Rick, we can't wait to see what you do next.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Around the world, Jews are celebrating the high holidays of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. It is a time for renewal, reflection, and a commitment to Jewish values in action. Jewish values like Tikkun Olam, which means repairing the world, and Tzedakah, a moral obligation to social justice and charity. This year, Mr. Speaker, has been particularly difficult. Organizations like the Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Centre have reported a rise in incidents of hate all across Canada. While anti-Semitism has never gone away in this country, recent factors have resulted in the resurgence of explicit prejudice and discrimination. So it seems especially important this year to gather and to act in solidarity with our fellow communities to show that love is greater than hate. On behalf of all New Democrats, I say Shana Tova, Ome Tuka, to the vibrant Jewish community in my riding of Victoria and to Jewish families all across Canada. May you have a sweet year filled with happiness and good health.
Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the member for Abbotsford, our former trade minister, on his hard work and success in negotiating the Canada-European Free Trade Agreement, or CETA. This agreement came into effect on Thursday, September the 21st. This means that there are now new tariffs on 98% of Canadian goods sold in the EU. That's over 9,000 types of Canadian products sold duty-free in the largest and most affluent consumer market in the world, home to over 500 million people. In 2006, Canada had free trade agreements with only 5 countries. In 9 years, successive Conservative governments brought that number to over 40 free trade agreements and concluded free trade negotiations with 51 countries. Conservatives know how to sign deals that benefit Canadians and Canadian businesses. We're proud of the member for Abbotsford, and we're proud of our party's record on free trade.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, today is September 25th, and it's Franco-Ontarian Day. I want to pay tribute to a Franco-Ontarian to whom many of us owe a large part of our identity, Gaëtan Gervais from Sudbury. He taught, contributed, and left generations of people with a wealth of Franco-Ontarian heritage. He wrote books that are still read today. As a real leader, he wanted to make a difference in post-secondary education and research in French. Therefore, he created the Institut Franco-Ontarien. In recognition for his contribution, he received the Order of Canada in 2013, and I had the privilege of attending the ceremony. Mr. Speaker, will always be grateful for his efforts. When he was a professor of history at Laurentian University, he co-created a green and white flag with a lily and a trillium, our Franco-Ontarian flag. It was raised for the first time on September 25th, 1975, at the University of Sudbury. Gaëtan, thank you for your great contribution, and thank you for having given us our beautiful flag.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it seems that the Prime Minister does not understand that his plan to increase taxes will have real consequences on the ability of local businesses to be competitive and to hire workers. It's hard enough already for business owners to make a living, and now the Liberals are going to get in the way of hiring new employees. When will the Prime Minister admit that his tax increases are going to kill jobs? And when will he get rid of his plan to increase taxes? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we understand very well that our system, as is, encourages the wealthiest to incorporate in order to benefit from a lower tax bracket than the middle class. We are going to continue with our measures, but at the same time, we know that it's very important for small and medium business to invest in their businesses, and that's very important for us. With a very low tax rate for small and medium business, we'll be able to continue to ensure important investments in our economy. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister can't answer simple questions. The Liberals have tried explaining their tax hikes to Canadians, but it isn't working. They failed to convince Canadians that their plan to hike taxes on local businesses will do anything but harm entrepreneurship and put good jobs at risk. If the Liberals were listening to Canadians, they would hear that raising taxes will keep local businesses from creating jobs, employing Canadians, and investing in their communities. Will the Prime Minister finally listen to local business people and cancel these tax hikes?
Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we have a tax system that encourages wealthy people to incorporate to pay a lower level of tax than the middle class. We know that doesn't work. The member opposite either knows or should know that the system right now actually has a low level of tax for small businesses. We are going to continue with that low level of tax because we know that is what encourages people to invest in active businesses, to help us to grow our economy, to create great jobs. That's what we're working towards, and we're going to continue on that path with a fair tax system.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, since the Prime Minister won't answer these simple questions, I'll try the Finance Minister. First, he launched his consultation in the middle of summer. Then he doubled down on these tax hikes before he'd even heard from Canadians. Nobody believes that the Finance Minister cares what Canadians think. Every time the Finance Minister says he's out listening to people, Canadians say he's ignoring them. And this weekend, after hearing the Finance Minister explain his plan, chambers of commerce from across the country voted 99% against it. Why is it that every time the Finance Minister explains what he's doing, more and more people are against it?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
We're going to continue with our approach, and that approach is to make sure that we don't encourage wealthy Canadians to incorporate to pay a lower rate of tax than the middle class. We are going to, at the same time, listen to Canadians, and that is exactly what I've been doing. So I was with the Canadian Chamber of Commerce this past weekend to hear what they had to say. I have been across the country in Newfoundland and New Brunswick and British Columbia and Quebec and Ontario, Nova Scotia. We're going to continue to do that because we want to take people's ideas into account, but we know that Canadians want a foundation tax system that's fair, one that allows them to invest, one that allows long-term growth for our economy.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce is asking for an apology, nothing less than an apology, from the Minister of Finance, and said that describing Canadian tax policy for the last 45 years as a series of loopholes is insulting for business people who have upheld them in good faith to start their business, to save for retirement, and sometimes even to not close their doors. Mr. Speaker, will this Liberal government apologize and show respect to job creators all over Canada? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we know that our tax system encourages the wealthiest to incorporate to pay a lower level of tax than the middle class. We know that this is the case. We know at the same time that the Conservatives don't mind letting the wealthy to pay a lower level of tax. We want a system that is fair, a system where there are opportunities for all Canadians, where we can continue investing actively, but also ensure that the system is fair for everyone in our country. The member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, even the provinces are opposing this tax reform. Manitoba, Nova Scotia, British Columbia, Newfoundland and Labrador are against it. The Premier from Manitoba said, "Who do you trust to create jobs in Canada? Small businesses or the federal government that taxes those small businesses?" When will this Liberal government show respect to these job creators and stop trying to constantly get more money out of their pockets? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we know that for our economy, it is very important to invest. It is very important to have a tax system that is fair. We know that now, right now, the level of growth in our country is the highest that it has been in the last 10 years. Over the last year, we've seen more than 350,000 new jobs created in our country. This is very significant. With a level of growth like that, it is good for companies, small and medium businesses, to invest in the future. That is our approach, and now our approach works.
Essex.
Mr. Speaker, the third round of NAFTA renegotiations has started, yet the U.S. has not brought forward expected demands on rules of origin, leaving 550,000 Canadians worried in the auto sector and having great uncertainty. Even trade experts are concerned that no serious offer is tabled, making the year-end deadline for the deal impossible to meet. Auto workers were stunned the sector was not even identified as a priority. How can the minister be trusted to protect workers without significant changes to labour provisions, a lack of an auto policy, and potential changes to rules of origin in play?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure Canadian workers in the auto sector and in all sectors of our economy that we are strongly and in a very prepared and confident way defending their interests at the NAFTA negotiating table.
Excellent.
That is why we have put forward the strongest, most progressive labour provisions ever put forward by Canadian trade negotiators. When it comes to autos, I held a consultation on Friday afternoon with representatives of the auto sector. This is very much top of mind for us, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. L'honorable député de Berthier.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Canada's chief negotiator is expecting that NAFTA negotiations will include rules of origin, but that hasn't been part of the discussion. With no updates from this government, the automotive sector is concerned about the effect of rules of origin under a new NAFTA. Given that there has not been a new car factory in Canada for 10 years and that Mexico has built many, are the Liberals going to be honest with Canadians and guarantee that they are going to protect jobs in the automotive sector? The Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, as I already said in English, workers from all sectors of Canada are very important to our government, and we are working very hard, very constructively at the negotiating table. That is why we have a chapter on workers' rights which is very strong and progressive. When it comes to the automotive sector, I've had productive discussions with the leaders of that sector, and I can assure Canadians that the automotive sector is very important to our government. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. That's not reassuring. Within the context of negotiations with U.S. and Mexico, supply management is under attack. Our producers are worried about the Liberal government's ability to stand up for producers. Several times, there have been protests, or rather the government has said that it supports supply management, but when the microphones are closed, there seems to be breaches in the agreement with the Canada-Europe agreement. Will the government commit today to not open a breach into our supply management system? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we are here to help our dairy producers and the entire sector and to defend supply management. I would like to remind everyone that the United States have a surplus in their dairy sector, and that's what we have said at the negotiating table. We are determined to work with our farmers, industrial partners, and others to continue to defend Canada's interests. We vigorously defend our national interests.
That's not quite the answer that we were asking for. Mr. Speaker, this week, U.S. and Mexico plan to tag team against our supply management system during the NAFTA talks. Unfortunately for our producers, they are not in good hands with this government. When the cameras are rolling, Liberals will say they will protect supply management. But when they're off, the Liberals are giving more and more access to other countries like they have in CETA and now TPP 11. Can the Liberals promise to our producers that they will not grant further access?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I I would like to remind the member opposite of something that our chief negotiator said in a scrum yesterday, which is that at the negotiating table, we have not yet received U.S. proposals on the dairy sector, so it's important for people to understand that. Sure. When it comes to our dairy farmers, we will defend their interests vigorously at the NAFTA negotiating table. We are committed to working together with farmers, industry groups, and American counterparts to promote Canada's agricultural interests. We will fiercely defend the national interest and promote our values.
Excellent. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend, over 98% of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce voted against these Liberal tax increases. Business leaders across the country have real concerns and real questions. What's the Minister of Finance answer? Well, he ignores them because he thinks they are tax cheats who are milking the system. Why is the Minister of Finance ignoring legitimate concerns from reputable business groups like the Canadian Chamber of Commerce in regards to his tax increases?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the short answer is I'm not. What we're trying to do is make sure that our system works. We're showing Canadians that, in fact, it encourages right now wealthy Canadians to incorporate so they can pay a lower tax rate than the middle class. What we're out doing is listening to Canadians, but we're explaining that, frankly, 2% of these corporations hold 80% of the passive investment income. So that is really important for Canadians to know. We know that helping middle-class small business to invest actively is critically important for our economy. Having a tax system that's fair is also critically important. We're going to serve those two goals.
Well, Chief Opposition House Leader.
Speaker, this weekend it was clear he did not explain anything to the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, and that's why they voted 98% against his tax increases. Now, Mr. Speaker, business leaders are seeing right through the hypocrisy of this Liberal tax increase. You know why? Because wealthy people like the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance and their companies will not be touched by this increase. Now, I'm going to give the Minister of Finance another chance. Can he tell this House in what way Morneau Chappelle will be affected by these tax increases? Just one way.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we're trying to get at how the system works. And the way the system works is it encourages wealthy people to incorporate to pay a lower rate of tax than middle-class Canadians. That's not a system that makes sense. We know that what needs to happen is to take a look at the system to make sure that the kinds of things that give wealthy people an advantage that grows as they get wealthier, that we deal with those so all Canadians have an opportunity to be successful. That's what we're working towards, and that will help our system to be fair for the long term.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. And this is how the systems work. Throughout Canada, thousands of business owners, job creators, small business owners, they know how to manage their business and they know how to create jobs, but they are worried. Last week, I was in Alma and I met an entrepreneur, Mr. François Aymon, owner of Meubles Gilles Aymon, who said that these changes take away that would normally be used to reinvest in the company. This is a very worrisome proposal. Could the Minister of Finance explain to this House why he's attacking this entrepreneur and all the jobs he creates, but is leaving alone big businesses like Morneau Chappelle? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we have a system that encourages the wealthiest to incorporate to pay a level of tax that is lower than the middle class. We are going to protect small businesses. We want to protect small businesses like the one that he identified, because we know that a low tax rate, we'd have a very low tax rate, the lowest among G7, to continue to allow investments to be made. They can continue to invest in their businesses. That is very important, and we will continue with this approach because it is important for small and medium businesses throughout the country. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. The last thing that entrepreneurs need is another tax increase, and the Minister should understand that. When we know that the Prime Minister is showing contempt to SMEs who think that they don't pay their taxes, and yet also expresses a certain admiration for Chinese dictatorships. What's the Prime Minister doing today? He's meeting Chinese billionaires from the Alibaba Group. So, Mr. Speaker, why would the Prime Minister rather meet with Chinese billionaires instead of hearing the concerns of local business owners who are threatened?
offers Canada's micro, small, and medium-sized businesses unparalleled opportunities to expand their markets overseas. SMEs are the engine of the Canadian economy, and trade means more growth for them and jobs for Canadians. Our Trade Commissioner Services provides support and advice to Canadian exporters who wish to do business online, and obviously are working with commercial online platforms. We are working very hard to promote e-exporting in support of Canadian business. Thank you.
Honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Speaker, instead of standing up for small business owners across the country, the Prime Minister today is in Toronto, wait for it, meeting with billionaires, yet again. We also know that the Liberals, Mr. Speaker, including the Finance Minister, have no desire to help small business because the Minister's own family business, Morneau Chappelle, will be sheltered from this epic Liberal tax grab. Why are the Liberals, Mr. Speaker, why are the Liberals determined to give billionaires a break while placing the burden of their high spending ways on the backs of Canadian small businesses?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
We've done a review of our system, our tax system, and made sure that we get at what's most important. The system right now encourages people to incorporate, so they pay a lower rate of tax than middle-class Canadians. That's actually the way the system works. So I know that some of our colleagues from across the aisle might be comfortable with a system that allows the richest to have tax advantages not available to the rest. I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians don't. We want a system that's fair. We know that a fair system allows small businesses to invest in their business. That's what we want to continue. A very low small business tax rate.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Milkmaid Nicolet.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend I was at the Canadian Chamber of Commerce's annual general meeting, and members hoped that the finance minister was there to listen to their concerns. And was he? But were disappointed as the minister deflected every single question. In response, almost 99% voted to oppose his unfair tax changes. Will the minister now accept the Chamber's offer to have town halls across this great country, listen to local businesses, explain why their taxes are going up, while the same changes do not apply to millionaire shareholders of firms like Morneau Chappelle?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I did spend a few minutes talking at the Canadian Chamber of Commerce meeting this weekend. I did because I wanted to make sure that we started with a frame of reference. I talked about how our system currently encourages the wealthiest to incorporate, so they pay a lower rate of tax than the middle class. But really what I did there was listen. I listened to what was going on. Small business owners there, the Chamber's there, told me what they thought about what we were trying to do. And I think we left with a better understanding of what we're trying to achieve. My view is they understand broadly that what we're doing is we're leaving a low tax rate so they can invest in.
Order. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia. Order.
Millions of Canadians use and love our national parks, but the government is now considering changing the ownership of some of their assets. This summer, Parks Canada issued a pre-feasibility study for divestiture or transfer of park infrastructure, including highways, dams, and bridges. The total value of this infrastructure is upwards of $8 billion. The Ministry of the Environment said in a recent letter they have no plans at this time to divest itself of any of its assets. Will the Minister state clearly that she will rule out any proposal to sell off any part of Parks Canada now and in the future?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Parks Canada's core mandate is to protect and present Canada's natural and cultural heritage. A significant portion of Parks Canada's assets are general infrastructure, such as highways, dams, non-heritage bridges that are not directly linked to our mandate. For instance, stretches of highway that cross through parks but otherwise fall under provincial jurisdiction. As indicated in Budget 2017, Parks Canada is developing a medium and long-term plan to ensure the effective and efficient management of its asset portfolio. I would imagine that most people would think that this is a responsible thing to do. To be clear, this is an initial exploratory study to inform future discussions. No decision has been made.
The member for Belleuil-Chambly.
made except for the tender notice on buyandsell.gc.ca. So we have to really wonder what the government's intention is here. And Monsieur le Président, c'est un autre...
Mr. Speaker, this is yet another example of the Liberals who are quietly introducing privatization of our infrastructure. During their election campaign, they never mentioned it. And this is without even mentioning the infrastructure bank that they set up to please their Bay Street friends to attract investment. Why are the Liberals stubbornly handing over our public assets to their friends on Bay Street? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. To ensure more detail, this is an exploratory study. There are discussions to come regarding suggestions for infrastructure connected to our mandate, including roads, dams, and non-heritage assets. We must look at this. This is something that is important and fair. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, the Alberta Federation of Agriculture, the Premiers of Manitoba and Nova Scotia, everyone is denouncing the tactics of the Minister of Finance, who is wanting to reach into farmers' pockets to pay its deficit. In the mandate letter for the Minister of Agriculture, it's written that the government must leverage its policies and financial tools to support agriculture. Why is the minister doing the contrary? Why is he using the government's financial tools to undermine the survival of family farms in Canada?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We want to create a fair tax system, and that's why we are consulting Canadians. We are listening to the concerns of farmers and encourage them to share their ideas on how to create a fair tax system. Being a farmer, I fully understand that farmers have to save in order for a rainy day. If you have problems with repairing buildings, buying machinery, investing in your business. In fact, the dollars that are invested are there for your business. That is what the dollars are there for. We have and will continue to make sure that the farming sector continues to thrive.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, dozens of farm and ranch families came to an open house in High River yesterday to loudly voice their concerns with these punitive Liberal tax changes. They are angry, they are frustrated, and they are worried that the Liberals are trying to take away the legacy that they have built for generations, their family farm. And they have reason to be concerned. Tax experts agree these changes could wipe out the family farm. Will the Minister of Agriculture finally be the voice for Canadian farmers? Will he stand up and demand an extension to the tax consultations on these changes? Or does he really believe that the family farm is not worth saving?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have and will continue to support the farmers. These are complex transactions, and we're consulting farmers on the proposed changes. We want their views on how to better accommodate family transfers. We want to help farmers to transfer their farms, and I can assure you this government has consulted, will continue to consult with the farmers to make sure that it is easier for farmers to transfer their family farm to their families. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, Angela is a farmer in my riding. She said these Liberal tax changes are a man-made disaster that will devastate rural communities across Canada. She, like dozens of other Alberta farm families, left their combine in the middle of harvest to come to a town hall in High River and voice their concerns. They are fighting for their livelihood. They're fighting for their children's future. They're fighting for their family farm. Hear, hear. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister of Agriculture stop kowtowing to the Minister of Finance and commit today to extend the consultation period on these tax changes?
Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said many times, I have and will continue to consult with farmers on every issue that affects the farmer. On these tax changes, what will take place is any dollars that is invested in the corporation is there for the corporation. It's there for the farmers to invest in their farm, to invest in their property, to expand their property, to create more business. That is what it's all about, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Order. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, farmers, agricultural producers and their families are honest people who deserve to be treated as such by their government and their Minister of Agriculture. Why does the minister remain silent when his finance colleague is showing contempt for farmers throughout all of Canada? The request is simple and costs nothing, that the Minister of Finance extend the consultation period. What side is the Minister of Agriculture going to choose? That of insults and the end of family farms, or that of reason to denounce the arrogance of the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
What I'd like to say is it's a pleasure to work with the Minister of Agriculture in considering how we can best listen. We know that for very wealthy Canadians, there's a system that encourages them to arrange their affairs so they can pay a lower rate of tax than middle-class Canadians. What we also know is that farmers are very important to our economy. They're very important to Canadians. So listening to them is important, making sure that they'll continue to thrive, continue to be able to invest in their farm, continue to pass to the next generation. These are important objectives for our government, certainly important objectives for all Canadians. So we're listening to make sure that that is achieved.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Order. Mr. Speaker, when he was asked last week, and again today, about the referendum in Catalonia, the Prime Minister refused to comment on the arrests of democratically elected Catalan leaders. Now, there's also the question of the Kurdish referendum on self-determination. So this is becoming, once again, an important international issue. So my question is simple. Does the Canadian government support people's right to self-determination? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, as far as Catalonia is concerned, Canada has a friendly relationship with Spain. The question of Catalonia is a domestic issue for Spain. We hope that a solution to that domestic debate will be found in a harmonious and respectful manner within the constitutional framework of Spain.
Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the Liberal government refused to support my private member's bill on the right to housing. Previously, the Liberals said that they are planning to include the right to housing in upcoming legislation. But today, they said a legal right wasn't necessary. Instead of hope and hard work, the Liberal slogan should be hype and hypocrisy. Housing advocates agree that Canada needs a legal right to housing. So why is this Liberal government denying Canadians this important human right?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to express how strongly this government feels about inclusive development, inclusive growth that benefits everyone and gives the rights to everyone to have a standard of living and the ability to fully participate in the life of our society. We are investing, Mr. Speaker, for the first time in 50 years, significant resources in building our housing system and decreasing over the next years by half the number of renters in Canada that are living in either inadequate or unaffordable housing conditions.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has repeatedly spoken out against the undemocratic and authoritarian actions of the Maduro regime in Venezuela, including through public statements and at the Organization of American States. From the creation of the illegitimate National Constituent Assembly to the imprisonment of political opposition leaders such as Leopoldo Lopez, it is clear that Venezuela is suffering a deep descent into dictatorship. In response to this anti-democratic behaviour, can the Minister inform the House what decisive actions Canada is taking against the Maduro regime?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I'd like to thank the member from York Centre for his question and for his hard, committed work on this issue. Our government deplores the actions of the Maduro regime, as I believe all members of this House do. That is why on September 22nd, we were pleased to announce strong, targeted sanctions against 40 leading members of the Maduro regime.
Excellent.
Last week in New York, I attended the Lima Group meeting of like-minded countries committed to the restoration of democracy in Venezuela, and I was pleased to announce that Canada will host the next meeting of the Lima Group. We will not stand by as the government of Venezuela robs its people of their fundamental rights.
Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party is the party for free trade. Brian Mulroney and Stephen Harper negotiated most of Canada's current free trade agreements, including NAFTA. And now we have a selfie king who seems to think that renegotiating NAFTA is just a photo opportunity to take a picture of his new socks. This renegotiation will have a long-term impact on our economy, and our Prime Minister needs to stop playing the clown. This is enough. Will the Prime Minister finally admit that he's not up to the task of defending our companies? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, Canada and our government are defending the interests of our country and our economic interests, and we're doing so strongly. Our trading objectives are clear. We want to protect NAFTA as a creator of jobs and economic growth. We want to reduce bureaucracy to make the work of small businesses easier. We want to make NAFTA more progressive, and we want to maintain the aspects of NAFTA that are in our national interest. That is what we will do. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, Mr. Speaker, the last weeks have proven that our small businesses have real cause for concern. On the one hand, we have the U.S. government negotiating hard for its citizens. On the other, we have a Prime Minister who shows every day that he doesn't understand the needs of Canadian businesses and the possible issues of renegotiating NAFTA. Can the Prime Minister tell us if he intends to defend our farmers and our supply management system, as well as all sectors of the Canadian economy? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I want to reassure my colleague and all members of this House and all Canadians that we very much understand what is in Canada's national interest and that we are working very hard with energy, and we're working with professional negotiators to defend Canada's national interests, including supply management and the interests of agricultural producers and the interests of my father.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government is creating a crisis of confidence. Tax changes have small businesses up in arms, farmers are worried, and tech startups may see capital dry up. Now, with NAFTA negotiations, the government has not even placed the auto industry as a top priority, and 140,000 jobs are at risk. When will this Liberal government start fighting for jobs in Canada rather than driving them away?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by congratulating the member for Durham on his nomination as official opposition critic for foreign affairs. Shadow, not critic. Okay. And let me assure him that at the NAFTA negotiating table, we are fighting very hard. We are fighting energetically. We are fighting, having done our homework, for the interests of all Canadian workers, very much including workers in the auto sector. I had a very productive consultation with the auto sector on Friday. Thank you.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister. I am proud to shadow her. This is the third round of negotiations, and I'm not at the table, so I have to see what this government is saying in public, Mr. Speaker. I've yet to hear the Prime Minister stand up for our auto industry. I've yet to hear our Prime Minister stand up for our softwood lumber industry. I've yet to hear this Prime Minister stand up for jobs in our resource sector. It's time for the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, to pull up his fancy socks and start fighting for Canadian interests.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, let me assure the member opposite that we are fighting very, very hard at the NAFTA negotiating table for the interests of all Canadian workers. That very much includes workers in the auto sector, and I was pleased to have a very productive consultation with members of the auto sector just on Friday. Excellent. It very much includes workers in the natural resource sector, and we are fighting hard for an energy chapter. The interests of Canadian workers are absolutely at the heart of our negotiating strategy, and we're going to defend them.
Perfect. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, on defending Canadians, Windsor City Council is calling on the federal government to make the protection and growth of Canada's automotive sector a key priority in NAFTA renegotiations. And their resolution is important to both Windsor and Essex County and all of Canada. With no national auto strategy, the Liberals are silent on their plan to fortify our automotive industry. Can this minister reassure the people of Windsor how the Government of Canada is actively and aggressively promoting our best interests in the auto industry?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to have this opportunity to reassure the people of Windsor and, in fact, all Canadians that we absolutely understand the importance of manufacturing and the automotive sector to our economy. Those are good, well-paying, very often unionized jobs, and we will fight to keep them here in Canada.
Excellent.
And I do want to point out, particularly to Americans who might be listening to us today, that North American content levels in Canada-produced vehicles are on average considerably higher than in vehicles produced in the U.S. and Mexico, and that is a good thing, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, further on transparency, this government claims it's seeking inclusion of strong environment and climate provisions in a modernized NAFTA, yet there are no environment advisors on the Minister's NAFTA Council. At the 11th hour, the Minister of Environment formed a NAFTA subgroup, promising openness and transparency, yet refusing to reveal the measures the Liberals are seeking in the New Deal. How can Canadians have faith that the Liberals are strengthening environment in trade deals without transparency? When will the minister come clean on what they're actually seeking for the environment at the negotiation table?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. There are many environmentalists on my advisory council. There are also an Indigenous leader. There's also business leaders. There's also academics. We believe that we are going to have the strongest environmental protections. We're going to fight for them. We know that's the right thing to do. We understand the environment and the economy go together, and Canadians expect clean air, clean water, and action on climate change.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government continues working hard for Liberal insiders and those wanting to join the Liberal insiders. Cynthia Wesley-Eskima ran unsuccessfully for the federal Liberals in 2011 in the riding of York-Simcoe. Last year, the Liberals gave her an unbelievable $437,000 contract to consult on First Nation child welfare issues and write a report. How can the Prime Minister justify paying this Liberal insider $55,000 a month when seniors, veterans, and Indigenous communities struggles month to month just to survive?
Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to completely overhauling the Child and Family Services in full partnership with First Nations communities. The Special Representative met with 261 chiefs, experts, officials, advocates, and individuals with lived experience from coast to coast to coast to inform our commitment to First Nations child welfare reform. We look forward to receiving a report and recommendations on how we transform the system to better support and reflect the needs of First Nations children and to put their well-being first.
The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, Cynthia Wesley-Eskima is unapologetic about her major taxpayer-funded payout. She believes that because she paid tax on the income, it's no big deal. She even went so far as to scold First Nations advocates for not blindly praising her work. The Liberals know what they did is wrong, yet they continue to do it. Can the minister explain how giving $437,000 to a Liberal insider is somehow helping Canadian Indigenous youth?
Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge the disproportionate number of Indigenous children in the child welfare system. We believe the transformation requires investments in children, families, and communities, not in lawyers, agencies, and non-Indigenous foster families. The MSR was critical to understanding that the needs of communities in order to overhaul the system and preventing children from entering the system at all.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, the Ontario Superior Court of Justice is warning that it desperately needs more judges. And just last week, the BC courts were forced to shut down because of this government's indecision. So what is the problem with this government, Mr. Speaker? Why didn't they get these judicial appointments? They had all summer to do it. Now we have a situation where Ontario desperately needs 12 more judges. There are 57 vacancies. I've got a solution for them. If they can't get the job done, turn it over to us, and we'll make the appointments. How about that?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To reiterate, I take the appointment of Superior Court justices incredibly serious. Our government has taken significant steps to make the process for the appointment of judges open and transparent with a focus on embracing diversity. To date, I have been very pleased to appoint 109 Superior Court justices from across the country, including 22 deputy judges in the territories. I will continue to ensure that we appoint very meritorious candidates to fill the remaining vacancies across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister responsible for seniors about an issue that occurred in the past months. Some seniors living separately, for no reason of their own, seem to be denied their GIS benefits. Can the Minister tell this House what action he has taken towards this to ensure our seniors get all the benefits they deserve?
Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Long Range Mountains for her question and for her remarkable work on behalf of seniors. Our government recognizes Canadian seniors' contribution to building our country and is committed to improving the lives of our seniors. I would like to thank members on all sides of this House who brought this matter to my attention. I have tasked my officials to correct the rules and to contact affected seniors to review their applications. Our government, Mr. Speaker, is keen to improve the lives of seniors and will continue to do that.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have been raising the plight of the Rohingya people for over a year, and we haven't been getting answers from the government. The Prime Minister was asked directly about this in the spring, but did not agree to take the needed action at that time. Unlike many world leaders, the Prime Minister declined to discuss this ongoing ethnic cleansing in a speech to the UN, despite the escalation. So what, if anything, has the government's much-trumpeted Office of Human Rights, Freedoms and Inclusion been doing to help Rohingya?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely seized by the urgent question of the persecution of the Rohingya. Based on reports from the region, this is ethnic cleansing, and it is important for Canada to condemn it in the strongest possible terms and to act. And it is important particularly to call on the military leadership to cease this horror. The Prime Minister has spoken directly with Aung San Suu Kyi about this. I have spoken to Kofi Annan. At the UN last week, we were working closely with our allies like Indonesia and Turkey on humanitarian...
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, last Friday we learned that the outcome of the first lawsuit for victims of pyrrhotite will not be known for at least another year. You can imagine what the delays will be for subsequent trials. Worse, all of these victims are stuck in a gray zone where they have no legal recourse. And despite the severity of the situation, the government is dragging its feet or refusing to take action when it comes to setting up scientific standards for the presence of pyrrhotite. When will the government finally take action on behalf of these families who are stuck in this gray zone? Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for this update on pyrrhotite. This is a very important issue for people in that region. As my colleague knows, as soon as we came to power, we implemented significant measures to respect our commitments and to ensure that families affected by this situation are treated respectfully. We are happy to see that things have improved since then, and we continue to listen, and we continue to see families as a priority for the government. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Mr. Speaker, as a Franco-Ontarian, I am proud to rise today. The Minister of Justice tabled significant reforms to the judicial appointment process. This reform promotes diversity, gender equality, and bilingualism within the judiciary. I'm happy to note that 5 out of the 8 judges appointed in Eastern Ontario are perfectly bilingual. Can the Minister inform this House about the actions that this government has taken to strengthen the bilingual capacity of our judiciary? Thank you. I would remind the Honourable Member, or perhaps his staffers, to direct comments to the Speaker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Nickel Belt for the question. I'm very pleased that the critical reforms to the judicial appointments process have led to increased bilingual capacity. As mentioned, 5 out of the 8 judges in northeastern Ontario are fluently bilingual. To build on these reforms, today our government is launching an action plan to enhance the bilingual capacity of Canada's superior courts. This multifaceted approach will ensure that we move forward so individuals can have a hearing before a judge in both official languages.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals abandoned a court of law to offer $10.5 million settlement payoff to Omar Khadr, a confessed terrorist. The Liberals chose not to defend Omar Khadr's outrageous claim. They just wanted it all to go away. And then the Liberals tried to hide this extravagant, outrageous payoff from Canadians and Americans. Mr. Speaker, did the Cabinet follow this deceitful course, knowing of Mr. Khadr's victims' outstanding court-ordered claims against him?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, sadly, this was a case of the rights of a Canadian in jail being violated by Canadian government officials. A settlement in this case was court-supervised and based upon the hard facts, the law, the Constitution, and 2 unequivocal rulings by the Supreme Court of Canada. The decision was taken. Rights are not optional, Mr. Speaker. Violating them is costly. There was no chance of winning the civil lawsuit. As much as $40 million could have been lost, and a settlement in this case saved taxpayers millions of dollars.
Order.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, after an onslaught of critical tweets from Donald Trump, supply management is now being targeted by American lobby groups. In Quebec, we're proud of our family farm model, an agricultural system where the farmers are owners. The Liberals have already given up on our dairy producers during negotiations with Europe. With NAFTA, they'd better not try that again. Will the minister make a solemn commitment that supply management will be maintained in its entirety? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
For my honourable colleague, that this government is the government that will protect supply management, and this is the party that fought to put it in place. This is also the government that put the innovation package together to make sure that supply management in the dairy sector in this country thrives. I can assure my honourable colleague that this government has and will continue to support supply management. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to human rights and democracy, the Prime Minister's actions are contradictory and toothless. He has said nothing about the direct attack on democracy in Catalonia. How can he justify his silence? What is he waiting for to call out the Spanish government under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which Canada and Spain ratified and signed? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, Canada has a friendly relationship with Spain. The question of Catalonia is a domestic issue within Spain. We hope that a solution to this domestic dispute will be found, and we hope that it will be harmonious and respectful within the Spanish constitutional framework.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Finance. I had 8 town halls recently in my riding, and I think not surprisingly heard from many constituents concerns about the proposed tax changes. One young doctor made a point that I haven't heard from others, and that is he looked at the demographics, how many doctors are near retirement, how they've structured their income and their practice around the tax laws as they've been for decades. And he fears that we might have an unintended consequence of tax changes in a doctor shortage, as many doctors near retirement might decide to retire early. My question to the Minister is, can we phase in tax changes or grandfather certain professions?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
We understand that getting to a fair tax system, a system that doesn't encourage people to incorporate so they pay a lower tax rate than middle-class Canadians, requires listening. It requires understanding the specifics of different cases. So I appreciate the member bringing forward this idea. We are certainly listening to people to make sure we get this right. We're making sure that as we move forward that we grandfather existing amounts. That's important. We'll also make sure that we consider how to best move forward in a way that gets to our objective while considering the ongoing goal of investing in our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling of documents. Order. I would invite the colleagues to take their conversations into the hallways, and I would ask those colleagues, most of whom are listening, of course, to aid me by saying shh. Thank you. Order. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at the busy Beaver Campground in Hilton Township, Ontario, located on the historical St. Joseph Island in the riding of Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time employees will continue to be recognized and taxed as small businesses. As John Ibbison of the National Post so aptly pointed out, higher taxes are resulting in lower revenues. So, Mr. Speaker, why are we increasing the taxes on campgrounds by 33% anyway? Just to put them out of business?
Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 4 petitions to table today. My first one is signed by 100 constituents in my riding regarding the Motor Vehicle Safety Act. And I got to thank Tim Reid for getting these signatures on the petition. What he's basically calling for in the petition is equal treatment for American-plated vehicles owned by Canadians, that they receive the same treatment as Canadian-plated vehicles in the United States. My next petition is on Bill C-51 on religious freedoms. There are 43 signatures. The petitioners are asking for the government to not remove Section 176 of the Criminal Code Act, which will eliminate protection for members of the clergy and faith assemblies. My third petition I'm tabling today is on behalf of 36 petitioners. They have grave concerns about Motion 103 that was passed in the last session. And finally, I am tabling my final petition here. 128 petitioners are calling attention to the government on the treatment of Falun Gong followers in China, and specifically they're asking for 3 things. They're establishing measures to stop the Chinese regime mass killing of innocent people for organ harvesting. They want the government of Canada to take every opportunity to call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners, and they're urging the Chinese authorities to bring former leader Jiang Zemin to justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
2 petitions today.
The first is from a number of people in the wider London community who are concerned about the fact that the Conservative government stripped environmental regulations that covered the Navigable Waters Act, leaving hundreds and thousands of rivers and lakes vulnerable. And in my community, the Thames River is an ecological jewel, and we want it to be protected. Unfortunately, the Liberal government has failed to reinstate the Environmental Protection Act, and so petitioners are calling upon the government to support my bill, C-355, which commits government to prioritizing the protection of the Thames River and certainly other rivers and lakes by amending the Navigable Protection Act. The second petition, Speaker, is in regard to the electoral reform that was promised in the last election. Canadians deserve fair voting, and so they're calling on this government to do as it promised and make sure that 2015 is indeed the last federal election conducted under first past the post. They want proportional systems that include proportional representation, mixed member representation. Thank you, Speaker.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today with two petitions. The first is from constituents throughout my riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, calling on the government to implement at the federal level, as some provinces already done, a moratorium on hydraulic fracturing, or better known as fracking, for oil and gas, to conduct a complete and comprehensive environmental review and to also assess the toxicity of the materials used in the fracking process. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, also from residents of Saanich Gulf Islands, relates to the very critical issue of affordable housing, and particularly to the need to establish housing as a right. They have specifically called for the government to follow the recommendations of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and restore the favorable tax treatment we used to have for purpose-built rental housing to alleviate the housing shortage.
Presenting petitions, President Tesson, the honourable member for Dufferin-Culloden.
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition signed by a number of Canadian citizens from across Ontario who were upset with the settlement payment of $10.5 million towards Omar Khadr, as well as the apology issued to him. And they list a number of reasons why they are upset. And they have asked the Government of Canada to revoke its apology issued to Mr. Khadr on July 7th, 2017, and to seek to redirect any settlement payments attached to that apology to Sergeant Spears' widow and Mr. Morris for their pain and suffering caused at the hands of Mr. Khadr.
Presenting petitions, Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today with petitioners from my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, calling on the government to respect the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, to honour the Jordan's Principle and fund equally the health care and access to education for First Nations children, Indigenous children in accordance with 4 different Canadian Human Rights Tribunal rulings, and especially coming up to September 30th and Orange Shirt Day to honour residential school victims. I urge all members of the House to honour and respect the petition tabled here today. Thank you.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. I have notice of a request for emergency debate. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a parliamentary democracy, it is critical that we respond to foreign policy crises which confront our country with debate in the House of Commons. This is how we adjudicate these matters, but it is also how we show the world how seriously we take responsible government. And therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 52.2, I would like to propose an emergency debate on the situation unfolding in Burma and on Canada's response. This issue has been raised regularly by our party in question period for over a year and a half, but the issue has not had a full airing in parliamentary debate. Let's be clear what the situation is right now on the ground. According to Amnesty International's Crisis Response Director, the evidence is irrefutable. The Myanmar security forces are setting northern Rakhine State ablaze in a targeted campaign to push the Rohingya people out of Myanmar. Make no mistake, This is ethnic cleansing. Mr. Speaker, we have a campaign of ethnic cleansing presently going on in a country that is a major recipient of Canadian development assistance, against whom we have yet to impose new sanctions, and in a country where the de facto leader is an honorary Canadian citizen and a Nobel laureate. Notwithstanding the Canadian connection, the Prime Minister failed to mention this issue at all during his speech at the UN. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year you granted an emergency debate on the proposed executive order by the Trump administration. This was an important issue and I spoke on it, but surely if that merited an emergency debate in this House, the ongoing ethnic cleansing of Rohingya does as well. If the emergency debate is granted, I would suggest that it be scheduled for tomorrow to ensure that as many members as possible have time to arrange their schedules in order to be here and participate. But certainly, whatever time you think is best, Mr. Speaker, the world is watching. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his argument. I do find that it meets the exigencies of the standing order, and the emergency debate will be scheduled for tomorrow evening, as he has suggested, and I thank him for his suggestion. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-58, an act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is the first day of Right to Know Week, so it's a very appropriate time to reflect on the importance of access to information for good governance and also to advancing our democracy. Now, I'd like to start out by saying a few words about committees, because one of the arguments that we heard, I would say at considerable length and volume from the member for Winnipeg North before the question period, was that this legislation might not be perfect. That's why we have committees. Committees have the ability to make amendments to the bill. So I think, Mr. Speaker, it's very important to note that the government actually has disregarded the recommendations of the Access to Information Committee in drafting this bill. We already had a lot of very good recommendations from that committee that have been left by the wayside in putting forward this legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, I think there's a problem there. Now, the second committee that I would like to talk about is the Government Operations Committee, because my perspective on the whole issue of access to information is very much informed by the work that I've done with the Government Operations Committee, and specifically the study that we recently conducted on whistleblower protection in the federal public service. Here you have civil servants risking their careers, their reputations, their livelihoods in order to bring forward information that is seen to be relevant to Canadian citizens and important to the proper governance of our country. So I think that sort of puts in perspective the whole notion of access to information. If we have our public servants going to these heroic lengths to bring forward information that will improve our democracy and safeguard good decision-making, then it's clearly incumbent on us as parliamentarians to come up with the best possible access to information regime so that this information can actually come out without people needing to take the risks of coming forward as whistleblowers. Now, the Government Operations Committee did put forward and table in this place a unanimous report supported by all three of the major parties represented on that committee, calling for some very substantial improvements to our federal whistleblower protection system. Those included broadening the definition of wrongdoing as well as the definition of reprisals, creating a reverse onus so that it would actually be an obligation of the government as the employer to demonstrate that disciplinary action taken against a bona fide whistleblower was not a reprisal, rather than putting the whistleblower in the almost impossible position of having to prove that it was a reprisal. We recommended better compensation for whistleblowers to ensure that they are made whole. That would include covering their legal costs. And another aspect of that compensation is priority placement to other equivalent jobs in the federal public service, because of course, once someone has blown the whistle, it could be very difficult and perhaps not very appealing for them to go back to work, quite possibly for the person they blew the whistle against. So we think they need to be ensured some sort of alternative employment within the federal public service. And Mr. Speaker, we're waiting with bated breath for Cabinet's response to this committee report on whistleblower protection. So I'd like to really highlight that as an important part of bringing forward the information we need. But of course, the focus of the legislation we're debating today is the Access to Information System, which I would reiterate is a means of bringing that information forward without requiring public servants to go through the arduous process of being whistleblowers. So all of that to say that whistleblower protection is critically important. Now, I'd like to talk about three different aspects of the proposed legislation. The first is the scope of the Act. The second would be exemptions from the Act. And the third would be the difference between proactive disclosure and access to information. So in terms of the scope of the Act, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important to recognize that in the last election campaign, the Liberal Party promised to extend access to information to the Prime Minister's office and to other ministers' offices. That was a really clear promise in black and white, Mr. Speaker. And the bill before us today doesn't do that. It's another broken promise, Mr. Speaker. It's a very clear-cut case. And earlier today, we had a speech from the member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle, and at least 4 different members of the opposition asked that government member why this bill does not extend access to information provisions to the Prime Minister's office and to ministers' offices. And there was no answer to that question, Mr. Speaker. So I think it's a pretty important question that remains in this House, and that we should be hearing some sort of a response to from the government side, if not from that particular member of Parliament. Now, Mr. Speaker, this broken promise is becoming part of a pattern. We see the government's broken promise on electoral reform, the notion repeatedly stated that 2015 would be the last election conducted under first past the post. That's a very blatant broken promise. We had the promise to close the loophole that allows half of the value of stock options to be exempt from personal income tax, another very clear promise that the government has broken. We have the promise to restore door-to-door mail delivery. Again, going back to the Government Operations Committee, I was part of the committee that reported on the future of Canada Post and indeed recommended a restoration of home mail delivery. And many months later, Cabinet still has not responded to that report, which suggests to me it's planning to break its promise on door-to-door mail delivery. At a minimum, we can say the government has not yet kept that promise. That's as charitable as I think I can be, Mr. Speaker, on that point.
You're very kind.
So we have a problem with the scope of access to information, that it doesn't include the Prime Minister's office and other ministers' offices. This bill does nothing to correct that problem, much less to keep the Liberals' promise to do so. The second thing that I want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, are exceptions to the Act. And there's a variety of ways in which, despite the idea of the right to know, the government cannot present information. And one of them, of course, is by delaying the release of information. And in some cases, an extension of up to 200 days can make a pretty material difference in terms of how useful the information is and to what purposes it can actually put. And I would just note that this bill doesn't do very much to correct those delays in releasing information. Of course, other kind of exceptions to the Act would include cabinet confidences, advice to ministers, those sorts of things, are fairly blanket justifications the government can invoke to not provide certain information. I mean, almost anything can be labeled advice to the minister or a cabinet confidence. The Act does nothing to correct those problems either. But worse, Mr. Speaker, the Act actually adds new grounds on which the government can refuse to provide information. Specifically, the Act allows the government to not respond to frivolous requests or requests for information that are deemed to be in bad faith. And I think that earlier today, my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, did an excellent job of making the point that it's not reasonable for some government official to be in the position of having to determine the motivation of the person requesting the information. That is a very odd thing to expect, that someone in the public service could determine whether or not a request is in bad faith and reject it on that basis. And I would kind of add that into the list of questions to which we really haven't heard much of a response from the government here today. We have, however, heard a couple of times an example from the government side of what might be deemed a bad faith request. So in presenting this bill at second reading, the President of the Treasury Board put forward the following example, quote, an ex-spouse ATIPs his or her former spouse's work hours on a daily basis or their emails, end quote. And we also heard the member for Vancouver Quadra repeat that example in the House again today. Now, Mr. Speaker, this example is actually about privacy. And if we just read the acronym ATIP that the President of the Treasury Board used, it stands for Access to Information and Privacy. So certainly we need to protect the privacy of people who work for the federal government and indeed of all Canadians about which the federal government may possess personal information. But I would say that that privacy protection should not be contingent on whether or not the request for information is deemed to be in bad faith. So I think this is actually quite a poor example from the government side. It would be a good example in favor of adequate privacy protections, but it's a very weak example in defense of this good faith requirement to access information, because people need to have privacy rights that are very much separate from whether or not a request for their information is deemed to be in bad faith. So again, this example that we've heard repeatedly is really about privacy provisions. It's not about being able to reject access to information on the grounds of bad faith. And if there's a member on the government side that would like to ask me about that, I'd be happy to discuss it further and perhaps consider what it is the government is really trying to get at here. Now, Mr. Speaker, a third point that I wanted to delve into is the difference between proactive disclosure on the one hand and access to information on the other hand. It seems over the last couple of days that proactive disclosure is emerging as a new Liberal buzzword. It hasn't quite yet attained the status of the middle class and those working hard to join it. It maybe hasn't quite attained the status of whole of government approach, but we have heard a lot about proactive disclosure. And, Mr. Speaker, I was actually a little bit surprised and disappointed that no member of the government has yet gotten up and said that this bill provides a whole-of-government approach to proactive disclosure to benefit the middle class and those working hard to join it. Because I think there's kind of a missed opportunity there to really tie together all of the best buzzwords from the government side. But, the Liberals do have some speaking slots remaining today that they haven't yet taken up, so perhaps there is a member on the government side who's up to that challenge. But in all seriousness, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about proactive disclosure, a cynical interpretation would be that if the government is required to disclose all of its briefing books, that's going to put officials in the position of having to essentially draft up special briefing books for public consumption. So I think that there are limits to the value of proactive disclosure. But I think we can probably all agree that proactive disclosure is, on balance, a good thing. I don't think anyone on the opposition side is objecting to the concept of proactive disclosure, but certainly what we are saying, Mr. Speaker, is that proactive disclosure is no substitute for access to information, because proactive disclosure allows the government to prepare certain documents for public consumption and then put them out publicly, and that's fine, and it's better for the government to do that than for the government not to put forward material for public consumption. But access to information is quite a different concept. Access to information is about giving citizens access to documents that the government doesn't want to publish. Access to information is about giving citizens access to documents that weren't prepared for public consumption. So while it might be a good thing to expand the scope of proactive disclosure, it's in no way a solution to the problems that we have with access to information. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important in this debate to make a really clear distinction between proactive disclosure, which the government has really been touting and talking a lot about, versus access to information, the right of citizens to access material that the government is not putting out publicly. So we need to keep those things separate, and I think this piece of legislation, amending the Access to Information Act, really should be judged on the basis of whether and how much it improves access to information, not that the government might also be doing some decent things in the area of proactive disclosure. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reiterate. I started off by saying that for me, this whole debate is very much informed by the work I've done on the Government Operations Committee, and specifically our study of whistleblower protection in the federal public service. We heard heart-wrenching stories of Government of Canada employees and contractors who lost their careers and their livelihoods to bring forward information that was relevant to our democracy and to the governance of this country. So if we've got whistleblowers out there making those kinds of sacrifices for the good of Canada, then surely it's incumbent on us as parliamentarians on both sides of the House to do everything we can to get the best possible access to information system so that as far as possible, information that is relevant comes out through that system rather than requiring our fearless public servants to make these sacrifices as whistleblowers. So I think that's the overall context for this debate and why it's so important to get this legislation right rather than saying, well, it's maybe a slight improvement over the status quo and then maybe we can improve it at committee or in these 5-year reviews. No, Mr. Speaker, this is a critically important thing. It's being redone for the first time in 3 decades, so we need to do a lot better. We need to have the best possible access to information system in our country, Mr. Speaker. And then I talked about 3 different aspects of the bill. The scope of it, which of course continues to exclude the Prime Minister's office and ministers' offices. The Liberal promise during the election was to extend access to information to include the Prime Minister's office and ministers' offices. So when the member for Winnipeg North stands up and says that this bill is consistent with what the Liberals talked about during the election or what they heard on the doorsteps, I don't know what he means, because it clearly doesn't implement what was in the Liberal platform. The second thing that I talked about was exceptions from the Act. And to me, exceptions include delays. They include the ability to exclude information based on cabinet confidence or policy advice to ministers. Thanks to this bill, those exceptions are actually being increased to include what are deemed by someone to be frivolous or vexatious requests for information. And as I pointed out, Mr. Speaker, the one example that we've heard in support of this point is really an example about the need for privacy protections, which should be there whether or not the claim for information is in good faith. So that example doesn't stand up, and I'm hoping the government can bring forward something a lot more credible in support of this notion that officials should be able to reject access to information requests on the basis of some evaluation of the motives of the person making the request. And the final thing I talked about, Mr. Speaker, is the difference between proactive disclosure and access to information. Both might be good things, but they're not the same thing, and we can't allow the government's claims to be doing more proactive disclosure to overshadow the fact that they're not doing much at all to improve access to information, which is what this bill is supposed to be about. Thanks very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with interest to the comments of the member from Regina Leuven, and I want to thank him for the measured, substantive approach that he's taking to debate on this very important matter, improving our access to information process here in Canada. He made the point several times in his remarks that there is really no connection between the provisions to require proactive disclosure and access to information. And I want to say I couldn't disagree more. One of the key complaints about the access to information system, and one of the failures of the system, frankly, is the number of access information requests that are not answered within the statutory time frames as much as the attempts are being made to do so. And why is that? One reason is because there are so many requests today. In fact, 10% of all of the requests that have been made in the 34 years that this regime has been in place were made in just one recent year. So the overwhelming number of requests. What proactive disclosure will do is actually to reduce the number of requests, and so it goes directly to the heart of that key challenge with our access to information's timeliness and effectiveness. So if we have proactive disclosure required, not just policy, and it covers 240 institutions plus members of Parliament, senators, the Prime Minister's office, institutions of Parliament and the courts, does the member not believe this will actually directly assist in the improvement of access to information?
The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I didn't say that there is no connection between proactive disclosure and access to information. What I said is that proactive disclosure is not a substitute for access to information. So, of course, there's a connection. If information comes out through proactive disclosure, then there might not be the need for it to come out through access to information. There's also connections to the whistleblower protection system, as I mentioned. That's another way in which government information can come forward. So, Mr. Speaker, of course, there's many channels through which government information can become public, and there's some interplay between all of those channels. But even if I agree with everything the Parliamentary Secretary has just said, that more proactive disclosure could reduce the number of access to information requests, we still need better rules for how the government handles those access to information requests. Simply reducing the number of access to information requests is not the goal. The goal should be to improve the way in which those requests are processed so that the maximum amount of information is released in a timely manner. So, Mr. Speaker, for example, the bill gives the government new excuses for not divulging information. That's a problem, and that's a problem that's not solved by more proactive disclosure of other information. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Regina Leuven for another well-thought-out speech. I have a lot of concerns about this legislation because, it's been the experience of us already that the government is not being open and transparent. We can remember on the carbon tax when we requested information, they blacked out information that parliamentarians should have had access to. And I know I've had constituents in my riding put in access to information requests and have to put in 20 different times in order to get the actual answer to the question. And so I fear that there's a huge loophole here for the government not being transparent, and I wonder if the member could comment.
The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Well, I'd certainly agree, Mr. Speaker, that there are big problems with our current access to information system. It's difficult for citizens to get government information, and often there are lengthy delays in obtaining that information, even when it is disclosed. And my concern about the proposed bill is it doesn't solve those problems. It doesn't solve the problem of delays. Maybe the parliamentary secretary is suggesting that by, possibly reducing the number of requests, other requests could be processed faster, but there's no actual requirement to process the requests faster. The problem that we often see is that government departments wait until, the very last minute to provide the information. They wait until the deadline, and there's really nothing in this legislation to sort of shorten that period in a significant way or to provide some onus to disclose the information more quickly when it's feasible to do so. There's really also this problem in the bill of giving the government yet more excuses to not release the information at all, including this very nebulous requirement that the request somehow be made in good faith, which I think would be a very difficult thing for the government to judge, even if it were acting completely in good faith, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a Liberal campaign promise to include the Prime Minister's office and ministerial offices in the Access to Information Act. It was a directive in the mandate letter to the Minister. It was the subject of at least 5 private members' bills in the previous parliaments brought forward by New Democrats. I'd like to hear from my New Democrat colleague what is lost given the government's failure to include PMO and ministerial offices in Bill C-58.
Honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Well, I thank my colleague for her question, Mr. Speaker, and clearly the Prime Minister's office and ministers' offices are places where key decisions get made. A lot of the information that citizens would want to access passes through those offices. So the fact that they are not subject to access to information is a huge loophole in the current system. It's a problem that's been identified by many outside experts, by nonprofit organizations focused on access to information. But, Mr. Speaker, it's also a problem that was identified by the Liberals themselves. In the election, they promised to extend access to information to the Prime Minister's office and to ministers' offices. This bill clearly doesn't do it. And furthermore, we haven't heard any kind of explanation from the government as to why they're breaking this promise.
Some comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member from Regina Leuven. I've been listening to his speech and really appreciate the level of detail that he brings to this House from the committee work that he's done. I've been looking at the trail, trying to understand if we were able to put information up online and have less load on the departments in order to to get information by just going online and getting it yourself. Would that not help to alleviate some of his concerns around whistleblower?
The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. And I mean, once again, I think proactive disclosure can be a good thing. But I would suggest that it's extremely unlikely that the government will proactively disclose the kind of information that's being brought forward by whistleblowers. I think it's very unlikely that the documents the government prepares for proactive disclosure will actually encompass the kind of information that people come forward and blow the whistle to release. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that's why it's so important to strengthen the access to information system far more than this bill does, because if we did strengthen it and if citizens could actually get the information, then there might be less need for public servants to have to go through the whistleblower process. So I think that improving access to information certainly could help to alleviate some of the pressures on the whistleblower protection system. I'm skeptical that more proactive disclosure will do so, even though I would agree with the member across the way that proactive disclosure can be a positive thing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, September 25th, is Franco-Ontarian Day. And I would like to wish Franco-Ontarians a wonderful day, and I'd like to celebrate that by starting my speech in French. Bill C-58 gives federal institution heads the authority to turn down an access to information request if it is deemed vexatory or in bad faith, or vexatious rather. So vexatious or in bad faith. These are subjective criteria. Subjective criteria that will determine who then has access to information. This bill would make it much more difficult to have an inquiry by giving more information to the Information Commissioner. This is a bill that would restrict Canadians' freedoms, be it citizens, members of the media, or members of the opposition. It would restrict their information to have access to information. Mr. Speaker, do we live in an open and democratic country? I would also note that the Prime Minister had promised to ensure that this Act, the Access to Information Act, would also be applicable to Cabinet and to the Prime Minister's office. Bill C-58 represents what Canada already knows. The Prime Minister is not a man of his word. He simply doesn't keep his election promises.
I'll be continuing in English. Suffice it to say, here we are, it's Monday, we're in Ottawa, it's hot, I'm speaking, and we're discussing another broken Liberal promise. So despite the summer, not much has changed. Before I go too far into the substance of this bill, being back from the summer and having not had the chance to do so yet, I did want to quickly pay tribute to my friend Arnold Chen. It was an honor to serve in this House with him. I think one of the things that hasn't been mentioned in the many tributes that have come is his great service as the chair of the Canada-Armenia Interparliamentary Friendship Group. It was through that that I was able to get to know him in particular, and his commitment to that cause in particular, I think, showed his character, his willingness to invest in Canada's relationship with a relatively small country, and yet a country that is hard-pressed because of challenges it faces with its neighbors. His commitment to engaging with that cause really showed his principled approach to politics. So I wanted to make sure that was mentioned as well. And I certainly would associate myself with all of the tributes that have been made, recognizing his contribution to this place, his commitment to raising the standard of debate, and the other, I think, very important things that were said. So to the issue at hand, we're debating a government bill that makes various changes with respect to the access to information regime. Now, the reason I wasn't here for much of last week, actually, is because I was in New York. I had the pleasure of going to some UN meetings with the President of the Treasury Board as part of the Open Government Partnership. And it was an interesting week kind of leading up to where we are today debating this bill, to have discussions and hear some discussions with our international partners, specifically about about the question of open government, of the access of citizens to government. And I was particularly struck by a presentation made actually by the President of Estonia. She was talking about the link between open government and trust. And she made the point that I think is obviously true if you dig into it, that open government, the mechanisms of open government, the structures and institutions of open government really only can have meaning, can be effective, if they're associated with a culture in which people trust the government and have reason to trust the government. People aren't going to want to share information with a government that they don't trust, and they're not going to trust the quality of the information that they're going to receive if there isn't a sort of underlying sense of, yes, we can rely on the information the government's giving us, we can rely on their word, we can rely on their commitment to a credible process. In other words, open government is about, it's a process, but it's also about a mentality. It's not just about a set of institutional changes. So that was the case that she made, and I found that it really resonated with me and with many of the other people in the room. And I say that because it's particularly paradoxical today when we're debating a bill that purports to be about opening up government, where also the government is breaking faith, breaking trust with the people who elected them by going back substantively on a promise. Of course, as colleagues of mine have said, we've seen many cases of the government breaking its election promises, but it's particularly notable in this case when we're discussing an area that's supposed to be all about trust, all about open government, and yet the government is saying, well, we're trying to open it up, but at the same time, they're doing that in a way that undermines a clear election commitment that they made. Unfortunately, the government's unwillingness to take seriously the promises that they've made has undermined many people's trust in government, many people's faith in the political process. So for those in this House who are interested in advancing substantively the values of open government, it's not just about institutional changes and structures, it's about following through on your commitments, it's about respecting the trust that people have given you. That is the basis for open government, as well as some of these institutional changes. So I wanted to put that out as a kind of contextual framework for the conversation, because again, I think people will be disappointed anytime they see this government break promises, and there have been many instances of that, but particularly when it's a process around open government, that's particularly ironic, and it goes that much further to undermine people's trust in government. Now, let me, having said that in terms of introductory setup, I want to talk about the substance of the legislation. So this deals with access to information, the right that citizens have to file requests from the government to get information about what's happening inside of government, information that may not be proactively disclosed, but information that may be available. This is an important tool for opposition parties holding the government to account. It's something that we do on a regular basis, accessing information from the government. It's also something that different civil society organizations do, academics, but also ordinary citizens. And people have a range of different motivations for accessing this information. And as I said earlier in questions and comments that I'll come back to later, it is not for the state, for us as parliamentarians, or for government ministers to judge whether or not somebody's desire for accessing information is reasonable or justified. The law ought to prescribe people having a right to certain information, to know about how government operates and what the government is doing, and then it is up to them to decide how and when and for what to use that information. I think that's an important principle. There's obviously certain information that cannot be made available through access to information requests, but we should not try to create a situation where the government is sort of evaluating people's motivations and subjectively able to determine whether or not they're going to give that information based even on who the person is that's making that request. Now, this bill in front of us, C-58, proposes various changes to the framework for access to information. And I'll just mention a few of the particular aspects of it, and then I want to develop them. So there was a promise from Liberals during the last election campaign. They said that they were going to extend access to information to activities within ministers' offices and within the Prime Minister's office. This legislation does not do that. They are breaking their promise, their commitment to have access to information include the ministers' offices and Prime Minister's offices. So they're going back, unfortunately, on a very clear commitment yet again. Under the new Act, we now have a situation in which the government can refuse any access to information request that they regard, as I said earlier, as being vexatious, made in bad faith, or a misuse of the right to request information. Now, obviously, the first question there, when you think about a vexatious or a complaint made in bad faith, is bad faith according to whom? In a free society, an opposition party, a member of the media, a third-party organization might make an access to information request for no other reason than because they wish to politically embarrass the government. Now, certainly, I would never make an access to information request along those lines, but I've heard of this maybe happening. And it is part of free democratic debate that people can access that information and use it as they see fit, because exposing what's happening in government, even if the motivation of the person seeking that information is purely to embarrass the government, that embarrassment may well be in the public interest, for the public to know what the government is doing behind closed doors and be able to expose that and hold the government accountable for that. But it begs the question, vexatious according to whom and in bad faith according to whom? Because generally we accept that open information is in the public interest, is consistent with the common good that information be out there, regardless of why it was requested in the first place or who is accessing it. And yet, the paradoxical situation envisioned by this is one in which perhaps I, as a member of the opposition requesting certain information, could be denied that information on the outlandish assumption that I am requesting it in bad faith, but that somebody else who requests exactly the same information, it could be presumed that they were not requesting it in bad faith. So it invites the government to make determinations on the basis of motivations, but it also, more than that, it gives them the subjective power to make that determination. It may well be that they would claim that a request for information is vexatious or in bad faith, when in reality it is simply that the particular government department or minister in question does not want to see that information go out. Now, this is a problem. This is a troubling standard or mechanism for making determinations on what information goes out. So we have the breaking of a promise, and we have the introduction of a subjective standard that asks the government to psychoanalyze the motivations of the person seeking that information. And these are two very clear and strong reasons why not only our party, but the NDP as well are opposing this. We both feel that these things are concerning. Now, folks may have a range of different opinions about who and what should be subject to access to information, but the reality is the government, the Liberals, when they were in the third-party position, they had the ability to engage in those debates internally, to think about what was and was not appropriate in the context of access to information, and to put their conclusions into their platform. That was what they offered to the Canadian people as their commitment in terms of what they were going to do, how they were going to move forward. It was clearly there, and yet they went the other direction. They totally reneged on it. Now, I want to note, Mr. Speaker, that of course this isn't the first time we've seen this government break their election promises. There may be a record being set right now by this government in terms of the complete disregard for their election promises. Probably the most well-known, discussed example is their commitment with respect to changes to the electoral system. They said that 2015 was going to be the last election under first past the post. And unless someone's planning for us to stop having elections, that promise will not be kept. The Prime Minister, in the context of pulling back from that promise, declaring his intention to break that promise, he said something to the effect that they were going to do what they felt was in the best interest of Canadians, not simply try and check a box on a platform. Well, it begs the question then, Mr. Speaker, what in the world was the point of the platform in the first place? You're supposed to make that public interest evaluation before you make the promise. You're not supposed to just make whatever promises you think will get you elected and then make a public interest evaluation after that. That's the whole point of elections, that the public evaluates what you put in front of them and make that determination. Of course, we were saying at the time, if you're going to change the electoral system, you need to have a referendum, and the government was still somewhat unclear, but I think they were trying to get a particular result in terms of an electoral system, a runoff ballot, that it became clear through the consultation process actually nobody really wanted. There were people talking about proportional representation, there were people talking about the status quo, but it was only the Prime Minister and those around him that were talking about this runoff ballot, and when they realized that they weren't going to get that, they said, rather than have a referendum, rather than take seriously the recommendations of the process of the committee, we're just going to tear up this whole process. This was a broken promise that broke trust in government, that left a lot of people disappointed and cynical about whether or not the platform commitments were actually meaningful. Now, one of the things that of course is on a lot of people's minds right now is the issue of the government's plan to change the system around small businesses and significantly, effectively increase the taxes faced by small businesses. And I should remind the government, Mr. Speaker, that this is also at odds with an election promise. They promised, it's hard to believe now, they promised to reduce taxes on small businesses. They haven't talked about that one very much, but actually all three of the major parties in this House promised to move us to a small business tax rate of 9%. And then the government effectively raised taxes on small business initially by saying, we're going to leave the tax rate at 10.5% for small businesses. So that was one broken promise to small business. But they also eliminated the hiring credit, specifically an incentive to encourage hiring. Not something that I heard about from the Liberal candidate in Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan during the election. Hey, we're going to eliminate the hiring credit for small business to make it harder for small businesses to hire people. What do you think of that idea? Didn't come up in the forums, didn't come up in what they were saying at the doors. And yet, not only did they take those steps, but now they're contemplating the largest changes to the tax code that we've seen in a very, very long time, one that virtually everybody is against. I don't think a single person has contacted my office who's in favor of the proposed changes. And probably now that I've said that, somebody somewhere will. But I've received an overwhelming amount of correspondence in opposition to these changes. But it completely goes against the commitments that the government made. They said during the election, they talked about lowering taxes for small business. And the other major economic promise that this government was broken, they made a clear commitment to run $10 billion deficits in each of the first 3 years they were in government, and then to balance the budget in the final year. Right. Now, we didn't think that that was particularly prudent, even as thus explained, but it was what they described as modest deficits. Of course, we know that they've completely blown those numbers out of the water, orders of magnitude more, and we're looking at not 3 years of projected deficits, but decades of projected deficits under the current plans of this government. And as usually happens, it will take a Conservative government to clean up that mess. But it's hard for me to imagine how government members justify this flagrant dishonesty. Whether we're talking about the commitments with respect to ATIP, that are now being ignored. The commitments with respect to electoral reform, ignored. Balanced budgets, ignoring that. Protecting small business, they're ignoring that. And there are so many other less publicized examples, but still important examples that we've seen where the government has been not respecting their commitments. When you stand up before voters and you tell them this is what we're going to do, and then as soon as you come to power, you come up with all kinds of excuses. On the economy, they usually say, oh, the situation's changed. We didn't quite anticipate how bad things were. Well, actually, you could look at all of the independent analysis, which says the budget was balanced before the government came to power. The information was there, is clearly there, that there was a surplus when this government took power. But especially with respect to ATIP, there's just no explanation, because there's no plausible claim that circumstances on the ground have changed. We're not talking about something that changes without the government changing it. So they are making a decision to renege on their promise. And again, just in the time I have left, highlighting one more time that the government can refuse any ATIP request. Their only justification has to be that they suspect the good faith of the person that's making that request. I suspect after this passes, we will have many opposition ATIPs, many civil society ATIPs, many media ATIPs, where the motivations of those putting them forward will be suspected. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? In a free society, you don't deny people information because you don't think their motives are pure enough. That's not how open government is supposed to work. That's not how you build trust in government. On that basis, we're opposing this bill.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan's remarks give me yet another opportunity to celebrate the fact that our government is keeping its promise made in the election by putting forward amendments to the Access to Information Act for the first time in 34 years. I will remind the member opposite, and doing what essentially that we had promised, which is order-making power to the Commissioner, investments to improve timeliness, putting the Prime Minister's office, Ministers' offices, and many other offices under the Act through the proactive disclosure measures that will address the kinds of information that are actually most frequently requested in access to information, and also thereby reducing the gumming up of the system. But, Mr. Speaker, I think that it's also important to contrast what our government is doing with what the previous government did. And the member may not have been there, but I'd like to draw his attention to the Information Commissioner's report of 2014, her findings and recommendations, where she investigated interference by political staff in the access to information process. And her conclusions, the first main conclusion is that there was improper involvement of ministerial staff members in the processing of 5 out of the 8 access requests that she was sampling and reviewing in depth. Wow is right. This is a case where ministerial staff who had no authorization were rescinding the provision of information that the ATIP staff people had already agreed to disclose. And so secondly, what else was happening there? Failure to comply with a statutory duty to assist. What was happening there, Mr. Speaker, for the member's information, just to make sure he has a balanced view of what's going on here, is that the ministerial staff who were not authorized in any way to be involved with this were holding up access to information packages that had been prepared by the department, were ready to go, and were holding them up from 5 days to a month for political reasons. And I could go on. So I just would like to ask the member, this very constructive approach to actually reviewing and revising this act, will he be part of a positive approach in terms of bringing the fine-tuning ideas that he has forward to the committee, where he can present them to a government that actually listens in committee and considers amendments?
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was an unusual intervention from the parliamentary secretary, to say the least. She told the House that the government is doing essentially what we had promised. I'm not sure what essentially means in that context, but that appears to be quite a modifier, because the government clearly is not doing what they promised. If they're doing essentially what they promised, perhaps that's supposed to remind us that they're doing the opposite of what they promised. Let's be very clear. Applying proactive disclosure to ministers and offices in the Prime Minister's office in certain particular narrow cases is not at all the same or even close to allowing the public to use access to information with Minister's office and the Prime Minister's office in the same way that they would for other parts of government. In contrast to the clear statements in the Liberal platform, this legislation treats Minister's office and the Prime Minister's office in a completely different way. It does not in any way apply the Access to Information Act to them. It is misleading. It is essentially untrue what the parliamentary secretary has said. Now, look, I'm not going to say that the handling of ATIPs was always perfect under the previous government. Although I think the parliamentary secretary exaggerates the point. But let's just be clear about what this legislation is proposing to do. It is proposing to give the government now the power to deny any claim. In other words, it gives them the ability to interfere, to block access to information requests on the basis of specious claims about vexatious or bad faith, about bad motivations. The government is changing the nature of the system to make it worse. That is completely different from anything that was even alleged to have happened in the past.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. La députée de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I listened to my colleague's speech very attentively, and I share a number of his concerns. However, my ears perked up when I heard him say that there should be a Conservative government to fix things. So the question that I have for him is that we're looking at a bill that hasn't been changed or updated for 35 years. How is it that in the past, under the Conservative government, nothing was done? When stability has been provided by NDP governments, because during several years, 2006, 8, and others, we put forth motions to change access to information, but nothing was done under the Liberals, nothing's done under the Conservatives either.
Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. Look, the important point to underline with respect to the access to information is that the government made clear commitments with respect to changes that they said were in the public interest, and many people voted for them on the basis of those changes. Now, those were not commitments that the Conservative Party ever made. We made a range of other commitments in our previous election platforms, and I think almost without exception, we kept the commitments that we made to Canadians. My point with respect to those particular changes were, and I think that one can debate the pros and cons about allowing access to information requests in political offices. But at the end of the day, this was something very clearly that the party opposite promised to do, and it is something that now we know that they have no intention of doing.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for his address today from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. And I know the member to be very earnest. At least I believe the member is very earnest. And I enjoy listening to his speeches. But I have to say, in that vein or in that light, I'm surprised that he takes issue with this vexatious, the definition of vexatious and the Commissioner's authority with respect to that. And I say that for a couple of reasons. First, we know that requests that are put in that are vexatious do plug the system up. We know, in fact, that there are requests that are put in that are vexatious, and as a result, what it does is it causes other requests that are legitimate to be plugged up, and it takes time then for them to get the responses back. As someone who's been, I think, on the other side of an FOI, I know what's involved in terms of someone asking for making a request. It's time-consuming. And it takes up a lot of energy that I think is ill-used when you're looking at statements that are, or requests that are vexatious. So I'm asking the member, what alternative would he suggest for situations where we know that requests are being made that are vexatious, that aren't going to be helpful at all? I don't agree that you have to necessarily go into the assumptions of the person that's making the request. What alternative can he provide that would stop the system from being gummed up by these sorts of requests and resulting in delays that aren't fair to other people that are waiting with legitimate requests?
Member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for her question. A few points on that. It was interesting that even in exhorting us to be aware of the problems of vexatious complaints, she did not provide any kind of definition for vexatious. That's the problem, isn't it, Mr. Speaker? That it's a difficult thing to define and will be defined subjectively by the government. She mentions that a lot of resources are used. Now, a lot of resources are used in terms of any access to information requests, not just ones that are quote-unquote vexatious. That's the price of living in a free and open democracy. This Parliament consumes a lot of resources as well, and I think they're most of the time well spent. But in terms of alternatives, my friend, the member for Durham, I think made some excellent points along these lines about how the cost structure can be made to better reflect the costs of developing responses and to act as something of a disincentive. In other words, if someone is asking for a great volume of information, then perhaps there's a way of building that into the cost structure that doesn't deny the person the right to make that access to information, but is reflective of the reality of that cost. But for the government to be able to, in any event, choose to deny, period, those requests on the basis of potentially specious claims of vexatiousness, I think is uncalled for in a free and open society.
Before we go to resuming debate, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris in respect to taxation, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan regarding human rights, and the Honourable Member for Bow River in respect to taxation. Now we'll go to resuming debate, and the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with my honourable colleague from Calgary Heritage. I'm pleased to speak on Bill C-58, amending the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, also known as another broken Liberal promise hidden behind the talking points peppered with keywords like open by default, transparency, and historic, but that's just the working title. This bill demonstrates once again the lofty rhetoric of the 2015 campaign on openness, transparency, and accountability with just that, rhetoric. Now, rhetoric is defined as language designed to have a persuasive or impressive effect on its audience, but often regarded as lacking in sincerity or meaningful content. And that's pretty much what we have here with this bill. Now, that being said, there are some components of the bill I agree with, and I'm going to touch on those first. First, giving the Information and Privacy Commissioner more resources to do her job properly and more power to do her job effectively are both good. In a recent annual report, the Commissioners described the current condition of the access to information succinctly. There's a shadow of disinterest on behalf of the government in transparency and accountability. Her conclusion was no more complimentary. She stated the Act is being used as a shield against transparency and is failing to meet its policy objective to foster accountability and trust in our government. Now, hopefully she can use the minor positive changes in this bill to transform the Act into something more meaningful, because it's essentially where the good parts stop. Now on to the bad. First, let's talk about some of the problems with the current system. Timely access to information is a key characteristic of a well-functioning democracy. Now, the word I want to underline in this statement is timely. If an access to information request takes months or even years to fulfill, the government has failed in its responsibility to be accessible. This legislation does not prevent requests from taking months or years to be completed, but actually, amazingly enough, enables the process to take even longer, and that is unacceptable. Now, I'm an avid user of the Access to Information Act. In the year and a half since I was elected, we've submitted over 60 ATIPs. Now, I freely admit we'd like to take advantage of the opportunity to get information for the government. So take my word seriously when I would say that this government is unbearably slow in responding to ATIP requests. Now, since we were elected, as I mentioned, we have filed over 60, and only half of them have been completed. Some were filed in March of 2016 and remain outstanding over 18 months later. Now, here's some of the other outstanding ones. As I mentioned, March 17th, 2016, 18 months, still outstanding. August 19th, 2016, 13 months, still outstanding. An ATIP filed September 2nd, 2016, outstanding. Oh, happy birthday to it. It's been over a year now. January 17th, 2017, 9 months, still outstanding. 2 of them filed on that date. April 6th, 2017, 5 months, still outstanding. We have over a dozen ATIPs that we filed in the last 4 months, still outstanding. Now, the government promised to be better, to set a gold standard, and to exceed it by a mile. But exceed it, they still haven't left the starting blocks. Now, what is the government's response to this? They want to give heads of government institutions the ability to decline requests on the basis that they are vexatious or made in bad faith. Now, who's going to define vexatious? Who's going to ensure that the government heads are not declining requests that are vexatious to the government or to the departments, or that would be embarrassing them, but are requests that contain information the public needs to know, such as our ATIPs into the Phoenix issue that showed very clearly the government was told 2 months before they pulled the trigger on Phoenix to clear the backlog, which they ignored. If, under this vexatious rules, the department would have been able to cover that up. Another ATIP we had on Phoenix had the CFOs from literally every single government operation, transport, service, agriculture, finance, revenue, all stating very clearly, don't go ahead with this, the training's not done, the testing isn't done. The government went ahead, but again, without ATIPs, we would not have found this. And with giving the department heads or the government the opportunity to block that would cover this all up. Now, the legislative briefing back in June, my staff asked the parliamentary secretary to the president of the Treasury Board, if ministers, would be able to decline requests using the same clause. Now, the parliamentary secretary refused to confirm that ministers would not have that power. Now, this is ridiculous. Theoretically, every request filed by someone not in the government is vexatious or made in bad faith in a way. This government has worked so far incredibly hard to hide anything that they can. Everything from errant ministerial liminal expenses, big-pocketed donors to the Prime Minister, to the proper analysis completed by the department on which the policy was based, to the true cost of the Prime Minister's visit to Billionaire Island. Now, I have no doubt they will use these powers, these newly poorly defined and inaccurately described powers, to declare as much as they can handle in bad faith. But never fear, the Liberals say. If you disagree with the Liberal denial, you can appeal to the Commissioner or go to the courts. Now, the latter one is truly laughable. The court system, as we've heard repeatedly, is so bogged down with cases and understaffed by qualified judges, almost exclusively because the government is unable or unwilling to appoint judges for some reason, that accused murderers are being set free. I spoke to a lawyer just the other day complaining it was taking him 4 years to get a single court appearance for a civil case. And the government is saying, believe us, don't worry, if you have an issue with this, you can go to the courts to get timely access. I don't think so. My point, Mr. Speaker, is that the system of denial, appeal, could take the process that's already takes upward to 18 months or more and counting to take it to 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years. The beauty of this legislation, for the government anyways, not for the public or the opposition, is that there's no upper limit on timeliness. This government claims it is ensuring open by default. But, Mr. Speaker, that's patently false. Open by default would mean including setting up an upper limit at which the government releases the information that's requested. This legislation ensures that the Liberals can continue moving the upper limit as long as it is politically convenient. Now, ridiculous provision number 2, proactive disclosure. This one is great to discuss because the minister touted proactive disclosure in his press conference introduction and was rightly lambasted by media for his excessive optimism. The legislation intends to create a new part providing for the proactive publication of information of materials related to the Senate, the House, parliamentary entities, minister's office, etc. I'm going to quote John Ivison for the National Post because he summarized these provisions better than I can. He says the information that will emerge from briefing notes or question period binders is sure to be as sanitized, therefore useless, as the average sterile government press release. Now, having read numerous iterations of the question period binders of the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, I can't actually imagine what a more sanitized book would look like. I wish I'd shared the President of the Treasury Board's optimism in his belief that the legislation will produce any outcome other than what was predicted by John Ivison. Now, the Liberals believe that proactive disclosure will help ensure that governments remain more accountable, and the legislation includes publishing ministerial mandate letters to confirm the government's priorities. Theoretically, this will make it more difficult for the Liberals, or rather any government, to cavalierly disregard its promises. But how did that work out practically speaking? Does publishing mandate letters force this government to keep its promises? Remember the debt and deficit promise. That was in the finance minister's mandate letter, blown off. The electoral reform promise. That was in the Democratic Institutions minister's mandate letter, blown off. Now, what about promising to fix Canada Post? That was in the Public Services and Procurement minister's letter. Also in the Public Services, complete an open competition for fighter jets within the mandate period before the mandate finished in 2019. Maybe it should have said, commit to a sole source purchase of an almost out-of-production plane with absolutely no parts made in Canada. Oh, and at the same time start a trade spat with Boeing and make sure you give taxpayers money for bonuses for the billionaire owners of Bombardier. I think that promise they could keep from a mandate letter. And lastly, what about the promise to modify the Access to Information and Privacy Act? That was in the Treasury Board minister's mandate letter. Also a failure. The Liberals have made it have clearly demonstrated they don't care about the mandate letters. They'll disregard whatever promises happen to be inconvenient at the time. Now, so much for proactive disclosure. John Ivison summed up his thoughts decisively. It's a farce. And the minister has been around long enough to know that the changes he's unveiled will not make the slightest difference in helping citizens understand the government for which they pay so richly. Now, that's it, Mr. Speaker. Apart from a few other minor amendments, that's all the legislation intends to do. So they lived up to their promise to bring the legislation into the 21st century. I'll let you know maybe when I get my ATIPs back, perhaps sometime in the 22nd century. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Speaker. I note with interest the member opposite complaining about the length of time that it takes with respect to information requests that have been put in. And I just, with all due respect, like to remind the member that it's his party that was in power over the last 10 years. And so the time that it's taking, the last 10 years, the Conservatives have done nothing about. With respect to the legislation, there are actually parts in the legislation that get to the very concern that he seems to have now, which is the timing on the access for information. And that is the proactive disclosure, which we know applies to the PM's office, the Minister's offices, and officers of Parliament, and also the Commissioner's ability to render certain requests vexatious or made in bad faith. These are things that, in fact, would help with processing and speed time for the requests that are made, which seems to be the member's concern. So I'd like to know if he doesn't agree with these things, what solution can he offer with respect to speeding up these files? And I hope that it differs from the suggestion offered from the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, which is the rich can pay and the poor, well, they're just out of luck.
Member for Edmonton West.
I have a suggestion. Perhaps the government could keep its promises once in a while on this issue. The whole government, including this member, seem to have a bad case of but what about-ism. Every time an issue is brought up about their failed legislation, their poorly thought-out legislation, it's, but what about you guys 30 years ago? But what about when Mulroney was in power? Why didn't you fix it here? I hate to mention to the member, but you are in this government is responsible, and it's incumbent upon them to do things properly and to fix it. You can't just throw out horrible legislation and say, yeah, it's lousy, we admit it. Oh, but what about you guys didn't fix it 10 years ago? It's shameful that they're suffering from but whataboutism. Perhaps they should look at addressing the issue and addressing this bad legislation.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech. And I want to comfort him by letting him know that I've put in a few A-tips, and I actually did get answers back, but they were all blah, 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 talking point, blah, 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 blah. So it wasn't worth even getting back. The question I have for him has to do with the remedy of what can people do. I think in his speech he talked about the commissioner and the courts, and the concern was that the courts are, letting murderers and sex offenders go because, the Minister of Justice can't seem to appoint enough judges. And I have that concern because we've just been studying the marijuana legislation and finding out that all charges will be dropped after a year. And based on the timing you're saying, that means nobody will ever be charged for anything. However, the commissioner. Do we still have a commissioner? I think we were missing a few commissioners. Could the member please comment?
Member for Edmonton West.
Well, this is embarrassing. I'll be honest, I do not know if we have a commissioner. We have been fighting for a lot of these A-tips for so long. We've actually sent letters 5 separate times to the commissioner complaining about the government dragging its feet on releasing these A-tips. It scares me to the bone to think we're now going to, with this legislation, give this government the opportunity to push away any A-tip they wish just by declaring it's in bad faith or vexatious. Thank you.
Yeah, we have time for one more short question. Nous avons le temps juste pour un brève.
We have time for one more short question. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague who just spoke on Bill C-50 if, in his opinion, if with this government based on image that the Liberals have been proposing for the last 2 years, if we have a bill that is rather empty. In the next Liberal speech, I'm sure we'll hear the famous sentence that it's a step in the right direction. But with one step, one doesn't get ahead. We're just shifting weight from side to side, but we're not getting anywhere. Does he really believe that in committee the Liberal government will be open enough to accept substantive amendments that would allow us to make several steps forward because we're 35 years behind?
For Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. I would hope when it gets to committee that we will treat this with the respect and urgency it deserves. I do have a great worry, though. This government, apart from being massively affected with but what about itis, also has a habit of, when they reach through their 48, 50 pages of legislation, and as it gets ripped apart, they'll sit and say, yeah, we know this is wrong, 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 this is wrong. But can't you at least give us this little bit? Isn't this little bit right? And that's what I've heard. I've watched this debate. Friday, I've watched it all day today. And all we get from the Liberal side is, yes, we know it's bad, it's horrible, we recognize this. But won't you give us this little bit? And unfortunately, it does not give me a lot of confidence that they understand or are listening to the very thought-out concerns that the opposition and the Canadian public and experts have on this poorly thought-out bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to rise and speak to Bill C-58, which is, of course, a bill that seeks to address the important issue of transparency in government and Canadians' access to information. Improving transparency for Canadians and their dealings with their government in and of itself seems a worthwhile pursuit. In fact, making government more accountable to the people it serves is a foundational pillar of our Conservative Party. In addition, it is something in which I personally and strongly believe in. It's important to all Canadians that there be better sharing of and access to the information that makes the basis for the policies that impact them. It allows citizens to knowledgeably engage their government either in support of or opposition to a particular issue in question. Government and its bureaucracies have an unfortunate tendency towards secrecy and concealment. This institutional instinct toward a jealous defense of what they wrongly perceive as their turf rather than information that is for the good governance of Canadians is contrary to the spirit of the modern era. The spirit of this age is one that values improved openness and access to information. That trend towards transparency is a natural reflection of what rapid advances in technology have made our new reality. The reality and expectation of today is that communications and knowledge is available instantly and in real time. So in light of this, we know government has not kept pace with the changing needs of the citizens it serves, especially in regards to access to information. The Information Commissioner of Canada said as much when in March of 2015 she presented a special report to Parliament on the very subject. In that report, the Commissioner indicated that, quote, over the Act's 3 decades of existence, technology, the administration of government, and Canadian society have been transformed in many regards. And yet, she went on to say, despite these changes, the Act remains largely in its original form, unquote. She followed with recommendations, 85 of them, in fact, to modernize the Access to Information Act. And consultations were held afterwards in the summer of 2016 regarding reform of the Access to Information regime, and a report in June of the same year by the Standing Committee on Access to Information resulted in 32 recommendations. So on the surface, at least, we can see some requirement to amend the Access to Information Act, which Bill C-58 purports to do, as well as amending the Privacy Act. We see some interesting aspects in a bill for Canadians seeking to bring documents under the control of federal institutions out into the light. And not to oversimplify the contents of the 100 pages of this bill, but among the more relevant observations to be made are that, first, the Information and Privacy Commissioners will have some of their powers clarified around the examination of documents containing information that is sensitive. Second, that a system of proactive publication of some information will be made. And third, that the Information Commissioner will have the ability to make orders that force the communications and documents of federal institutions into the open. All of which sounds, at first listen, like a step forward. Certainly the government promotes the amendments in such a manner, given some of the wording. For example, the Section 2 amendment outlining the purpose of the Information Act reads, quote, to enhance the accountability and transparency of federal institutions in order to promote an open and democratic society and to enable public debate on the conduct of those institutions, end quote. That is pretty florid language, Mr. Speaker. It certainly sets a positive tone, and from the outset portrays the intent of the bill as very progressive. That's the word in play, isn't it? Progressive. Isn't that the word this government likes to claim for all its actions? Isn't that the same word the Liberals employed in trying to justify upsetting our long-established tax code in order to make a harmful and costly intrusion into the wallets and affairs of small business owners and job creators in Canada? But I digress, Mr. Speaker. Returning specifically to the content of Bill C-58, however, it is difficult to imagine how an advocate of institutional transparency would stumble over the objectives presented here. But there's the rub, Mr. Speaker. There's a problem with the Liberals' progressive street creed in relation to this bill, and it's a glaring problem. You see, Mr. Speaker, this reform of the Access to Information Act does not include the Liberals' campaign promise to extend the Act to ministers' offices and to the Prime Minister's office. Even stakeholders who have welcomed some of the provisions of the Act that mandate proactive publication of certain information and the power of the Commissioner to order publication, these same stakeholders seldom also fail to note how the Liberals sidestep their election vow to make changes to the access of information to the Minister's offices and the PMO. In addition, the amendments in the bill permit the government to refuse access to information if the request is deemed a misuse of the right to request the information. Well, that is a highly subjective standard, Mr. Speaker. It allows government officials who may have a vested interest in keeping certain information under wraps to refuse access requests if they consider them vexatious or made in bad faith. Mr. Speaker, what bureaucrat anywhere on earth would not consider a request aimed at uncovering their mistakes or misdeeds as personally vexatious. The executive director of the Evidence for Democracy Group argued that the subjective power to reject requests on undefined basis, quote, jeopardizes the transparency and the openness of government. Mr. Speaker, I tend to agree with that. The loopholes in this act quickly become evident, Mr. Speaker. The co-founder of the Democracy Watch Group expressed it in this way. Public servants should not have this authority because they will likely use it as a new loophole to deny the public the information they are allowed to know, unquote. The Democracy Watch Group is also apparently well aware of the institutional secrecies of governments and bureaucracy I referred to earlier. Defenders of transparency seek a government that is open by default, not by special request, and certainly not one with the ability to choose which requests to honor based on biased criteria. The Liberals' flaunted claims of being progressive in offering new openness and transparency through the provisions of this Act simply don't survive the light of day, Mr. Speaker. In one fell swoop, in a document that purports to reform access information, the Liberals have instead, A, chosen not to honor another election promise, B, chosen to be unaccountable in selecting what information to publish, and C, giving themselves power to refuse requests. Mr. Speaker, in closing, the Liberals' amendments to the Access of Information Act themselves require some amending. This bill should reflect the spirit of the principle of the Act, which is, as its name suggests, but which the Liberals obviously fail to grasp, access to information, not restrictions to information. It seems a simple concept, Mr. Speaker, and I'm surprised the Liberals have failed to grasp it. Although, as I watch the debacle of the small business tax hikes unfold and observe what the Liberals consider to be the wealthiest Canadians, perhaps their lack of comprehension should not be a surprise, so should not surprise me that much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say that I disagree with the member across the way's final assessment. When we take a look at the legislation, we are seeing a piece of legislation that ultimately ensures that there's going to be more transparency, more accountability. You know, the commitments that were given by this Prime Minister are in fact being maintained with respect to this piece of legislation. We talked about proactive disclosure prior to the election. This enhances proactive disclosure. We have more power and authority that's being given to the Commissioner to order the release of information. If the Conservative caucus was fair in their comments, they would realize that this is in fact good legislation. And we look forward to it ultimately going to committee. My question to the member across the way is, does he see any good within the legislation? I see a lot of good, but I don't hear too much in terms of members across the way. And it doesn't mean that you have to just give compliments to the government, but let's recognize that there is many aspects of this, given that it's been over 30 years since we've actually seen improvements to the legislation. We're finally getting it today.
Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for your question. I think that you're right, that this is a tiny step forward, and that's good. We need lots of steps forward. We need to move into the 21st century. This is 34 years old. At that time, everything was on paper. Now we live with a world that is full of technology, and that technology should be brought, this government should be using the technology of the 21st century so that we can access information very quickly. There shouldn't be long delays. In this age of digital technology, when we have big databases, we have artificial intelligence, we have the ability to do all kinds of searches, that we should be able to have all of the information from this government should be in a digital database that we can ask a question to, and it can come out with an answer within literally a day, and that information can be given out to the public. So long delays should not be here. Costs should be brought down, because with that kind of technology, we can eliminate all of the hours and hours of time involved by people doing this. That can be brought down sooner. So although this is a good step forward, there is much more to be done, because there's still a lot of information that's in the shadows. And a lot of that information that's in the shadows is going to be in the Prime Minister's office, and it's going to be in the ministers' offices. And so if we're going to keep that in the dark, then this bill does not go far enough. And in fact, it breaks one of your promises, which was to make that information available. So I think, we've made it. I'll give you credit. There's a baby step forward, but we can make a lot bigger steps. And the steps that you make today will not only be for your government, but it'll be for every government that follows, and that'll be important to do. So I think you should grab it now when you've got the opportunity and make these big changes, because they'll be important for all Canadians to have trust in us, because all of this information will be open to them. We shouldn't have anything to hold back from.
Order. Order. We've got a little bit time left in the 5 minutes for questions and comments. Questions et commentaires? La députée de Louis.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My respect to the colleague from Calgary Heritage for his first speech here in the House. He asked him many questions before, but his first, I would say, maiden speech. Great job. We get used to that. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to the honourable colleague is that, for sure, when we are in office, it's very difficult to draw the line between what is important for the public to know and the discretion that the cabinet should have to make good decisions, to have frank discussion, and to have openness to the people, but not the minute after we have talked about it. So I would like to know the comments of the colleague about that. As far as he's concerned, does he think that this bill is going too far to the discretionary of to the disclosure of information to the people in regard of the importance of the confidentiality of the cabinet discussion?
Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage. Just a brief time for response.
Thank you, my honourable colleague. I absolutely, there are times where there is obviously very sensitive discussions that all governments have to face, and whether that is dealing with foreign countries or whether it's dealing with budget decisions, whatnot. So I think there is a line to be drawn, and a certain period of time maybe that's that things can remain off. They're not out in the open. So I certainly believe that that is something that we have to be careful about. At the same time, though, I think that we have to be careful that, the way we define what can be allowed has to be very carefully defined. We can't just have ministers saying, well, I just don't want this released. It's a frivolous thing. How do we define that so that it's very clear that what can be released is released? So I think we need a better definition of what vexatious is, for example, so that we don't have people just, easily denying stuff. So there should be a fine line. Yes, some documents should remain, for the time being, undisclosed, but more documents, probably more documents, way more documents, should be released for the public to see. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak today about C-58. I listened to my colleagues throughout the day who frequently said that this was just another example of broken promises from this government. And I would say something similar, because indeed, this bill represents or reflects the government's inaction. This bill also reflects Canadians' interest in the decisions that are made by their elected officials. And, it's normal, because access to information in Canada is something that came very late in the 1980s. If I remember correctly, the first country to have access to information laws was Norway in the late 19th century, which is quite a while ago. It took us almost another century after that. Access to information is very important for accountability. It's important for politicians and elected officials to be accountable. So this allows Canadians to see exactly how decisions are made so that they can better understand what's happening in the country. And as has also been said several times today, there's a delicate balance to be struck in a bill such as this, because this bill aims to amend the Access to Information Act. You know, Mr. Speaker, I was in the Army a while ago, and information is really key. Information is what allows you to meet your military objectives. And so information in any domain is always key to success. When it comes to the accountability of elected officials, we want Canadians to understand exactly what's happening in the country, and so access to information is very important. And that's why this is important. Canadians can scrutinize the actions taken by public officials, representatives of democratic institutions, and politicians, because all political staffers are subject to this law as well. It's important also for the media, who have to read and analyze all sorts of political decisions. And so that analysis of political decisions by the media is what allows Canadians to better understand how decisions are made, what the source of decisions was, and what the context was as well. And access to information is also very important for journalists who inform Canadians. So Bill C-58 from the Liberal government aims to provide Canadians with more information about decision-making, if I understand it correctly, so that they can maintain a relationship of trust between citizens and democratic institutions. But unfortunately, Bill C-58, and I liked what the member for Trois-Rivières said. He said that this is another example that this government is really all about image and style over substance. That's something that has really struck me over the last 2 years. I used to be surprised by it, but now I'm just disappointed when I see that this government puts forward actions and initiatives and photos. Everything has to do with style, not substance. People used to say that that the Conservatives had an image problem, but at least we made decisions and we explained them. But the Liberals, even when it comes to their own promises, they will come out with these sugary smokescreen bills that seem to suggest that they're moving forward with their promises. But in reality, when you read between the lines, you can see that that's not the case at all. And I'll give you another example of when they did this. There was the Elections Canada Act. Now, the official opposition put forward information about the Prime Minister, and rather than saying that they would end that practice, they actually legalized the practice of by tabling a bill that once again was just sugar-coated and seemed to increase accountability in fundraising activities, when in fact all it really did was legalize cash for access. This bill was tabled last June, Mr. Speaker, and it aims to amend the Access to Information Act, which was created in 1983 for the first time. They've wanted to change and strengthen this act, which is now almost 35 years old, so that it will be brought into line with the new digital realities of information gathering. Now, here on Parliament Hill, all employees, all politicians, whether we're talking about MPs' offices, departmental offices, the PMO, they all have telephones, which they use to exchange important information, and which they even use to make decisions. You can even see decisions that are being made in emails and text messages. And in the Prime Minister's office and within the cabinet, you know, one of the fundamental promises of the Liberals during the election campaign in 2015 was that they would make access to information open by default. And, of course, they would do that for Canadians, but who would this apply to? Well, they said it would apply to the Prime Minister's office and Cabinet. And, Mr. Speaker, you know what? Those two organizations will not be subject to Bill C-58. It's pretty incredible. On page 26 of the Liberal platform, they mentioned this exact issue. They said that, according to Liberals, it was important to have greater access to information, and that was particularly important for the Prime Minister's office and the Cabinet. So they brought forward these ideas during the election campaign to please certain groups who care about access to information in an absolute sense. But as I said, as a responsible government, we thought something else should be done. And so, you know, many opposition members said that it's important to include the PMO and Cabinet because there's a very delicate balance that needs to be maintained. If you want to make information available to Canadians about political decision-making within the executive, you need to strike that balance. What we want to do is to preserve an environment that is conducive to heated but productive debates where, at the end of the day, people will be able to make good decisions. Here in the House of Commons, of course, our debates are open and transparent, and they're fully accessible to the public because we don't make final decisions here in this House. And also we have opposing parties. So people expect that we will debate things here. But within the Cabinet, where there is solidarity between the ministers and where there are different points of views, because, of course, ministers come from different regions and represent different people with different interests, there are very important debates that happen in Cabinet, too. And in those debates, sometimes things might get a little bit acrimonious, a little bit heated. But at the end of the day, when they leave the Cabinet meeting, they will follow the path of the decision that was made as a consensus. So regardless of the type of decision that was made, we think that it's important to maintain a certain amount of confidentiality so that the state can work properly. And this government waited a very long time before tabling the bill. Imagine that after the elections, they wanted to move forward with their open by default policy, but they were advised not to do that. What I think is sad is that they're trying to make us believe that they are open by default, that that's what they're trying to do here, that they want the information to be open to the public, but that's not necessarily the case from an absolute perspective. Now, by acting this way, as they do in many files, by breaking promises, they are really creating cynicism. We should all want to fight against cynicism, especially the government. That's why I go door to door in my riding, because all throughout the election campaign, I would go to seniors' homes, for example, and they would often think that I was only there to get elected and that I was only there because it was an election campaign. And I said, listen, that's not the case. I'm here because I have an honorable approach. I want to meet you. I want to do my work, and I want to share my real intentions with you. But in this bill, there are a certain number of things that might be positive. For example, the government committed to do more. Well, let's look at mandate letters, for example. They all received, all the ministers received mandate letters, and we did as well. I recently read the mandate letter for the Minister of Heritage because I'm now the new shadow cabinet minister for Heritage. And I think we can all agree that these mandate letters, or at least the first 2 pages of the mandate letters, are the same for every minister. Now, there's a lot of information related to ministers that we can already have under the Access to Information Act, and that's good. But when it comes to more sensitive files, well, the release of that information will always be at the discretion of the Liberals, because everything that has to do with increasing access to information rests on one word, which is proactive. Ministers and senior officials and the PMO will have to decide whether or not they will actually reply to an access to information request.
When it comes to broken promises around access to information, and a number of journalists and groups working for greater transparency in our democracy have expressed themselves, and I'd like to share what some of them have said. It's quite interesting and revealing what these journalists and other groups have recently written. Kathy Gibbs from Evidence for Democracy said, and I quote, by ruling out getting information from Cabinet and the Prime Minister, and we're not the ones talking here, these are outsiders, the government is not keeping its election promise to run an open government. Furthermore, the possibility that some information will be excluded on a basis that's undefined is problematic. Duff Conacher from the group Democracy Watch, and I've met him a number of times. I've seen him at the Government Operations Committee. We did a study on protecting whistleblowers in the public service, and he was very well informed, and he said this bill proposes good changes to the Act and gives new powers to the commissioner to order the release of some information, but it does nothing to close the huge loopholes in the Act as the Liberals had promised. And these changes are necessary to have an open and transparent government. So this bill is a step backwards, according to Duff Conacher. It allows the government to refuse to release information if it's of the view that the request is frivolous or in bad faith. Officials should not enjoy that power because they will likely use it as a new loophole, as a pretext to deny the public information it's entitled to. And Mr. Conacher is very well known in Canada and internationally. He's taken part in a number of studies on the protection of whistleblowers all around the world. And no whistleblower legislation can work adequately or even well if it doesn't have a reliable Access to Information Act to back it up. And that's what he's arguing here, despite the Liberal arguments. They really haven't improved the Access to Information Act substantively. And Stéphane Giroux from the Quebec Federation of Journalists said that what was good for us was to get access to cabinet documents, but it was too good to be true. Same thing for electoral reform. Those who wanted to have our electoral system overhauled were disappointed. Same thing for small business. They were expecting the government to lower the small business corporate tax rate to 9%, but they've done the opposite. They've increased the tax rate to 73% for investment income for small business owners. So, Mr. Maher from iPolitics, the title said, Liberals shockingly timid on access to information reform.
It's quite specific. In the second page, one of the first paragraph, where he's mentioning the election platform of the Liberal Party, in which we could find black and white that they were intending to open by default access to information to the Prime Minister's office and the ministerial cabinet. These journalists say, and I quote, "If you look closely at the changes proposed to access legislation, you can't conclude that it matches his rhetoric." End of quotation. He's talking about the rhetoric from the Liberal benches, Mr. Speaker. The next paragraph, I quote again, "The proactive disclosure of some ministerial documents may be a step backward because the decisions about what to release and what to redact will not be reviewable by the Information Commissioner. For the ministries, there is no one to review what they choose not to disclose, and I think that goes against the principle of the statute." And he was quoting from Robert Marleau, who was Information Commissioner from 2007 to 2009. I mean, this is quite powerful. And we got big people here supporting the official opposition of Her Majesty's opinion. The opinion of the opposition, of course, not Her Majesty. Another journalist, Mr. Speaker, Carl Mayer from News Politics. Trudeau Liberals place restrictions, he says restrictions, on plan to end government secrecy. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll end with this. It is quite obvious coming from advocacy groups, coming from journalists, coming from our own evaluation of the bill, that this government, again, is breaking on its promise and not applying what they've said they would do. And this bill does not reflect at all advancing or increasing access to information in Canada. Thank you, sir.
Just a brief reminder for the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou, when he uses a quote that includes a member's name, even a family name of a member sitting in the House, the standing orders do not allow that. So even the family name, if it's in a quote, you're still not allowed to say it. That's just a reminder for the next time. Resuming debate. Questions and comments. The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary, to the president of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to say thank you for the speech from the member for Beauport-Limoilou. He did a good job of explaining a number of details about this effort, these changes, which are very complex and detailed. There are a number of opinions on these changes among the public and various organizations, of course. Our party, the Liberal Party, we expressed the need for an update to the access to information system and legislation, and that is indeed what we've done. The member complains that it took too long, but I want to point out that the Conservative Party had 10 years to do this and did nothing to update this bill. We undertook a study via the Access to Information Committee, and we immediately put that on the table. A directive was issued on 3 key parts of openness and transparency. So we went out ahead before the bill came out. So with C-58, we are now proposing legislative changes. That's what we're debating today. And then the standing committee is expected to study this in greater detail. There could be further changes. There could be things that need to be revised. There may be a review after a certain amount of time after this bill comes into force. So I think we've done a lot of things here to reach our goal to have a system that works better, that's more efficient and more useful, more helpful to Canadians. So I'd like to ask the member to tell us why the Conservative Party did nothing about this reform when they themselves promised to do so in 2006, and there was no action from the Conservative Party when they had the chance. So how does he explain that? What kind of moral authority do the Conservatives have now to criticize us for taking less than 2 years to do what all we've done? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Do you know what we did in 2007? We created the Parliamentary Budget Officer Office.
Yeah.
Okay, which have the duty to inform Canadians and this House and all members what's going on with the budgetary estimates and the supplementary estimates and all the expenses and increase in the expenses. This is a first amazing step in accountability in Canada, and I'm very proud of it. As well, Madame Legault, on December 4, 2014, Commissioner of Information of Canada, she said, over the years, I quote, of course, I have also made recommendations to the President of the Treasury Board on various ways to advance accountability and transparency. I am very pleased that most of these recommendations over the years have been implemented by the government. I must inform this House that in 2014, the government was conservative. But, Mr. Speaker, to conclude on my answer to this honourable member, this bill originated in a bill presented here a few years ago by the member from Papineau, and the member from Papineau promised during the election, he's an important figure at that time and still today, he promised that he would increase accountability in this Information Act to the Prime Minister's office and to the ministerial staff and offices.
You promised.
The blunt truth today is that those promises were broken. And that's what we're saying today. And that's what Canadians must see. And we must all acknowledge, they should acknowledge that. It's broken after broken promise, and that's the record of this government.
Good. And questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his presentation, his speech, and his reading of the bill. I have to admit that the idea that we're still facing broken promises, I can only agree. I don't have time to list all the broken promises after only 2 years of Liberal government, and then you'll interrupt me and say I don't have time. I've run out of time for my question, so I better ask it right away. So my question is, if there was to be any kind of narrowing of the gap between the Ethics Commissioner and the Access to Information Commissioner's recommendations and what this bill is done, how could that be accomplished? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Despite the long summer, I didn't have time to look at the similarities or differences between the recommendations of the Information Commissioner and this bill. I did look at what journalists have said, and I have analyzed the bill, but what's important is to make Canadians aware And I hope that we'll manage to do so within the next couple of years. And I think we're succeeding because one of the latest polls I saw yesterday was that Canadians are more and more aware. They're realizing that this is a government that's all about image and rhetoric and nice talk of warm fuzzies, and but they're not. When it comes to the nitty-gritty, they can't tell the truth. They aren't even able to release the information that they promised. Information from the PMO and from Cabinet. They are reversing their promise because they realize that it's problematic, the things they don't want to release everything they promised to, and this is harmful to our democracy. They can't even admit it. They can't admit that they've realized that their promises went too far. So they're just trying to reassure their base by saying, well, we did what we promised in 2015, but the main parts of that promise when it comes to access information aren't even in this bill. So it's unfortunate. It's a shame. I'm seriously starting to be fed up because this is what we see every day from this government. Every time you discuss a bill, it's just window dressing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a pleasure to listen to my colleague from Beauport, Limoilou, he's recognized in Quebec as Mr. Door-to-Door because he's knocked at so many doors. That was his goal, and he even made the headlines in Le Soleil. He was out one Sunday morning knocking. How many doors have you knocked on? 20,000 doors, is it? So, Mr. Speaker, since this member is distinguishing himself for his direct contact with constituents, could he tell us how constituents react when they learn that the Liberals have not been keeping their promises? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. In my most recent door-to-door walkabouts this summer, people expressed their discouragement with this government's determination to push ahead with legalizing marijuana, some because they morally oppose it, others because they just don't think it's a priority. They say, seriously, is this the most important thing that the House of Commons can be doing? For example, the conflict in North Korea, what's going on in the Ukraine, conflict in Africa. There are lots of bigger priorities in their view, and they're also embarrassed by a prime minister who struts around Canada and in other countries boasting about Canada without having the political guts to do what needs doing here. And I think this is great for us in the future because Canadians can see clearly what the Liberals are doing, and I really get a feeling for that when I do my door-to-door work. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say I'm quite happy to be back in the House because finally we can say something about what's being said publicly, and that's the magic of democracy, actually, because citizens always have this ability actually to weigh what the government is saying. And when you want to perfect a bill, that's important. However, in this case, there's so much to improve on. I'm not sure if we'll be able to do that. I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Strathcona because we all have a lot to say about Bill C-58. Mr. Speaker, allow me to start with a quote. In 2015, the Prime Minister stated, and I quote, "Open government is good government." End of quote. So, a short sentence, an idea, a clear sentence. He said, open government is good government. However, one can only see that 2 years after their election, the Liberal government is still struggling with this notion of transparency, and that Bill C-58, that we will oppose its second reading, will not improve the situation. Mr. Speaker, I could really speak about the whole process that
the botched process that led to electoral reform, or that was supposed to lead to electoral reform. So there are many examples. Now, one only has to invert the PM's quote in order to be able to conclude that a government that lacks transparency is bad government. However, before drawing this conclusion, just allow me to describe some significant flaws in the bill and show you that the Liberals are really infringing on the principles of transparency and accountability. If one goes back in history, well, everything began so well. If you go back to 1983, it was then that Canada passed its Access to Information Act. And our country was a groundbreaker when it came to transparency at the time. Unfortunately, that's no longer the case. And according to the Centre for Law and Democracy, Canada today is ranked 49th in access to information. So we went from groundbreaker, leader, to really one who's just straggling. Over the years, Conservatives and Liberals promised more transparency, but those promises were not kept. Along comes Bill C-58 on transparency and access to information. At first blush, one might wonder how a bill dealing with this topic could make the situation even hazier, even more uncertain. I mean, who could be against transparency? I know very few people who are not in favor of improving transparency. However, one would be underestimating the Liberals to think that, because they are all about superficiality, appearances. Really, they are all about appearances and superficiality. There are a few important changes to the Access to Information Act, but most of them actually make the situation worse. Once again, the Act does not apply equally to all. And this actually seems to be what is becoming the brand of the Liberals. They have one approach for their friends and one approach for all the rest. The Liberals promised in 2015 that access to information would apply to the PMO and to the ministers. That's easy to understand, Mr. Speaker. And during the last election campaign, I think everyone understood it that way. That is to say that access to information will apply to the PMO and to the ministers. It was clear. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll let you draw your own conclusion. The ministers' decisions and the Prime Minister's decisions lead to real actions that have real repercussions on the lives of our constituents. So it's our duty to be accountable. Let's just take one example. My office filed an access to information request with Finance Canada regarding the public transit tax credit. So the purpose was simple. We wanted to know what the impact of this measure would be on Canadian families. In the response, many crucial pieces of information that would have allowed us to understand who would be disadvantaged by this had been redacted. So just blacked out. You couldn't even see it if you held the paper up. A black pen through it. So the response to that question, to know how certain groups of society would be affected, had been blacked out. The government even refused to reveal on whose advice this decision had been based on. I could also give you the example of a case where I used access to information in order to get a copy of the study undertaken by Credit Suisse on the privatization of airports. But once again, the government refused to release the study that Finance Canada had sponsored or requested. Privatizing Canadian airports could threaten jobs, could create new user fees, and could also increase the cost of the plane ticket for travelers. With all these consequences for travelers and for workers, I think it's unacceptable that the government hide the study that taxpayers funded. Liberals also refused to reveal how much they paid Credit Suisse to obtain that advice on airport privatization. And all that under the current legislation, Mr. Speaker. And C-58 would actually make the situation even more difficult. And that is why the Information Commissioner has recommended that we lift the veil on PMO documents and on ministers' documents. There are many stakeholders of civilian society who have criticized this current legislation. Mr. Holman said to the Ethics Committee that Canada is known to have fallen behind in access to information. So once upon a time we were groundbreakers, and now we're at the bottom of the list. The current bill increases this culture of secrecy, and that's why the Canadian Association of Journalists is recommending that the 75 shortcomings in this bill be taken out. Federal institutions use these loopholes in order to censor documents before they fall into the hands of the public. I'm going to quote a part of Mr. Holman's testimony with your permission, Mr. Speaker. Section 21 of the Access to Information Act permits the government to refuse access to any advice or recommendations developed for public officials, as well as accounts of their consultations or deliberations for a 20-year period. In addition, Section 69 prohibits access to any records related to Cabinet government's principal decision-making body. These two sections are unhealthy for our democracy, and it was Duff Conacher, who is the coordinator for Democracy Watch, who described the provisions of the current act as a guide on the way on how to keep secrets, Mr. Speaker. Now, I was talking about the current act. However, C-58 is going to weigh down even further access to information requests. The government can have all the best intentions, but if access is not guaranteed, then this bill is useless. Bill 6 says that the head of a federal institution can not follow up on a request if any of the following conditions are fulfilled. For example, if the request involves a lengthy number of documents or involves extensive research that would interfere seriously with the functioning of the institution. The government is imposing such vague conditions and is making so many excuses that allows it to circumvent this right of citizens to information. So, as I said earlier, it can invoke the fact that it might take up too much time or too much research. Now, I see my time is going by, Mr. Speaker, so in conclusion, I just want to remind you that in 2008, 2011, and 2014, the NDP tabled bills that dealt specifically with improving the Access to Information Act. And those bills took into account recommendations made by the Information Commissioner and by the Ethics Commissioner. And I do hope, if ever this gets to committee, that we will end up with a revised bill based on those recommendations. Now, because time is going by, I'll now take time for questions rather than to continue with my remarks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Trois-Rivières for his remarks. I do have a question for the member. But first, I just want to emphasize that these changes really do reflect our election promises and the commitments that were made in the mandate letter for the President of the Treasury Board, for the Minister of Justice, and for the Minister of Democratic Institutions. We committed to openness and to transparency. And these legislative measures that have been brought forward are another step towards that, another step amongst many. And it's an important step. What I would like to ask the member is the following. For a party that advocates for more transparency and for more openness, will the NDP refuse to support this legislation? And why? Why would they not support increased powers for the Information Commissioner? That is included in this legislation. Does he not support the mandatory review of the bill every 5 years, which is a fundamental part of this bill? And it would start as soon as 2018, 2019. Order, please.
All. Nous avons le temps juste pour une...
We have time for a response and maybe one more question. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her question. This is what I say. She says that the NDP talks a lot. Well, yes, we do take many opportunities to speak, but we don't just speak, we act. And as I was saying earlier, 2006, 2008, 2011, and 2014 were years when we tabled bills, actual bills, whose purpose was to improve this. Now, I do acknowledge that the 2 points that she raised, yes, do something. But just saying that every 5 years you'll be able to revise a bill that really isn't doing the work it should is not enough. So we're not just talking. And what I would have hoped for is that the Liberal government look at the NDP bills that had already been tabled and use them in C-58, because those bills went a lot further than what has been brought forward today. So I think it is high time to do more, and to do more than just do things for appearance's sake. So one has to really walk the talk, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments.
La députée, the Honourable Member for Strathcona.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have heard a lot from the government side. We have heard them say that they want the committee to do a lot of work, and they want there to be an opportunity for members to contribute to the committee. But we already had a committee that did examine the Access to Information Act. And most of the recommendations that came from the committee are not reflected in this government bill. So how are we supposed to be able then to trust that once this bill goes to committee, once the bill is referred to the committee, that the government will even take into consideration the work that it has said it wants the committee to do? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. So, if the past is any indication, well, yes, I can't see actually how the government will take into account the work done by the committee. However, we in the NDP party have always been willing to work. If the Liberals are open to the committee doing work, well, we're not closed to that. We are going to bring forward amendments that we feel are absolutely essential to end up with a properly amended bill. And then we can talk again at third reading. But given the current circumstances, I think we're light years away from agreeing on a bill that really is only a bill in appearances only.
Well, member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too, Mr. Speaker, am pleased to rise to speak to this bill and share many of the concerns and disappointments that have been raised in the House today. Mr. Speaker, in my 40 years as an environmental lawyer, working as a public advocate with governments, advising other nations, I have been constant in pursuing citizens' rights. Rights to have a voice in decision-making and to ensure that those voices are informed and constructive through ready and timely access to information. And as my colleague from Regina Lewin mentioned today, fighting for whistleblower protection measures. Because time after time, when we're dealing with issues that may impact health or environment, several, from time to time, officials in the Health Department and Environment Department have given up their careers by stepping forward and revealing information that the government did not want to reveal. And it's disappointing that those measures have not yet come forward. I have 3 times over tabled in this place a Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights that would have expressly guaranteed those rights, including access to environmental information. And it is sad to share that the first time that I tabled this bill, and it actually went to committee, the majority in that committee, it was only me there, and the other were Liberals, Conservatives, struck down the simple provision in my bill calling for the government to provide access to environmental information. So why is my bill and a strengthened Access to Information Act necessary? Among the greatest barriers Canadians face in seeking to provide a voice in decisions impacting their health and environment is a lack of access to information. They want information on the planned routes of pipelines and chemical plants before they are approved, on potential or known impacts of toxins on their health and environment before they are approved for use, on the safety of consumer products before they are made available for sale, and on how the government intends to strengthen our environmental protections in a revised NAFTA. And here I add that the government has circulated a call for public input on environmental impact of NAFTA, and yet they have provided absolutely no information on what they're proposing to put in NAFTA. Talk about a vacuous call for consultation. In successive reports by the Parliamentary Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, recommendations have been made to ensure greater public access to such information. We await actions on these by a government who proclaims priority for the environment and on these long overdue reforms, and for the government to enact an Environmental Bill of Rights. At the Centre for Law and Democracy, as the Centre for Law and Democracy has stated in its comments on Bill C-58, and I quote, "At the heart of a right to information is the right of individuals to request whatever information they want from government," end of quotes. In other words, at the heart of and at right of access to information is the right of Canadians to ask for the information they want, not to sit back and wait for the government to decide what information they might choose to disclose. Yes, we need both, but we need access to information and more willingness to disclose. So in reviewing, and as my colleague has pointed out, the Liberal emphasis on proactive publication leaves government discretion of what to disclose. In reviewing Bill C-58, we need only consider this simple question. Does it actually deliver on the Liberals' promise to improve access to information? Sadly, the clear answer is no, it does not. Sadly, Bill C-58 represents yet another broken election promise, as has been said many times over in this place. The government, in presenting this bill, has blatantly disregarded the 85 recommendations for reform by the Information Commissioner and the recommendations by the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. They have ignored the advice of legal and access to information experts. The bill is completely at odds with the reforms proposed by the Prime Minister in the bill he himself tabled while in opposition. It fails to deliver reforms recommended in many bills tabled by the New Democratic Party. It contradicts the directives issued by the Prime Minister to all of his ministers in the mandate letters. And we have heard this mentioned, Mr. Speaker, many times in the place. And as the Prime Minister has said in every mandate letter, in quotes, "We have also committed to set a higher bar for openness and transparency in government. It is time to shine more light on government to ensure it remains focused on the people it serves. Government and its information should be open by default," end of quotes. So contrary to what the President of the Treasury Board has asserted, a statement in a mandate letter does not, in fact, extend a right to information.
Yep, that's
So this government expects accolades for releasing these mandate letters, then abjectly fails to deliver on them. We note the global ratings. Now, the President of the Treasury Board gave accolades to the government because they've been appointed to this open government committee. And yet one remains puzzled that an analysis by a recognized group, Center for Law and Democracy, they have pointed out that there actually are international criteria for assessing how well the government is delivering on access to information. And they have 7 criteria. And they've done an analysis. Now, it's important to note that right now, Canada sits at a miserable 49th position globally. By implementing the measures in this bill, they are only going to rise to the 46th position. So it shoots a cannon hole in the argument by the President of the Treasury Board that this bill deserves great accolades. Canadians remember the broken election promise to end the first-past-the-post elections, an action mandated to the First Minister of Democratic Reform and broken. On balance, Bill C-58 takes a very small step forward to improve public access to information, but delivers us many steps backwards. So what are the key reforms that the Commissioner, Committee, Members of Parliament, and access to information experts have long called for? Expanding the scope of the Act to require access to a broader array of information, reducing the wait times and fees. The government is doing that. In fact, they've done it before. They've simply put it in law. Substantially narrowing the exceptions or exclusions, including access to prime ministerial and ministerial information. And yet this bill cuts that back by exceptions that they include. Empowering the Information Commissioner to issue binding orders. While that power is extended, they then are cut back by additional powers given to the government to short-circuit those powers. And what we would have hoped is protection for whistleblowers. So what is provided in C-58? A 5-year review, but then again, I mean, we've waited 3 decades for a strengthened bill, and now all we get is, in 5 years, we can review it again. It defies credibility. I find it astounding. Of course there should be a 5-year review, but we shouldn't wait for the amendments that we waited for 30 years. Formalizing fee waivers, granting power to the Information Commissioner, I've mentioned that, but those are restricted. So where have they failed? Well, no duty to document their decision-making processes. Allows the labeling of information as cabinet briefings to deny access. Introduces yet more exceptions. Fails to require harms test, which is the specific recommendation by the committee, the parliamentary committee. Fails to prescribe in law explicit public interest override. Again, a recommendation of the parliamentary committee. And indeed empowers the Commission to order information release, but undermines by other provisions it adds. Absent government acceptance of significant amendments to this bill, and the record has been that they have not been open to amendments from this place, given the abject failings of Bill C-58, perhaps the next measure we can anticipate by this government to cover off another broken election promise, and sad to say, we will wait and see, is yet another amendment to the ministerial mandate letters to remove the commitment to set a higher bar for openness and transparency in government. So the President of the Treasury Board has committed to be open to amendments. We are hopeful that, in fact, we know we'll have a good discourse in the committee. There have been lots of concerns raised. We've had lots of reviews by everything from the Information Commissioner to further previous reports by Parliament, by experts. And let's hope that if the Open Government Partnership examines in more close detail this bill, they will speak to the Government of Canada. If they won't listen to us, perhaps they'll listen to nations around the world and call for these kinds of changes to come forward to genuinely provide access to information to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Edmonton Strathcona, who I've worked with on a number of measures, including her environmental rights bill when I was member of the Environment and Sustainable Development Committee. So I have a great deal of respect for the member, and I was surprised at her exaggerations and out-and-out inaccuracies in her statement. And I'll just point out two, because if we cannot go on what she is saying in those two, I mean, what else is being exaggerated for political purposes in this debate, which is unfortunate because this is a substantive bill with substantive issues, and we welcome real discussion. But when it is exaggerated misinformation, it does bring down the tone of the debate, I must say. One of those inaccuracies is where the member said that this bill does not, that it's only in 5 years that we can review this again and not until then. And that's patently not true. It's very clear in this legislation that the first review of these 5-year rolling reviews would start 1 year after this bill comes into force. So we expect that in 2018, 2019. So this is all part of a pattern of reforms that we are making that we started right away from the beginning by having the committee study this bill and having ministerial directives. And the second is that she claimed it doesn't meet the ministerial mandate text, and it does. That was to appropriately cover their offices with access to information regime. That is exactly what's happening. And maintaining cabinet confidence has been recognized by the Supreme Court of Canada as an important democratic principle, and we were balancing that principle with access through a very broad, proactive disclosure of the information that is most often requested in access to information. So I hope the member can tell me that she is going to work constructively towards an outcome that she can support, but I would also like her to correct the record on those issues.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I too have a great deal of respect for the member, and I appreciate working with her on the Environment Committee when I was first elected, and she worked very hard in that committee. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm stunned. What is this, alternative facts? Well, we have heard speaker after speaker reiterating not even what is our opinion in this place, but what legal and access to information experts are revealing. We simply need to look at what the Parliamentary Committee recommended and that the government has not delivered on, what the Information Commissioner has recommended and they have not delivered on. You can shoot cannonballs through the supposed greater access to information. I am stunned. All they are giving us is more opportunities to review a law that we've been waiting 3 decades to be revised and strengthened for the benefit of Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise to speak to C58 in questions and comments now to my honourable colleague for Edmonton Strathcona. I've been in the debates all day, but popping up has not yielded me the floor until this moment. So I get to say to my honourable friend from Edmonton Strathcona, we used to say in this country that we didn't exactly have freedom of information, we had freedom from information. And I'm afraid that C58 does let us down badly in a couple of key areas. I wondered if my colleague would have any comments around something that I find particularly distressing, which is expanding the ability of the government institution that holds the information to make its own decision, as far as I can see in the bill, not subject to review and not independent. The request is vexatious. I wonder if she has any comments on that section.
For Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend in this place, who, of course, has worked along with me many years in fighting for access to information on behalf of Canadians, particularly in the environmental area. I, too, share the concern of the honourable member that, in fact, what the government has done is completely the opposite of what the committee recommended. They did recommend that there should be some level of screening of requests for access to information, but that would be done by the neutral commissioner, not by the very institution where the people are seeking the information. So it's absolutely stunning. You know, yeah, you'll have access to information, but we can decide that we think that you're being frivolous and vexatious, and this is a waste of our time. It's frankly stunning, Mr. Speaker, and it is not delivering on what their colleagues in this place in committee recommended.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Richmond Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to speak today to talk about Bill C-58, an act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This bill is referred to as C-58, a bill that is sponsored by the President of the Treasury Board. We know him well, and we always enjoy when he speaks. It's a very special bill in the way that it has been tabled. I would like to explain. This bill will change the Access to Information Act that was adopted in 1983, so it's a rather old legislation that needed to be updated. Amendments were supposed to affect all organizations that share information and affects all people who want to access information. Everyone should have access to information if we follow the Liberal electoral promises. The first relevant observation is that C-58 does not have the Liberal electoral promise in it that sought to increase the scope of the Act to the PMO. With the new provisions, the government can decline any access to information request if they decide that it's a vexatious request or if it's an abuse of access to information. If we were to be able to evaluate these criteria, we would say it might be acceptable, but it seems rather subjective. When we see how the party on the other side of the House governs, we will see, or rather we do see, that they will stop Canadians, they will stop opposition parties, they will stop watchdogs doing their work by having access to all information. Since its creation, our party has always sought to make government more responsible. Our governments have not been tarred by scandals like previous Liberal governments. The bill provides for an increase of the Information Commissioner Office, an increase of their budget of $5 million. The Liberal government always seems to find money by putting their hands in people's pockets, but with all the staff they have, we wonder why they're not able to do this work. Or is this $5 million going to be to hire people just to decide if a request is vexatious? I would like to quote stakeholders. Some people might say that we're the opposition, we're against, we're simply going to criticize every single tiny thing the government does. But I would like to talk about neutral people who need access to information, guardians of our democracy. First of all, Ms. Gibbs, CEO of Evidence for Democracy. She says that the Liberal government has not respected its electoral promise by excluding the possibility of obtaining information from Cabinet and the PMO. The government, therefore, does not respect its electoral promise that sought an open government by default. Some access to information requests may be refused with non-undefined definitions, which hampers transparency. Dove Connector, co-founder of Democracy Watch, says that the bill does nothing to stop the shortcomings of the bill, and so more provisions are required. This bill is a step in the wrong direction. When one tables a bill, it's to try and improve the situation. It's a step, therefore, in a wrong direction that allows government representatives to refuse ATIP requests if they decide that it's a frivolous request based on subjective criteria, or if they think it's in bad faith. Public servants should not have this power because, no doubt, they will use it as a new escape route so as not to broadcast information that is a right for Canadians. Stéphane Giroux, head of the Quebec Professional Journalists Association, said that what was the most interesting factor for us was to receive information from Cabinet. And he says it was simply too good to be true. Robert Marlowe, former Information Commissioner, we're not just talking about someone from the opposition, we're talking about real people with real experience in the field. From 2007 and 2008, No one will oversee ministers in their decision, which goes against the law. The Commissioner is out of the loop. If you ask for information and if they have been redacted, before there was an appeals process, which is no longer the case now. One cannot even go to the courts. It's one step forward and two steps back. The British Columbia Freedom of Information and Privacy Association stated that the bill leaves black holes in the Act, which leads to the non-disclosure of some information. We need to strongly denounce the fact that the Prime Minister once again has shattered an electoral promise. Yes, once again. Yes, my colleague said one more, because here are some more shattered electoral promises. So I think no doubt we will be sending this document out for those who have not followed the news. Electoral reform. The government said that there would be electoral reform, but that was not the case. They simply changed their mind. A small $10 billion deficit every year, another shattered promise. Over $25 billion deficit over the past 2 years. Welcoming 25,000 refugees before the end of 2015, failed. Working on the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain Pipeline, failed. Reducing the middle class tax burden. Well, we're looking at the tax reform. It's gone from 11 to 9%. Instead of that, the government now wants to tax companies, tax entrepreneurs throughout Canada. Reducing the government debt GDP ratio has not been as much as promised. Investing $3 billion over the next 4 years to improve home care, it has not happened. How many times? 8 times. And this is ignoring quite a few of them. Another promise that has been shattered. I've already talked about the tax rate, not buying F-35s and starting an open and transparent tender process. Well, once again, transparency has been bandied around, but it has not been applied. Veteran affairs. Guaranteeing 4 years of post-secondary education for any veteran, which has not been the case. Money to help the families of veterans. Once again, a shattered promise. Investing millions in a study program for veterans. It has not happened. Lifetime benefits for injured veterans. That has also not been done. I still have many examples on my list. I simply do not have enough time to list them all. Investing $300 million more in a youth work program to create 40,000 jobs, because many people need a lot of experience. 5,000 green jobs over the next 3 years. That simply has not been done. Investing $40 million to create new internships. It has not happened. Changing the House of Commons standing orders to stop omnibus bills. This has not happened. Investing $50 million per year for the post-secondary student fund. It has not happened. The 2% increase of investments for First Nations. And the government is saying that they're fighting for the First Nations, but this has not been done. A veto right for First Nations for natural resource exploitation. That has not happened. What we do note is that the government has said it was going to table a bill for more transparency. Currently, it's completely the opposite. There's nothing new. Just like the experts I quoted said, it's one step forward, 2 steps back. Despite their virtuous promises during their campaign, the Liberals have failed in increasing transparency and openness in the government. A government that would decide when to provide or refuse to provide information. The Liberals have given themselves the power to refuse ATIP requests that they might find embarrassing. Liberal changes mean that less information will be available to Canadians. They're doing nothing to remediate irresponsible changes and delays. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my Conservative colleague for his speech. I would like to note that the access to information system has to work for the benefit of Canadians. Currently, there are no limits on the number of demands that anyone can make, and there are no limits on the scope of the request. A number of MPs have targeted this initiative in Bill C-58, including this MP. I have a question. Our current system is hampered by frivolous and vexatious requests. We want to change the modalities of this system in this bill because it is simply unfair for Canadians that make legitimate ATIP requests. Does the MP know that a number of provinces and territories have a variant of the measures we have proposed to protect the efficiency of this access to information system? Do they know that it is also the case for Australia, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom? I heard a number of concerns raised with regards to our decision. My question is it not incumbent upon us to make this system more efficient for Canadians that make legitimate requests? Should we not be able to reject frivolous, vexatious and in bad faith requests? The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. It's a good one. I would say that when it comes to other provinces and countries, I think we should always look at the best practices, and the best way to avoid the subjectiveness of a decision to grant or reject a request. I think if the idea is just to limit the number of requests, that's a bad way of thinking about things. People need access to information to make enlightened decisions about how things go on elsewhere. There are researchers that look at what other parliaments do, but unfortunately, our system is so cumbersome, it's so bogged down, people aren't getting the information they need. So what there should be is a checklist, there should be an information base, and people should be able to get the information they need quickly. The technology is there today in 2017. Startups are popping up all over the place. Intelligent people should be able to come up with systems that make this information available on a timely basis so that researchers, watchdogs, scientists, and so on can get access to real information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have time for a very short question.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the Harper government record, the member's new commitment to transparency of access to information is refreshing. Interested in the member's thoughts on the major loophole that remains in this Liberal legislation, C-58, the failure to keep the campaign promise to include the Prime Minister's office and ministerial offices being subject to access to information requests. His comments on that major loophole. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Athabasca, in 45 seconds or less. I can answer that in 5 seconds, Mr. Speaker. My colleague's quite right. That's a huge gap. It's the major shortcoming in the bill, and that is cabinet documents. If that's not available, then all this work, all this attempt to table more transparent legislation is a total failure in our view, and that is why we'll have to oppose this bill. And I hope that Canadians will get access to that information to understand what the objective was. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to stand in the House today to oppose Bill C-58. that's clear and transparent for you. You can't get any more clear and transparent. This is a broken promise from the Liberals. 20 broken promises were just listed, broken Liberal promises, and in the last campaign, the Liberals promised, and the Prime Minister himself, as a member, when this bill was first introduced, promised that there would be greater openness and transparency, and, well, it's just not there. It's not in this bill. So I think this is a regrettable habit among our friends opposite, breaking their promises. And we can only conclude that Canadians are disgusted about these broken promises. This is not the first and probably not the last. You really get the feeling that the sunny ways are about to be gone. A number of their election promises, well, one was to reform our electoral system. And that was no small promise coming from the Liberals. That was a major promise to change the way we vote. And once the committee had done its work and tabled its report, the Liberals realized that Canadians had seen through their game, because what they were really trying to do was set up preferential ballots that would have probably, well, actually would certainly have given them an advantage. So Canadians and the committee decided, well, the report didn't really help the Liberals, so they decided to just drop the whole promise. When you break a promise as important, as major as changing the way we elect our representatives in Canada, basically you're telling voters that you don't trust them. And that's what we experienced. And that's what we heard from Canadians. So once again, when an independent committee set up by the government, it was supposed to be a majority Liberal committee at first, but the 3 or 4 opposition parties, when you include the Greens, they brought pressure to bear, and that changed the makeup of the committee. And so inevitably that changed the situation, and it changed the promise. So C-58 is the same thing. Once again, the Liberals made a promise during the election campaign, and then they're not keeping it now that they're in power. My colleague for Mégantic l'Érable, well, we've drawn up a list. There are so far 20 broken promises on that list, and it's not finished, the compilation of that list. So when you talk about cynicism, Mr. Speaker, the cynicism, especially when you table legislation that's supposed to inform people better, make what Cabinet and the Prime Minister's office do more transparent. When you see that promise was made and 2 years later the promise is broken again, it's unacceptable, and that's why I'll be voting against this. A number of voices have been raised in recent weeks about this bill. Organizations that were essentially, these are people who were fairly critical of the Conservatives when we were in office. Now they're being quite critical of the Liberals, and they're making good points. When you promise clarity and transparency, you have to deliver the goods. And the Liberal Party, which is currently in power, they're really not doing what they said they would. They're just missing in action on this file. They said they would make all the information that was being circulated in ministers' offices and the Prime Minister's office. They said all that information would be made available. When did that become no longer relevant? Well, as soon as they tabled this bill, because you have to understand, this government is in power, and they decided to update the legislation that had been around for 30-some years. And when I heard the parliamentary secretary say earlier that this was a good step, well, why is it just a good step? Why don't you go the full distance? You see a problem. Why are you having trouble revealing information, making information accessible? Well, that information could be turned against them. And that's what I'm hearing when I listened to the speeches earlier this afternoon. Every time a Liberal member or a parliamentary secretary stands up and speaks about this bill, you can really see in their attitude that they deliberately kept some things out of the bill. They didn't want to make certain things clear and transparent with this bill, precisely so that they wouldn't be shooting themselves in the foot, basically, so they wouldn't be caught. If journalists who play their role in democracy every day here in the House, if journalists can't get access to relevant information that's relevant to Canadians, how are they supposed to do their job? If they can't access the information, they really can't play their role fully. So I think it's essential when you table legislation, you can't just go halfway. It can't be a half measure. You have to go all the way. The bill should fulfill all of the purposes for which it was created. And I think the Liberals, what we hear from their comments, it's always the same thing they're saying. And it's a shame. It's a pity after promising heaven and earth for Canadians in 2015. Now, all we can conclude is that, we're far from both. When you talk about organizations that are supposed to be the watchdogs of Canadian democracy, they're independent, arm's-length organizations like Democracy Watch. Those people, those watchdogs, or guardians of democracy, they are very critical of what we do here, and rightly so. Those people take a lot of time, and they analyze very carefully what we parliamentarians are doing. And they do that to try to improve democracy, improve transparency, improve communications with Canadians, and to say the least, they've been quite harsh in their criticism of the current government. They say this bill is not one step forward, it's 2 steps backward. And that says it all about the usefulness of this bill and the way it was crafted and created. If I put myself in the Prime Minister's shoes in 2015, he promised to be open and transparent, and he said all Canadians will be able to know what is going on in ministers' offices and in my office. But once he took office, he realized, whoa, we've got a problem here. We can't reveal all of this information, and certainly not ministers' offices, and even less so my office. So what is the information that he doesn't want to share with Canadians? I think that's a very relevant question. And we are going to make sure that we ask the Prime Minister that question, because clearly you don't table legislation just for the sake of tabling legislation. You do it because you're trying to deliver on your promises. And I repeat, we've already drawn up a list of 20 broken promises, 20 promises that have not been kept, and C-58 is not the first, and it certainly won't be the last either. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brome, Missisquoi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me congratulate the member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup for his speech, and the member who preceded him as well. First of all, I should mention that we are truly a government of transparency. Transparency and consultation, Mr. Speaker. Look at the consultation that the current government has done and compare that to the previous government's record, the Harper government's record. Look at the consultations we're currently conducting. If you look at positions in government, there are advisory councils, independent councils that didn't exist before. Look at the Senate, Mr. Speaker. In the Senate, the ground rules have changed. Now you can apply to become a senator. Your application is reviewed. These are all changes that have to do with transparency and consultation. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we're really on the right track. And I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about this right track that we're on towards transparency. The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my colleague from Brome-Missisquoi, but unfortunately, I can't really agree with what he just said. Last spring, there was a lot of talk of transparency, and I know that he's the chair of the Official Languages Committee, and we saw the worst botch-up when it came to the appointment of the Official Languages Commissioner. There was no openness there, no transparency there. It was completely secret and hidden. We found out through a journalist, an investigative journalist, that Madame Meyer, who was the candidate, had donated over $1,000. That's a patent example of what this government hasn't done and should have done. Thank you very much, Member for Brome-Missisquoi, for making my job so enjoyable. Questions and comments?
For growing brain numb here, I'm sorry. The Ladysmith Nanaimo, I'm sorry, or Nanaimo Ladysmith.
The Ladysmith mayor would be very happy to hear you name his municipality first. We'll work on that. Through you, Mr. Speaker, the terrible record of the Conservative government around transparency and access to information notwithstanding, I imagine that the member would share the New Democrat deep concern that although the Liberal government is wrapping itself in a cloak of transparency and openness, that in fact the Prime Minister's office and ministerial offices are not subject to access to information in this legislation C58. I'd like to hear the member's comments and know whether he shares my concern.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. What we did in the past isn't really the issue before us today. The question is, what has this government decided to do? They decided to table this bill at a time when they made a promise. Just deliver on the promise. It's not complicated, Mr. Speaker. They should just deliver the goods. They should keep their word. They promised that ministers and the Prime Minister's offices would be open. It's not complicated when you promise something. You make arrangements to see to it that it's delivered.
Time for a very quick question. The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra, 30 seconds or less.
The member referred to cynicism, and I was quite struck by the word he used, because it's the Conservatives who actually blocked access to information. They did that deliberately. And it's the Information Commissioner who had to undertake an investigation, and he concluded that their information had been blocked, and they were not authorized to do that, to block that information. So will the member at least admit that transparency was not actually a part of the previous Conservative government when it came to access to information? The honourable member for Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, we're speaking about transparency, Mr. Speaker, and openness. This government, once again, promised, and the Prime Minister himself, actually, when he was a member for Papineau, when he was a simple member of Parliament, he promised. And here he's the Prime Minister now. Well, the Liberals promised that the PMO and the ministers would be open and transparent and subject to access to information. But it's not there in this bill. That's very simple. It's very clear. They did not keep their promises.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona. Looking at the time, he will have time to give his discourse for 10 minutes, and then the questions will come next time the bill comes up for debate. The honourable member.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm quite pleased to have the opportunity to put some remarks on the record. When I first came to Parliament, I was made a member of the Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics Committee, and had the privilege of participating in the study and in the preparation of what ended up being a unanimous report by the committee on what was required in order to bring Canada's access to information laws up to speed, because that legislation originally was introduced and passed in 1983, which was the year before I was born, Mr. Speaker, and in my entire lifetime, that law has not been changed. And it seemed to me to be a pretty good idea. There's been a lot of things that have happened in the 30-plus years that I've been on the planet, particularly electronically, like the internet happened. And we haven't had a change in the access to information laws in Canada. And when you say it out loud, you know, there are people chuckling, and they should be, because it's ridiculous to think that Canada's access to information laws through successive Liberal and Conservative governments weren't changed to reflect the advent of the internet, Mr. Speaker, because that's obviously had a dramatic effect on government practices and the way government goes about its business, the way civilians go about their business, or citizens, and therefore the kinds of requests that they would make of government, and the ways in which they would expect that information to be delivered. So here we are. When we were undertaking that study, it was we had the president of the Treasury Board come to committee. I couldn't give you a number, Mr. Speaker, but it was a number of times, and in all of his appearances, he was quick to himself get to the issue of access to information and how important it was to reform those laws because they were so dated. How committed himself personally and his government were to changing those laws, bringing Canada up to speed, having a state-of-the-art access to information regime. It was, of course, a platform commitment of the Liberals, and their mantra of transparency and openness is something we've heard ad nauseum, I would say, in this place, Mr. Speaker. It was the cornerstone of the Prime Minister's private members bill in the last Parliament, where he made a number of proposals for how an access to information regime would work and work properly. So expectations, rightly, were high. This has been a long time coming. We've got a government now that made it a focus within their election platform document. We've got a Prime Minister who chose to highlight that issue with his own private members bill in the last Parliament. We've got a President of the Treasury Board that came to committee a number of times to say, we're going to do this and it's going to be great, just wait for it, Canada. And what we have, when they finally got around to tabling a document, in light of those expectations, but also just in light of everything that the Parliamentary Committee heard in the course of their study, and in light of the excellent and comprehensive report that the Information Commissioner had delivered to Parliament in the last Parliament, is a major disappointment. There's just no way to get around it. Frankly, I don't even think that that's a partisan observation, although there'll be members on the other side of the House who disagree. If you look at what experts have been asking for, and the Information Commissioner has been asking for, and the committee that studied it, the recommendations that they came up with unanimously, for those who need a reminder, there were 6 Liberals on that committee, Mr. Speaker. So this isn't coming from some, kind of partisan outlying realm or something, where people can't think sympathetically with respect to the government. It's just a disappointment. And there are a lot of Canadians that work with this kind of legislation every day, whether they're not just opposition politicians, journalists, advocates on all sorts of issues. We've heard about the environment, health, defense policy, you name it. I mean, if you're working in a public policy area, the bread and butter of that, in order to be able to do good work, is to get some insight on what it is that government's doing. And we know, I know from being in this place, oftentimes what cabinet ministers have to say in question period and in the House is not the place to get insight as to what government is doing. Might not even be the case to get insight generally, but I don't want to say anything unparliamentary, so I'll just leave it with my first formulation. I have some encouragement from these benches, but I don't think the other side. So here we are, we're left with a piece of legislation that is a disappointment. And then on top of that, in order to mask, I think, the fact that it is a real disappointment on the substantive issues, Mr. Speaker, we hear a lot, and this has been the kind of cornerstone of the very few Liberal speeches that were offered today. Interestingly, none from the members of the committee who issued the unanimous report on how to fix the access to information regime in Canada. What we've heard as the centerpiece of that is this stuff about proactive disclosure. Now, nobody's arguing against proactive disclosure on the part of government. That's great. The more that government can offer up information to citizens, particularly the stuff that's asked for on a routine basis, and can come up with ways of formulating that to make that information available in a timely, proactive way, that's great. The government didn't need legislation to do that. So I can tell you that for as much as the minister may have liked to bring it up when he was at committee, in terms of the committee study and the committee work and in all that we heard from the witnesses, proactive disclosure wasn't the focus because we were examining the legislation. And the question we were asking was, how does the law need to change? And the law didn't need to change at all in order to have more proactive disclosure from government. There was no law prohibiting proactive disclosure of any information that the government wanted to release, Mr. Speaker. So I have to say at the outset that is a complete red herring. The other thing that we hear often from government members and cabinet ministers is about how much they look forward to, the bill clearing the House so it can go to committee and all the great ideas of MPs can be shared at committee, failing to mention, of course, that the great ideas of MPs were shared at committee. That's why we had a report with over 30 recommendations on how to do an access to information law properly, and the stunning thing was that the government picked up on only a small few of those recommendations. So the idea that then this would be referred back to committee as if that was the place where government was going to hear what other MPs had to say is laughable on the face of it. It's a waste of the time of these MPs, and it feels disingenuous, Mr. Speaker. I'll put it that way, because that work was already done. So the idea that we're going to do that work again, and then do it again, and do it again, and do it again, the work will never stop. The work that really needs to be done is the work of the government in actually changing the law and bringing in an appropriate access to information regime. And we are not much closer to that, Mr. Speaker, even if this law gets passed. And so that's part of the disappointment. And then I have to say, I want to get into the substance. Of course, 10 minutes isn't very long when you studied an issue for months at committee. But on the substance, one of the recommendations that they did take the committee up on, which I think was good, has to do with conferring order-making powers to the Information Commissioner. But the idea behind that was to bring in an independent oversight regime so that Canadians could have confidence that when the government ruled that it was not appropriate to disclose information, that someone was looking over their shoulder and saying, yeah, you know what, that actually makes sense. Here, you're actually wrong. Maybe that was politically motivated. Maybe it was an oversight, but that's actually information that should be released. But as long as the government keeps, as they have chosen to do with this proposed bill, exclusions for cabinet confidences which don't allow the Information Commissioner to check up on whether something was properly excluded or not, which is the case with exemptions. So not to get too technical, but you could have mandatory exemptions as opposed to exclusions, and that would at least allow the Information Commissioner to review those instances. But they didn't do that. So even where they did pursue one of the recommendations of the committee, they didn't bring in the other infrastructure that would be required to realize the goal of that recommendation, which is to have an instituted independent oversight over government decisions about what to release what not to release. So I would say that they failed significantly in that regard. So I'm pleased to have had the opportunity to address some of the main arguments that we've heard Liberals making in the chamber today about this bill and show why they're deficient in my view, and also speak to at least one of the substantive items within the legislation. Had we more time, Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to provide further thoughts about the inadequacies of the legislation.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona will have 5 minutes worth of questions and comments when this bill appears again before the House. À ce moment-ci,
pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time.
Is that this House now do adjourn. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, in the middle of the summer, the Liberal government announced their proposed tax hikes on Canadian small businesses and farmers. If the Liberal government thought they were going to quietly pass these tax hikes without anyone noticing, they are and were wrong. Since their announcement, they have been bombarded by small business owners and farmers who are fed up with their insulting tone and language. They are fed up with a government that consistently raises their taxes and wastes money.
Hear, hear.
And they're really fed up, Mr. Speaker, with a finance minister that essentially calls them tax cheats. It's insulting at the very best, Mr. Speaker. Small business owners and farmers deserve some respect from their government. After all, they are the backbone of our economy. These are good people, hardworking people. These are honest people who are being demonized by the Liberals just to pay for their out-of-control spending. My local business owners and farmers are middle-class Canadians, the people who put in their time, their effort, and sweat into paying the bills and paying their employees first before they pay themselves in many cases. They're not big national corporations. They're our neighbours, Mr. Speaker. And the Liberals are targeting them with a massive tax hike, threatening jobs in communities that are sustained by our local businesses. Mr. Speaker, what is most infuriating about the Liberals' plan is the hypocrisy found in their talking points that say their tax hikes are fair. Westman farm families are furious, and they wanted me to do everything in my power to stop these reckless tax hikes. There is nothing fair about their taxes being hiked while the Liberals shield large multinational corporations. There is nothing fair how this Liberal government wants to make it more difficult for farmers to sell land to their own children. There is nothing fair that farm families will need to start recording every time someone feeds the cows or runs to the field with a meal. There is nothing fair that they are working around the clock during harvest, and the Liberals are ending the consultation period on October 2nd. There are some significant tax changes being proposed, and no one, not even backbench Liberal MPs, who fully understand the long-term consequences. For example, they want to restrict farmers from sharing income with family members and limit certain forms of saving in the business. Through their changes, they will make farm operations more vulnerable in bad economic times and less able to innovate and grow. And through their proposed changes to the capital gains rules, it would be far more difficult to transfer the farm to the next generation. Westman farm families deserve better than this, and I will fight the Liberal tax hikes every step of the way. Hear, hear. My question to the government is straightforward. Will they push back their October 2nd deadline so that Canadian farm families have a fulsome opportunity to ensure their voice is heard?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, helping businesses grow is central to the Government of Canada's bold plan to create an economy in which all Canadians can have confidence in their future. But when some people pay less than their fair share of taxes, it undermines that confidence. This is what we want to address because an unfair tax system is a burden on all Canadians. Dans le cadre de nos consultations,
during our consultations on proposals regarding fiscal planning and the use of private corporations, the government wants to take measures that ensure that no one pays more or less than their fair share. Canada has one of the tax regimes with the lowest rates in the world, with an average combined tax rate on a small businesses of 14.4%, which is the lowest of the G7 countries. Our lower tax rates allow businesses to retain income after taxes.
The government has received comments from business communities, tax advisors, commentators, farmers, and other Canadians. We are addressing the chief concerns that have been raised since the launch of consultations and also dispelling some of the myths regarding this important policy issue. Now, let me be clear on a few points. The changes proposed will in no way restrict businesses from paying salaries to family members or others who are productively contributing to their businesses, nor will they restrict who is allowed to incorporate as a business. They are not targeted at certain groups or professions. Doctors and other professionals who are allowed to incorporate will continue to be able to do so and to enjoy the many benefits that incorporation can offer. And changes relating to passive portfolio investing will have no impact on private corporation owners who reinvest their retained earnings back to the business each year. The problem we are addressing is that the current system is encouraging wealthy individuals to incorporate to pay less tax. These strategies are completely legal, but that doesn't make them fair. We know small businesses are the backbone of our economy. Our proposed changes will protect and maintain small businesses' ability to succeed and create jobs while ensuring that the wealthiest pay their fair share. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brendan Souris.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if that isn't the height of hypocrisy, I used that term in my presentation to the member across the way, and I appreciate that that was some of the first words out of his mouth were, we want a system that will help businesses grow. And as I pointed out, this does not help any business grow. 73% tax rate by the time they draw the funds out of their corporation, pay their personal tax and corporate tax is not fair to anybody. And this is hitting the very middle class that this government says they're out there trying to help. So it's hypocrisy at its worst, Mr. Speaker. Does he think that this is fair, that we will lose doctors in our rural areas, or even from Canada that will have a brain drain? I have listened to doctors that have told me, young graduates who have just graduated, that have said if they force these tax changes through, why would they bother incorporating in Canada? They'll just move across the line and go to the States in spite of the fact they don't want to. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a terrible situation where they're leaving farm families having to sell their operations to...
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The fact is that our current tax regime has inequalities that we want to correct. These are inequalities and unfairness that mean that some Canadians have wanting to incorporate so that they can take advantage of certain advantages that the majority of Canadians do not have access to. We think we can do better. We think that we can make our system fair. That's our goal, while keeping the low tax rate for SMEs, one of the lowest of the G7. And we want everyone to do their fair share. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here again to raise the issue of the ethnic cleansing facing the Rohingya community in Burma. This is an issue that I understand we'll now be discussing at greater length tomorrow in the context of an emergency debate, and I'm grateful for that opportunity. But this is something that I will raise every opportunity that I have regardless, because I think it is that urgent. What is happening, I think, to all of us very in all of our minds very clearly, we can see that it's ethnic cleansing. This was a process by which citizenship of Rohingya people in Burma was denied, and progressively more and more pressure was put on them in every possible way. This is nothing new, even though it may be a situation that is new to many Canadians, that is now only now really getting the media coverage and attention that it deserves. But this is something that has been going on for a very long time, something that we have been raising in question period and in other ways for a very long time. And we've asked the government to do more in response to that. We're at this critical phase right now, Mr. Speaker, in that the Burmese military has launched this new terrible assault, which seems to be their effort to complete a process of ethnic cleansing that has been going on for a long time. This terrible policy is something that requires our urgent response. I want to quote, as I did earlier, the Amnesty International Crisis Response Director, who said, "The evidence is irrefutable. The Myanmar security forces are setting northern Rakhine State ablaze in a targeted campaign to push the Rohingya people out of Myanmar. Make no mistake, this is ethnic cleansing." And Mr. Speaker, during the summer, I went to Berlin and I visited a concentration camp for the first time. My grandmother was a Holocaust survivor. So anytime I see instances of ethnic cleansing around the world, it hits close to home for me personally. And I think what strikes a lot of people when you see those sites of historic atrocities is how they are often actually inside of urban centers or close to urban centers, in that people did see many of these atrocities happening. They could see from tall buildings, perhaps at least into the edge of concentration camps. They could see people being marched to trains for deportation. And we look at those scenes and we wonder, why didn't people who could see these things do more to respond to them? But today, modern technology, news media, the internet plays the same role that tall buildings and close urban centers played historically, in that, again, we have terrible atrocities, ethnic cleansing happening, and we can see that it is happening. And too often, I think, governments in the West fail to respond adequately. So I want to ask some specific questions to the government on this. First of all, I asked this earlier in question period, didn't get an answer. I want to ask the question again. What is the Office of Human Rights, Freedoms and Inclusion, tasked with addressing these issues in some form, doing? Has that office been at all engaged with this situation? Secondly, has the government engaged directly with the military leadership? We know that after having repeated calls from the opposition, finally the government called Aung San Suu Kyi. But we also need the government to engage with the military leadership in Burma, and especially Commander-in-Chief Min Aung Hlaing, and raise these issues specifically and put a strong emphasis on it. And I want to ask as well, why can't we have responded faster and earlier? And is the government committed to a sustained response, even as this may not remain in the media for long? Are they committed to a sustained response to this?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I once again want to applaud my colleague for raising this issue. He and I have had various conversations, exchanges on this important topic here in the Chamber. And I know I applaud him for his passion on this issue. And you can tell from his speech that this comes from deeply rooted belief in speaking up against human rights violations, particularly when it comes to what we're witnessing today. And I will not disagree with him. What we're witnessing, the reports that we are getting, describe a horrific situation. Acts of ethnic cleansing are taking place, Mr. Speaker, and the world needs to stand up united in condemning it and in helping find a way to end it and address the legitimate grievances that have led us to where we are. Mr. Speaker, our government has been engaged on this issue for a while prior to the latest escalation. The previous Minister of Foreign Affairs had visited Myanmar last year, or was it earlier this year, and in his visit, he had a chance to raise this issue. He had a chance to express our government's concern about the underlying issues of the Rohingyas, the fact that they still don't have, they didn't have rights, and they still don't have rights today. Citizenship rights, access to civic institutions, access to citizenship rights, and then when Aung San Suu Kyi visited us earlier in the late spring, the Prime Minister personally had the opportunity to speak with her directly on this issue. I had a chance to meet with her as well, alongside with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, We raised this issue with her. We told her that Canadians have deep concern about the ongoing situation, and we encouraged her to find a way to resolve them. With the recent and horrific escalations that really gave evidence to the fact that we are witnessing ethnic cleansing, our government took a global leadership role. There's no other government around the world that has taken a leadership role that our government has and our Prime Minister. Our Prime Minister directly called Aung San Suu Kyi, spoke to her directly, and reminded her of her moral and legal and political responsibility to speak up against such atrocities and to do everything in her power to end it. He called on her to work with her military to stop the atrocities. Then he wrote her a letter, an open letter that we shared with the public. The letters speak clearly for his firm words and his clarity on the Prime Minister's intention and desire to see her government immediately stop these horrific acts. So, Mr. Speaker, we didn't stop there. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has been meeting and talking to like-minded countries to find a way for the global community, to international community, to stand up and work on finding a way to end this horrific situation. As well as we have been adding to humanitarian aid, Canada's humanitarian aid, to help alleviate the suffering of the Rohingyas, especially the ones who have been displaced to Bangladesh. I personally spoke with the High Commissioner of Bangladesh, reiterated our commitment to work with their government on making sure to alleviate the suffering of the Rohingyas.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for his sentiments. And in light of the urgency of the situation, it is important that we as the opposition challenge the government around specific issues of response where we think more can be done. Respectfully, the Parliamentary Secretary said that no other leader has done what Canada's done. Actually, many leaders have contacted and engaged with Aung San Suu Kyi, and many didn't wait as long as our Prime Minister did. But the other disappointment I have to tell the Parliamentary Secretary was the fact that there was no mention in the Prime Minister's UN speech about the issue of Rohingya. Many other world leaders did mention the situation of ongoing ethnic cleansing. Our Prime Minister did not. Maybe the format doesn't allow for answers to these, but I hope we'll hear answers at some point from the government on what the office responsible for this is actually doing on freedom rights, human rights, freedom and inclusion, the extent to which they are willing to engage directly, not just Aung San Suu Kyi, but the military leadership that are directly involved in this issue.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his intervention and his passion on this issue. We welcome suggestions and ideas on how we can do a better job confronting this horrific situation. There is no justification for what the Rohingyas are facing and the reports that are coming back from us. And there's more to be done, and our government will continue to be engaged on this file, will continue to find ways to alleviate the suffering of the Rohingyas, will continue to pressure the Myanmar government and military to stop the suffering and to find a way to address these underlying causes. But I want to close my response, Mr. Speaker, with asking my honourable colleague to do the same of his leader. I have yet to hear from the leader of the official opposition what he thinks of what's happening. I hope my honourable colleague puts the same pressure on his leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening and address my question to my learned colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary. It's an opportunity that I relish, and in my humble opinion, there's many people here who know a lot more than I do, but to share my thoughts, I appreciate this time. I previously asked why the government cut grain tickets in the budget 2017. It was just a minor little line in there that cut that grain tickets. Well, the tax deferral program was an important tool for farmers used to deal with cyclical changes in their income, a real important piece. The government has then taken another step towards making life harder for farmers and ranchers. Their proposed tax changes are going to make it impossible at economic sense to sell their farm to a family member. It will cost more to sell a farm to a family member than to a third party. So it's going to really kill those family generational farms because of the economics of the selling. The income sprinkling, farming is often a family business. It is important that farmers be able to pay their adult family members the income they have earned. Farmers are going to be subjected to a paperwork nightmare. They have to prove to Ottawa bureaucrats that their adult family members are performing a reasonable function. That means they will have to track every minute their family members work and what they did during that time to prove it was reasonable. That's running to town to get a part when it's needed, when something breaks down. Or the person who's buying the groceries, the time it counts for when they're making the lunches for the people out doing the harvest. It's going to be a paperwork nightmare. Passive investment. The government's plan to tax income saved within a private corporation at a higher rate is also going to hurt Canadian farmers. Farm income can vary enormously from year to year. Fluctuations in international prices for beef and grain occur constantly. Then there's the weather. Northern prairies, early winter, lots of rain, lots of snow. This year, southern prairies, very dry. From year to year, it is very hard to predict the crops you're going to get and the return. Grain farmers operate their business at least on a 2-year basis of costs and income. A grain farmer makes a contract with a shipping company to ship their product in 1 year and gets often paid the next year. So holding passive investment in their corporation is how the family farmers save for leaner years. In the years they don't get paid, they need those savings. So on top of eliminating grain tickets, the government is ripping the safety net out from under the feet of Canadian farmers. These changes will mean that eventually there will be no family business left to farm. Will the government now commit to reinstating the grain tickets and cancelling proposed tax reforms so that the family business farms in Canada still have a fighting chance? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Bow River for his question. And I want to reassure the Honourable member that our government is working hard to create the right conditions in rural communities, farmers and agricultural businesses to compete in Canada and indeed around the world. For generations, agriculture has made significant contribution to Canada's economy, food supply, environment and culture. Aujourd'hui,
Today, agriculture and agri-food represents a $100 billion industry. You can find Canadian food and drink throughout the world. Canada is the world's 5th largest exporter and beats new records every year. The agriculture and agri-food industry employs or provides 2.2 million jobs for Canadians. 1 out of 8 jobs. We're the first to recognise how significant this is. To maintain our position of strength, the budget for 2017 has a number of measures that are innovative, competitive and durable. With our general strategy to attract and support high-quality investments, we propose $200 million over 4 years to support research in clean energy development and the adoption of clean technology in natural resources in Canada. Agri-food companies will be admissible, or eligible rather, to a funding over 5 years of $1.26 billion. Mr. Speaker, we continue to work with provincial and territorial governments to make sure that the agriculture and agri-food sectors are strong and innovative.
in addition to the government's current work with provincial and territorial governments to develop the next agricultural policy framework to be launched in 2018. The government is also undertaking a number of important initiatives to support Canada's farmers and food processors, including launching a full review of rail services across Western Canada, creating a $10.1 billion trade and transportation corridors initiative that will invest in gateways and ports to help get agri-food products to market, successfully completing the comprehensive economic and trade agreement with the European Union, and making ongoing efforts to expand market access for Canadian agri-food producers throughout Asia, eliminating tariffs on a broad range of agri-food processing ingredients, covering approximately $700 million in annual imports, to strengthen the competitiveness of Canadian agri-food manufacturers at home and abroad, and investing $500 million to support the expansion of broadband network in rural Canada, and $2 billion to support rural infrastructure, including roads and bridges, making it easier for Canada's agri-food producers to connect to markets in Canada and internationally. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the important contribution rural communities make to our economy, and we are committed to helping the Canadian agricultural and agri-food sector achieve their goals. A strong rural Canada makes for a stronger economy overall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate my colleague's comments and a lot of the positive things that he said in there. With 2 days' notice last week, using social media, I had booked a room for 100 people to come talk about this. 250 showed up. 250 in 2 days' notice. They were upset and they were really disappointed. But the grain tickets came up. The grain tickets, if changed, is going to have a reactionary effect back into the transportation industry, in the shipping industry. Why that one little piece, recognizing the multi-year operation of farms as far as income and costs, that one little piece, in recognition of it, they brought up. Why can't they drop that one little piece? Grain tickets got nothing to do with taxes, nothing to do with anything the government does, but is important to farmers from year to year to do their business. It doesn't draw a penny, it doesn't cost a thing, but it will create problems for the producers. The transportation system is...
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I'd like to thank my colleague for his work with farmers and producers. We continue to work with provincial and territorial governments to ensure a strong and innovative agriculture and agri-food sector, including $30 million over 6 years to support the latest in agricultural genomic technology and research. For example, to identify and prevent biological threats.
$1 million to support the rehabilitation and modernization of Agri-Food Canada and Canadian Food Inspection Agency research stations and laboratories. Mr. Speaker, we are and will continue to support the agricultural and the agri-food sector in Canada and the millions of Canadians it employs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc ajournée.
The House is adjourned until tomorrow, 10, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.